Greetings and salutations, and welcome back, my friends. Today is July 7th, 2022, and it is a very special day. For some time now, I have been compiling evidence, research, interviews with experts, and more in order to bring you a deep dive down the Roswell rabbit hole, the likes of which you've never experienced. I reasoned that if I could bring all the world's leading experts here and pick their brain, I might be able to shed some light on this mystery. If you're new to the channel, please do be sure to hit that subscribe button and smash that notification bell so you will know about future special events here. We'll be broadcasting all day today and all night tonight. This is the Truth Seekers Roswell Rabbit Hole. Let's get into it, friends.
Welcome back to the Midnight Hour Show. You have reached the Midnight Hour on the Bridge FM. Welcome back to the Midnight Hour Show with your host, Stephen Camden, also known as the Mr. Man.
Welcome back, my friends. Back to another edition of the Midnight Hour Show. My name is Stephen Cambion, also known as the Mystery Man, bringing you an incredible night of mystery. Tonight, my friends, we will be discussing one of my very favorite mysteries, and that is the mystery of Roswell. In early June 1947, something, yes, my friends, something crashed in the desert. Since that time, there has been an incredible amount of material on this mystery, on this thing that some would say is an incredible conspiracy. My own study into this has led me in 100 different directions, and to be quite honest, I have avoided doing a show on this Roswell thing, even though it's one of my very favorite cases. The reason for this, my friends, is quite simple. I like to make sure that I bring my guests an absolute expert, an incredible guest that can shed light on this subject. And until now, I have not had access to someone that I trusted enough to bring my listeners the truth. But all of that is going to change tonight, because tonight we have world-renowned UFO expert, author, lecturer, and researcher, and Roswell expert, Don Schmitt. This man has been investigating Roswell for decades. I've read all of his books, which are extremely well written and well researched. And I'm pleased and delighted to be able to have him on our show tonight to help us all learn what could perhaps be the truth of one of the greatest mysteries on planet Earth. The Roswell case is truly one of the greatest cases in so-called ufology, and with good reason. This is an incredible story that's got all the pieces of an amazing mystery. We have possible alien crash landing. We have a possible government cover-up. We have deathbed confessions about what really happened there. My friends, this is one of the greatest cases ever because there is literally mountains of evidence that go with this case. We have the United States government releasing a news story when this first happened, saying, we've captured a flying saucer on a ranch just outside of Roswell, New Mexico. That news story went out on the wire and became an international story. There was people from other countries calling the base, asking about it, shortly after that news story, which was issued by the United States Army, first went out. Very quickly, the government stepped in and corrected themselves and said, no, it wasn't a flying saucer. It was simply a weather balloon. Years and years later, they would come up with another story saying, no, it wasn't a weather balloon. It was actually a top secret balloon from Project Mogul, which was a project where they would send balloons up into the upper atmosphere to listen for Soviet nuclear detonations. They would also say that the reports of bodies were nothing more than anthropomorphic dummies which were dropped in another project to study the effects of high altitude ejections. The problem with that explanation for the bodies is that it wasn't until years and years after 1947 that this project that involved dropping dummies at high altitudes was even started. My friends, I have never believed the government about this case, and I don't think you should either. Quite frankly, the government has lied again and again and again about what really happened there on that ranch in early June 1947. And to suggest that a bunch of Army intelligence people who were assigned to the only nuclear bomb group in the country at the time, they were responsible for our nuclear weapons. To suggest that those very educated, trained observers who saw weather balloons all the time would not know the difference between a flying saucer and a weather balloon is absolutely ludicrous. And in my study of this incredible case, I have found that the evidence to support the extraterrestrial hypothesis is overwhelming, my friends. Not just convincing, but overwhelming. And this is one of the reasons I wanted to have my guest, Don Schmitt, on the show tonight. Because Don Schmitt is so incredibly knowledgeable about this subject, he can tell you the names of the men who were there at the debris field collecting the debris. He can tell you the name of the driver of the truck who drove it back to the base. He can tell you the name of the pilots who flew the debris and the recovered bodies back to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. The evidence, my friends, is more than convincing. More than convincing enough to consider that the extraterrestrial hypothesis may be true. And so what are we to do? Ignore all that evidence? I always find it funny when I talk to skeptics about Roswell who make ridiculous statements like, well, there's just no evidence and the government said it was a weather balloon. No. First the government said it was a flying saucer. Then they said it was a weather balloon. Then they said it was a top secret balloon project that had nothing to do with the weather. My friends, the story from the government keeps changing. And yet, the story from the first-hand witnesses does not change. In fact, their stories remain incredibly consistent even after all these years. Even the stories of their children, as told in Don Schmitt's amazing book, Children of Roswell, provide compelling evidence that yes, an alien spacecraft indeed crash landed in Roswell, New Mexico in early June 1947. Compelling evidence that people witnessed not just the debris of a crash flying saucer, but also the bodies, and even a living survivor of the crash that was not human, was not of this earth. And this, my friends, is why I believe this is one of the most compelling mysteries on planet Earth. And I continue to be fascinated by all that can be learned from this case. For example, did you know that nearly all the paperwork surrounding this event that the government once had in its possession was mysteriously destroyed without authorization? Now, my friends, go and ask anyone you know who works for the government. It takes authorization to destroy documents. You cannot just destroy government documents, and yet every document related to this event that the government once had in its possession have been destroyed or lost or cannot be located. So when people claim I'm a little crazy for saying there's a government cover-up, I just point to those missing documents. And that, my friends, I feel is proof enough, along with all the first-hand witness testimony refuting what the government said happened here. That's proof enough, my friends, to me, that yes, I believe an alien spacecraft crash-landed. I believe the government snatched it up and then covered it up. And I believe that the cover-up continues and continues to this very day. And the truth is, my friends, I am incredibly grateful to people like my guest tonight, Don Schmitt, who has refused to allow that cover-up to stand. Don Schmitt is absolutely relentless in his pursuit of the truth about Roswell. And that, my friends, is something we need. We need people like him so that the government cannot continue to lie to its people. And I have to say, I've been following his research and his findings for years now. He's one of the most respected and credible researchers out there because he is a dying breed of researcher. By that I mean he goes all over the country talking to witnesses, interviewing people, digging through documents in archives, trying to find the truth. He has left literally no stone unturned in his search for the truth. And I gotta tell you that I have tremendous respect for a man who would dedicate himself so fully to finding the answers. I have heard the really younger generation of UFO fans referred to as right-click researchers. You see, my friends, you can do an incredible amount of research on the internet, but there is no substitute for going to places in person, for going to archives of documents, for going places and interviewing witnesses, seeing the scenes, the sites where these things happen. And that is what my guest tonight has been doing for literally years and years of his life. So, my friends, I guess without further ado, let's get to the mystery phone where my expert guest is standing by. Let's get right to our list of questions for our expert guest. One of the things that fascinates me about those people that dedicate so much of their time and their lives to the study of these things is to ask them, in your case, I was interested in what got you initially interested in the whole subject, and then more deeply, what got you so focused on Roswell?
Okay, what got me involved, or at least intrigued in the subject, was I was a young boy at the time of the Kennedy assassination. And my father was away for the weekend. It happened on a Friday. And for those of my generation, we will never forget exactly where we were, what we were doing, what we were thinking, everything, every moment that happened that entire weekend. And after the Warren Commission was appointed and everyone was awaiting, the final verdict, was it a conspiracy or not? And when the report finally came out, the words of whitewash and cover-up were more prevalent than anything. And it was a few years later, I was out Christmas shopping with my folks, and I was always, looking for the next book. All the kids my age wanted toys and bicycles and whatever they could be entertained by, and I wanted nothing but books. And I went out looking on my own, and I came across this book, Flying Saucers, Serious Business. New York Times bestseller by Frank Edwards. And on the jacket were those very same words, whitewash, cover-up. And I saw a chapter inside entitled, Who's Driving? And it was about occupant cases, UFO, occupant sightings from all around the world. And I was just mesmerized. I just fell in love with the possibility of someone else out there. And I couldn't get my next book fast enough, which just happened to be Flying Saucer Occupants by Coro and Jim Lorenzen. The whole book was occupant cases. And I would sit on a pier on a lake in northern Wisconsin as a little boy with just a flashlight and read some of these scary UFO encounters. And I wasn't scared. I became just all the more fascinated and intrigued, and I was hooked. I was hooked.
And then
so that was the beginning of the overall topic. So then, when the very book Roswell Incident came out in 1980 by Bill Moore and Charles Berlitz, I wasn't interested at all. In fact, a few years later, I even did a paper where I argued the point that I could not accept, I couldn't believe that something of that magnitude could be kept a secret for that many years. So I just blew it off. And then when I became Director of Special Investigations for the J. Allen Hynek Center for UFO Studies, the first case I wanted to go after was Roswell. I thought we'd make a single weekend jaunt down to New Mexico and prove that it was a weather balloon device, as the government still maintains, or something just as prosaic. And that was in February of 1989. And I can proudly admit we were totally wrong. That we were immediately captivated by the idea that not only were we wrong, but we had to treat this like it was genuine, like it was the real thing. And it was the first-hand witnesses specifically describing the wreckage and its highly unusual characteristics, the strangeness, the very characteristics of the wreckage that made us quickly realize, my God, these people are not describing a balloon, a plane, a rocket, or anything else of that nature. They're truly describing something exotic, something beyond the pale. And as they would say, the rest is history.
Yeah, I've heard you mention before that you thought you were going to get to the bottom of it very quickly. But I guess the deeper you dig into this Roswell thing, the more layers that you find. Isn't that right?
Precisely. Yeah, that's we would say, peeling away the layers of an onion. And it's not a case of where, any law enforcement officer would mention, any insurance investigator would say that 10 people witness an accident, 10 people witness a crime, you have 10 different versions. And there's a famous movie from 1950 about a Japanese murder trial, and it's called the Rashomon effect. And what it is basically, it's a takeoff on one's IQ. And I learned very early on that an IQ test is not necessarily an intelligence test. It more likely tests someone's experience, their background, their environment. And all those things lend to one's very perception in witnessing events. And as a result, we are influenced not by the event itself, but by that background. And so I find that it just is the Rashomon effect. In other words, I could say that you, for example, Stephen, you have your opinion about Roswell. And then I have my opinion about Roswell. And then there's what really happened, what actually happened. So then it comes down to, well, who's actually working, who's actually making the effort to determine what really happened. Now, nothing against you personally, but if I were to substitute the skeptics, the debunkers, on your part. So in other words, are they doing anything to actually determine, reason, work out what happened? Or am I? Well, it's certainly the latter. Because the skeptics are telling us what happened. They're telling us that it's just simply this, it's just simply that, and no need to go any further. So in other words, they dictate the terms. Their Rashomon effect is based strictly on a preconceived theory that it can't be, therefore it isn't. We aren't being visited by an intelligence off the planet, so therefore it can't happen. And in my case, I'm going wherever the evidence takes me. I am peeling away those layers of the onion, and the skeptics are saying, I don't want to see the onion because I'm afraid that it may present something I don't want to know, I don't want to see. So who is working as far as more acutely, more as far as diligently in trying to determine the truth? And my premise is that the skeptics never do anything to establish the truth. They just tell you what they want the truth to be.
Yes, it's called research by proclamation.
By proclamation, precisely. And I'm sorry, I have no time for it. And it's amazing how many of our colleagues in the field, just out of laziness, out of investigative laziness, just, oh, that sounds good to me, so I'll accept that. Because I don't have to actually do any deep thinking. I don't have to try to rationalize why are these facts relevant? Why are these testimonies important? And so they take the path of least resistance. And unfortunately, that's a vast majority of people in ufology. They just, finger to the wind, and they just, okay, what do I want to believe? And I'm sorry, they would fail as far as journalists. They would fail as law enforcement. They would fail as investigators of any sort in any other profession, because they are unwilling to do the gumshoe work, the field work of actually getting up from behind their keyboard and doing, due diligence towards actually solving a dilemma, a problem, a mystery.
Well, this much I definitely agree with you. I call them right-click researchers. And in my own study of a lot of these things, I have been able to find out incredible things by doing nothing more than pick up the phone. And I was always amazed, why did no one else find this information? Did they just sit on the internet? And since it wasn't on the internet, I just picked up the phone. Anybody can pick up a phone, but it takes time and energy and dedication and tracking down leads and calling and being relentless. And you're right. I don't see a lot of people doing that anymore. That's why I'm always more interested in the, shall we say, more veteran researchers like yourself and Stanton Friedman and some other people that I think really went out there in the field and did so much. We don't see that today.
And even Stan, he would have admitted, as long as he was alive, he was not an investigator. He was not a researcher. He was an archivist. He loved wading through reams of documents with the thought that someday, the breakthrough document is going to jump out and we're going to have our proof. My partner Tom Carey would often, describe that one of the hardest things to do, and you just nailed it, is actually picking up a phone and blindly calling a potential witness, following up on a lead, following up as far as on some information. And more times than not, it's a dead end. They don't know anything, or they're reluctant. Just as many times, they're going to slam the phone down on you. They're going to, humiliate you to the point that, wow, I didn't need that.
Yeah, I've had that happen to me many times, especially law enforcement sources.
Precisely. Yeah, and as a result, it's hard work. It has no guarantee of success. And as a result, again, people take the path of least resistance. Well, why don't I just make up something? Why don't I just claim that that's as far as I could get? I didn't really, feel the need to investigate that point or that story any further, so I didn't pursue it additionally. And I'm sorry, even today again, Tom and I, we were working on some possible witnesses. We were working on that. We were making some phone calls because, again, there isn't a day that goes by that we're not working on this.
Yeah, I've always been very impressed with, I've listened to some of your lectures and some of your other appearances, and just like you strike me very similar to me in some senses. Like, you're going to go to the mat. You're going to go to the ends of the earth to find the answer, and there's really not many people that are willing to go that far. I wanted to talk to you.
A lot of it also stems from the fact that my father was an Army drill sergeant. I mean, there was even a special way to sneeze in public.
Yeah, I had a military dad too, so I can definitely understand. Yeah.
And my first baseball trainer, because I actually my dad was a big baseball coach. He also coached basketball, loved playing hockey. And so I have 5 brothers, and 4 of us have a lot of sports drilled into us, almost like a military discipline. And my first baseball trainer was the late Kenny Kranz, and he played for Vince Lombardi.
Wow.
So I got to meet all of those players, Bart Starr and Boyd Dollar and Ray Nitschke and Paul Horning. And so I have a lot of Lombardi drilled into me. And what I often will remark is, I don't like to lose, and I don't like to lose. And it's one of the reasons that on the sports field, I play to win. I don't play to have fun. I play to win, because then winning is fun. Losing is never fun.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And so the same with my work, the same with my research. I'm relentless. I play to win.
You know, one of the things that you were talking about skeptics, one of the things that's always impressed me about the Roswell case is the number of sort of deathbed confessions. Because I just can't imagine that someone at the twilight of their life, about to die, will suddenly make up stories about UFOs and alien bodies and stuff. Can you talk about some of the deathbed, or some of those confessions, or some of the revelations that you had from the people in that situation? Because I think it's very compelling evidence.
It absolutely is, and in fact, it's admissible evidence in a court of law. It is accepted as physical evidence that the judicial system, the courts have long decided that people just don't lie. They don't fabricate, anything before dying. It's a time that very often you bring a member of the clergy, often a priest, to take that last confession, that last recounting as far as of setting the record straight. And Roswell is no less different in that we have dozens of such testimony to the families, to the spouses, to the children, where they confess within days, within hours of passing, exactly what happened. And down to a individual, they invariably talk not only that Roswell is true, not only were there bodies involved, but more and more of them also confessed to the fact there was a survivor, that there was a living crewman on as far as part of that crash. One good example would be the late Sergeant Homer Rowlett. He was a master sergeant with the 693rd, and he was on a gurney outside of an operating room, just ready, getting prepared to undergo open heart surgery. And he waved his daughter Carlene over to the side of his gurney. And as she leaned down, and even in his weakened condition, he told her, he confessed, he said, "You know how they talk about that Roswell incident in 1947 where your dad was stationed there? Well, we confirmed that."
Wow.
And he went on and described that he was part of the recovery operation, and that he saw the ship, and he saw the bodies, and he described the survivor to her. Another good example would be the provost marshal. He retired a lieutenant colonel. His name was Edwin Easley. He was in charge of all military security on the base at that time. And when we first spoke to him around 1990, he repeatedly responded, "I can't talk about it. I'm still sworn to secrecy. Can't talk about it, no matter what we asked him. Can't talk about it, still sworn to secrecy." So 5 years later, no, excuse me, no, it was just a couple of years later. I'm thinking of another one. A couple of years later, he was dying of cancer at Parkland Hospital in Dallas. Parkland Hospital in Dallas, where you're talking about coming full circle, where John F. Kennedy was pronounced dead back in 1963. And in the presence of his two daughters, his granddaughter approached his bed and held a gift up to him, to which he responded, "Oh, the creatures." And he went on to describe Roswell, and he apologized to his daughters that, it was the president who had asked me never to say another word about this for as long as I lived. I took an oath, and I hope you understand that I could never admit my involvement, but it did happen. It was all true. And indeed, we were visited by beings from another planet. And I hope you understand. And the gift that his granddaughter had brought him, held up to his face, eliciting that response, was a copy of our second book, Truth About UFO Crash at Roswell. So that's just one of, again, those are two of many. Melvin Brown was an MP posted behind an ambulance truck. He was dying in 1985 outside in a hospital outside of London at that time, and he would describe to his wife and his two daughters how he was posted behind an ambulance truck, told to keep his eyes forward, and the first chance he got, he lifted up the tarp, and there were two of the bodies. And much to his shock, he realized that all the rumors, everything that he had heard back at the base, were absolutely correct. That indeed it was the crash of a genuine flying saucer. So we could go on and on and on, and for the course of the whole program, we could talk nothing but deathbeds.
Sure, and this is one of the things that gets me when people say, "Well, there's no evidence." I said, "Well, you haven't looked at it. You know, you really haven't looked at it. It's there."
They haven't looked at it. They haven't paid any attention. I got in a bit of a debate with someone just a few weeks ago again, and he was even dismissing the deathbeds. Well, you know, just because they talk about this before they die doesn't mean anything. And I just threw right back at him. So what you're telling me is that deathbeds are not reliable. Well, no. They're reliable. That's why they're held up as far as in such high regard in a courtroom. So it only is because they talk about Roswell that disqualifies them. Well, I'm not saying that. Well, no, you are saying that. So in other words, if we're going to throw out Roswell, and if Roswell is going to be disqualified, then we're going to disqualify all deathbed testimony, and that's ridiculous. That's nonsense, because we're not doing that. But according to this witness, this researcher, it's because they're about Roswell, so that disqualifies them. So there again is our Rashomon effect. I will tell you what to believe. I will tell you what is acceptable. And to me, that's the ultimate arrogance on their part. The ultimate big brother saying, don't look behind, the curtain. Listen to the voice instead.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the other things I really wanted to ask you is, I've heard you say this term that you've been chasing the Undertaker.
Yes.
And I wanted to know, is there any living witnesses left, or have they all passed now? And where are you at with first-hand witnesses? And then I guess
the Undertaker has just about won. We are on the 1-inch line, and at last count we have five living first-hand, and that will certainly go to 4, 3, 2, and then finally none. But again, we have interviewed over 600 witnesses, either directly or indirectly involved to the events of 1947. And they paint this mosaic, they paint this picture. And what's amazing is that it doesn't matter if they're civilian, it doesn't matter if they're military. They're all reading from the same script. They're all talking about the same event. They all responded extraordinarily to an extraordinary event. And the fact that both military and civilian would be on the same page to one incident in itself is amazing. And again, it's just one more stroke in the favorable column for Roswell. The fact that no matter who we've interviewed, no matter what the witness, first, second, third hand, they all provide information that corroborates everything else that we've accumulated heretofore.
Yeah, it's like one big puzzle piece, but the pieces are coming together if you step back and look at the puzzle.
And none of the puzzle and none of the pieces conflict with one another. That's what just boggles my mind, that it isn't. I have a good relationship. He's an historian. He's a writer who specializes in the Manhattan Project, John Custer Mullen, and the 509th Bomb Group, the First Atomic Bomb Squadron, and he's done books on the atomic bomb and its entire development and deployment, that type of thing. And John would often remind me that, Don, I've had a lot of people who claimed that they were on either the Enola Gay or Boxcar, the two B-29s, which dropped the Little Boy and Fat Man.
Yeah, in Japan, sure.
Where Japan, Nagasaki, Hiroshima, ending World War II. And I would always then come back and I'd say, well, it doesn't in any way diminish the fact that there were 2 B-29 bombers, there were 2 bombs dropped on Japan. I mean, historically, the events took place, just as with Roswell. But the difference, I don't have any witnesses that say, no, you weren't on that flight, I was on that flight. No, you didn't pilot that plane, I piloted that plane. No, you weren't out at the debris field, I was out there. No, you weren't at the base hospital, I was there. They all piece themselves into that puzzle. And they all continue to provide, detail of that entire mosaic as you yourself describe it. And I mean, I can tell you exactly who the men were gathering up the wreckage. I can tell you the truck drivers who drove the wreckage to the base and then returned with an empty truck. I can tell you who received it at the hangar. I can tell you who were guards posted at the hangar. I can tell you who were on the special flights transporting the wreckage. I can tell you who drove the ambulance trucks and then who transported the bodies from 2 different locations. I can tell you who were posted at the base hospital, who were in the examination rooms, who were in the hallways, who then were the people who crated up the bodies and then who flew them out and where they went, on and on and on. So in other words, if, again, we had our day in court and all these witnesses were still alive, we could call them up one by one, from the very rancher Brazel who first discovers the debris field, and then his neighbors who he first contacted, the children who were also involved, the neighbors who then went, who took the time to drove tens of miles cross country to go investigate this, explore this for themselves, the state police officers who were involved, then leading to Roswell and the sheriff, the deputies, the firemen, the crew chiefs, and then contacting the Roswell Army Airfield, the base commander, Major Jesse Marcel, the intelligence officer, Captain Sheridan Cabot, the head of counterintelligence, his non-commissioned officer, Lewis Rickett, on and on, just hundreds and hundreds of people. And they do not conflict with one another. They're all describing the same event. And again, they're reading from the same script. And it all points to people who experience something profound, something extraordinary, something like the Kennedy assassination, who for the rest of their lives remembered exactly what they did, where they were, what they were thinking at the time, because it was something well beyond the mundane. Because I can assure you, Stephen, if this were mundane, if this were just a balloon, mogul, or any other type of device of that sort, it would have been a yawner. It would have been here today, gone tomorrow. No big deal, nothing to see here. And the exact opposite is true.
Yeah, and I think one of the misconceptions that many people that haven't looked into it deeply, I wanted to ask you about the 2 different crash sites, because that's something that a lot of people miss. That there was not just one crash site, there was 2. Can you tell my listeners?
Actually, there were 4.
Okay.
Because, and let's start with the very first one. And it was a site that was discovered months later, when Dr. Lincoln La Paz, the famous meteor expert, who was part of the Manhattan Project, he was briefed in Washington. He arrived in Roswell in September, 2 months later. And his assignment was to determine the speed and trajectory of this object. Well, again, a balloon doesn't have speed and trajectory. So that in itself cancels out any notion this was a balloon of any sort. And the one person who was assigned to assist him out in the field was Master Sergeant Lewis Rickett of Counterintelligence Corps. And Rickett spent 3 weeks in the field with La Paz. Even Rickett's wife, Mac, verified that. And according to Rickett, they found a touchdown site about 5 miles north of the debris field, where the ground was crystallized. It was baked. It turned to glass. And they found more debris at that site, and they also found what Rickett described was a seamless, weightless black box, about the size of a bread box. But it was something also located and then recovered at that site. According to Rickett, who, in discussing his final synopsis, what he believed happened, La Paz, in his final report that he sent to Washington, he surmised that the object developed trouble. It was having difficulty, and it touched down at that location. And then, as it attempted to lift off, and after it reached a certain altitude, either it was struck by lightning or it had a fatal situation with the original problem, which caused an internal malfunction, causing it to explode. And it rained debris at the second site, the debris field, of a swath of wreckage of almost 9/10 of a mile long. That much debris.
Yeah, and a weather balloon would not make that much debris. That's one of the points that's important. A weather balloon would not make anywhere near that amount of debris, or require. How many people were involved in recovering all that debris? Because that's another thing. It would take a couple of guys to pick up a weather balloon, right? Not 50.
Even one guy could have gathered it up and tossed it in the trunk of a car. Whereas this debris field required 50 to 60 troops, 3 full days to recover. And as they were instructed, if it didn't move, bag it. They gathered up everything. They swept and they vacuumed that site, even with industrial equipment, to make sure they had every last piece of physical evidence. So it's moving in an easterly, southeasterly direction. The explosion, it rains debris covering that site. 2 bodies were recovered atop a bluff, 2.5 miles east-southeast of the debris field. And then another 25 miles from there, still along that trajectory, 35 to 40 miles north of Roswell, a pod, a capsule, size of a Volkswagen Beetle, egg-shaped, was discovered at the final impact site, and where 2 additional bodies were recovered and a survivor. So a touchdown, a mid-air explosion raining debris, creating a debris field, a secondary body site, and then a final impact site. 4 locations, 4 areas connected to one object, but nonetheless 4 specific locations connected to one object, one event, and that in itself also would rule out any type of weather balloon device, which hardly creates multiple sites separated by many miles.
Yeah, that's what's always gotten me. The other thing that's always got me about the weather balloon explanation or the mogul explanation is that this was the 509th, the only, they had nuclear weapons, these guys. They would know a weather balloon. They seen them taking off. Didn't those guys see weather balloons taking off from that base all the time?
They themselves launched them.
Sure.
From the base in conjunction with their bomb drop exercises on a daily basis. They launched them as often as twice a day, even from atop the downtown bank building, which was the highest building in Roswell at that time. There's even pictures in the base yearbook of the balloons suspended from rafters in a hangar because they were also assembled there. So they were not only familiar with the very balloons in question, but as you mentioned, Stephen, these were the men who were in charge of the atomic bomb. They were the elite in the military at that time. They were selected to be part of the 509th bomb group because they were the best officers. They were the best pilots, crewmen, doctors, nurses. They all had a top security clearance. If you swept the broom on that base back in July of 1947, not only did you have a top security clearance, but you also were the best sweeper in the military back in 1947. And the very notion, the very idea that you would not have recognized off-the-shelf material, rubber, foil, wooden sticks, string, and tape, material that your grandmother on her deathbed would still recognize. And that's the disconnect. And the point being that after all these years, I can't believe how many colleagues in the field still go, well, the Air Force says it was a balloon. Good enough for me.
Yeah, and the other thing is the shifting explanations, because, I mean, the first explanation, we captured a flying saucer. And the second explanation, no, it was just a weather balloon. And then we have the third explanation with the mogul, and the one that really gets me is the dummies that sort of they use to explain the body. But didn't that happen like 10 years later? They were doing those experiments with the dummies.
5 years later, the
5 years,
anthropomorphic, the anthropomorphic wooden crash dummies, and anthropomorphic in that they had human characteristics. But nonetheless, they were 6 feet tall. They would be wearing jumpsuits and harnesses and a parachute because they were used in high-altitude test drops. There were 2 projects called Operation High Dive and the other one Excelsior. And they didn't originate till 1952.
Yeah, so there's a big problem with the time frame there, and they think that people just, sort of confuse the 2 separate events into one, or the whole government explanation to me is crazy.
It is crazy.
And what's also crazy is that people tell me, well, why would the government lie? They don't do that. I mean, just look up the...
Sorry. How naive can we be? Why would the government lie? Oh, please. I mean, the government, that's what it does. That's all it does, because it's a case of getting reelected. It's being in a perpetual campaign mode. And anyone who has served in the military and anyone who has served in intelligence, to be an intelligence officer means you're the biggest BSer on the base. You speak in circles. You're not going to give away any secrets, so all you do is lie. All you do is give disinformation and misinformation. I mean, and I laugh because, again, when people, why would the government lie? Well, are you that naive?
Yeah, I always bring up the Gulf of Tonkin and the Iraq War. If people say, come on, it's all you have to do is look at those 2 examples, and those are just 2. We could find 100 more if we look. So the notion that they wouldn't lie or didn't lie is crazy. And I love this the report, Roswell case closed. And I remember when that came out thinking, I don't think so. And
then one of the just think of this scenario for a moment. The main author of Roswell Case Closed, which was, and that was after the Mogul report, when Colonel Richard Weaver at the Pentagon, assured all of us that it was the final word on the incident, that there would be no need to, even address the situation, address the incident ever again. Well, because we didn't, stop. We didn't give up the investigation. In fact, in September of '94, I'll never forget, we were working with the late Congressman Stephen Schiff of New Mexico at that time, and he was pushing more and more for congressional hearings on Roswell. I'll never forget, after the Pentagon press conference, And I was very concerned that the good congressman would then see this as a reason to bail, that he would then back off. And I will never forget speaking with him at his office in Washington, and his immediate response was, "Don, they're a bunch of damn liars, and I just need to get reelected again, and we're going to hit them twice as hard." And I think that's what they were especially concerned about, that we were relentless, that we were not going to give up, because we knew we had the truth. We knew that Roswell was something significant, and we knew that they were stalling for time. That's all they were doing. You know, the curious thing, when, you know, the whole wooden crash dummy explanation, and addressing the fact that we had a growing number of witnesses to the bodies recovered in 1947. We immediately sent a fax to the Pentagon after they came out with that brainchild explanation in May of 1997, just before the 50th anniversary. And we reminded them that all of our witnesses to the bodies in 1997 specifically stated that they saw the bodies in 1947.
Sure.
That none of them were in New Mexico in 1952. So they could not have confused the events. They could not have confused the dates. They weren't there in 52 when Project High Dive and Excelsior originated, when the wooden crash dummies could have been misidentified and confused for being something, you know, non-human at that time. So again, the truth, as Stan Friedman would often say, don't bother me with the facts. I have my mind made up.
Yeah, I love that.
That still remains the case with Roswell. Don't bother me with the facts.
Well, my friends, I can see that we're coming up on our first hour. We're almost halfway through our journey. Now is a good time for us to take a break. I'll be right back after these messages.
FM.
You're listening to the Midnight Talk Show, available exclusively on Future Friend, with your host, Stephen Cunningham, also known as the Mystery Man.
You know, I wanted to just take a quick detour into this Annie Jacobson's book, because, you know, I read her explanation, and I have a real problem with it, because the source that she's citing, I know who it is, and he has told... Yeah, he has told differing stories to differing researchers, depending on who he was talking to. I'm sure...
You know what he told us? He told us that he was just trying to help her sell books.
Yeah, that's terrible.
And then on ABC Nightline, he basically admitted the same thing. And so and here she is once again. Her paperback edition of Area 51 is just released, and she is right back to beating the same old dead horse. So another example with, don't bother me with the facts. I'm just trying to sell more books. And her entire and the scenario of what took place at Roswell is classic armchair keyboard investigation. She's never been to Roswell, never been to New Mexico. She's never spoken to an actual witness. This is just entirely fabricated.
From one source. Yeah, one unreliable source.
One source who admits that he made it up. And again, it doesn't matter to her because she's getting all this mileage out of Roswell. So let's just examine the facts. Let's just examine the details even perpetrated by her one lone source who had nothing to do with 1947, albeit he was with the Atomic Regulatory Commission, and that he did spend some time working at Groom Lake. He did work at Nellis Air Force Base, and supposedly maybe spent a little time at Area 51. Okay, fine. And again, what that has to do with Roswell back in 47, I have not the faintest. But he would claim, as she still maintains, that Dr. Joseph Mengele, Dr. Death of the Nazi Party, who was experimenting, doing all this biological research. And Annie would claim that Dr. Mengele was captured by the Soviet Union and that they used him to take 13-year-old children and create biological remnants appearing to be alien, with the hope that we're going to crash something, we're going to put something down in the United States and have the unsuspecting American government believe that we were being invaded by aliens from outer space.
Yeah, the War of the World scenario. That's
precisely.
Yeah.
Well, Dr. Mengele, I mean, I'm sorry, Annie, he was not captured by the Soviet Union. He managed, like a lot of other of the Nazi, as far as party, he managed to escape to South America.
Yeah, I thought it was Argentina. I had heard that.
Argentina.
Yeah.
And that is where he lived out the rest of his life. In fact, the FBI only confirmed that. You will find all the documentation that Dr. Joseph Mengele lived out the rest of his life in Argentina and died there, I think back in the 1970s. And the other piece of nonsense that she would claim to support her scenario is that they also captured one of the Horton brother flying wings. Well, the Horton brothers managed to destroy not only most of their blueprints, most of their research notes, most of their diagrams, but they also managed to destroy all of the prototypes that they had back at the final stages of the war in Germany, before the fall of Berlin itself. And the only prototype that was even recovered was not by the Russians, but by the United States.
Sure.
And that is presently on display at the Smithsonian in Washington. And anyone who has seen it, all it is tubular bicycle frame. It is constructed of flimsy, varnished wood, hardly airworthy, let alone the thought that the Russians would have used such a device, a Horton flying wing, would have flown it all the way from Russia, managed to fly it all the way to New Mexico with a crew of 13-year-old children, mutants, created to appear like a spaceship from another planet. So the other question I would pose to Annie is, which of the 13-year-olds was flying such a contraption?
Yeah, and isn't that I think that was a single cockpit, or maybe two people could fit in that. It was really small craft. That's the other thing that's a problem with this story.
It was a single cockpit, and again, it was a prototype that never got off the ground. And I'm sorry, the fact that, as we both have described, the very source of the story, of this scenario, has recanted, has admitted that it was just totally fabricated. What type of if I were to continue, if I had one lone witness to the entire Roswell scenario, and if that witness would have recanted, would have retracted, would have conceded, confessed that they had made it up, be the end of my story. And I don't, for the life of me, I don't get it. And it's only a single appendix in her book. But if anything, it demonstrates that Roswell still has a lot of legs left. That you can even include a single witness, so-called witness, as an appendix in your book. And the journalists, the media, totally focuses on, once again, Roswell.
Sure. Yeah, it's unfortunate, and I think that we're seeing a resurgence of a lot of old hoaxes and proven fake things that are kind of coming back to the forefront, and then also these opportunists that rush in, because I think there's a huge need for this information. Like, the public really wants to know about this, and these people, they're less than scrupulous, less than ethical, they don't care about the truth, they just want to sell a book, a DVD, whatever the case may be, and they rush in. I talk about this all the time, this hunger that we have.
She was just on Jimmy Church, I think last week. She was just on Joe Rogan.
Yeah, I saw that.
And again, I don't get it. I just don't get it, except it's to sell books off of Roswell on our coattails, that she's the one who miraculously, after all these years, it doesn't matter that we've been working on this for 30 years, that thank you, Annie Jacobson, you come up with one discredited, irresponsible, discredited source, and you still are willing to fabricate such a situation for no other reason than you can take credit for solving Roswell. Well, I can assure you it doesn't solve Roswell, it doesn't solve anything, because the entire story is one giant lie.
Yeah, I don't know. I remember reading this and thinking this was laughable, but it did sell the book, you know? You're right. It absolutely sold that book. I don't think she would have gotten much traction selling that book otherwise. That was the hook that sold the book.
That was the hook. And it's still the hook. She's still using it.
Yeah, and it's funny to me that she continues to persist in this even after the original source said, no, I just made it up to help her sell a book. But these are the things that we see in this so-called, you know, field here.
But she's not in our field. That's the thing. She's supposed to be a legitimate journalist, author. It'd be one thing if it were a fellow ufologist, it were someone, a colleague in our field. And I guess I'm just disappointed with a number of colleagues that, once again, just for the sake of latching on to anything, again, they're part of the anything but extraterrestrial crowd. So they like this one, they accept this one, and it suits them fine.
Well, I for one am glad that you're here to set the record straight, and if I had to choose between who is more credible and more knowledgeable about the case, of course I would choose you, because of, you know, like you were talking about before, you've been working on this for so long and talked to more witnesses than anyone. One of the things I wanted to talk to you about is your book on Wright-Patterson, because, you know, we have this Storm Area 51 thing that I think is kind of laughable now, because I don't think there's any secrets about alien technology at Area 51. More likely, they went and continue, I suppose, to go to Wright-Patterson. Can you tell us about your book? Because in that book you mentioned, you called it The Real Area 51. And that is where most people, I believe including yourself, believe that the Roswell wreckage and any other alien technology goes. Isn't that right?
Well, let's even just go back to the original incident. And the fact that no matter what one chooses to believe, according to the press accounts, according to all the official announcements, according to even the Pentagon, the wreckage from Roswell went to Wright Field, which would become Wright-Patterson. And, I mean, that's a matter of historic fact. And the unique thing about Wright Field, Wright-Patterson, is that back in July of 1947, you had two specific branches of operation. One was called T2, which was intelligence, and the other was T3, which was engineering. And so what they both specialized in, and specifically T2, was the recovery of enemy hardware. In other words, if it was German post-World War II, or Russian, or Japanese, if we got our hands on it, we got our hands on a Russian MiG, went to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, because that's where they did the technicians who specialize in propulsion and aerodynamics and, you know, new material development they wanted to see if they had anything on us, if there was anything that we needed that we could utilize to further our own technology. In other words, let's find the odd buttons and see if we can, use them to our own advantage. So here you had this crash of this craft of unknown origin outside of Roswell in July of 1947. And even after the balloon explanation, Stephen, it's still a matter of historic fact. There is that famous FBI telex that went out on the evening of July 8th, Tuesday, July 8th, at 6:17 Central Standard Time, 6:17 p.m. Central Standard Time, refuting the balloon explanation and saying that we don't care what General Roger Ramey has just said about explaining this all away as just a weather balloon device. It is still going on to Wright Field for testing and analysis, and it is not a balloon, as we have been discussing the details with Wright Field. Well, who are they talking to? They're talking to the people who are getting ready at T2 to test exactly what this material is, this wreckage is, what this talk of a crash of a flying saucer is all about. So there are then witnesses, as we describe in the book, on the receiving end, the people who were at T2, the late General Arthur Exon, who would go on to be a base commander at Wright-Patt in 1964. He was there. He was aware of the wreckage coming in and all of the testing, all the tensile strength, all the testing at the molecular level, trying to determine what these special alloys involved and how they were combined, and then the compression tests on the wreckage, for example. And according to Exxon, that there was a unanimous consensus on the base that after they first thought the materials had to be Russian because they didn't recognize it. It was nothing that they had ever seen before. But that after all the testing, that the consensus was unanimous, that the materials were from space. They were not from this planet. And then, as we named throughout the book, more and more of the witnesses who were involved, not only with the wreckage, but the recovery of the craft, and then the bodies, and then the autopsies at the base. So all roads leading to Wright-Patterson. And then subsequently, additional crashes, if we are to believe, if I accept Roswell, I have to accept the possibility that there were other events of this nature, other crashes, and that they too also went to Wright-Patterson in Dayton, Ohio. The one fact that one cannot deny is there was no Area 51 in 1947.
Sure, yeah.
Area 51 did not come into existence until 1955. So 8 years later. And then it was just a landing field. It was where they slowly then became more and more of a test site. And they started to get into more and more testing and engineering and special research. And we've had numerous high-ranking officials at Wright-Patt who have, told us off the record that it became more and more difficult. Now just imagine the contrast of Wright-Patt to Area 51, which is in the bottom of a dried-up lake basin, Groom Lake, and it's shrouded by mountains and open desert. It's just a perfect test site, whereas Wright-Patt is in the middle of a city. So as one of the colonels said to us, they were having a damnable time bringing things in and shipping things out of Wright-Patt because of that very fact.
Yeah, there'd be more eyes, right? There'd be more eyes on the base.
Exactly, and he said that it was his information that just about everything was shipped out by the early 80s. That as things came in, late 40s and through the 50s and even into the 60s, that little by little things were being shipped out. So then we started hearing more and more, not about Area 51, but Area 52. And specifically during the mid-1990s, when there was this class action suit of a lot of former workers, employees, this class action suit of people who were assigned to Area 51, that it became more and more of a toxic dump site, that everything was going in and nothing was coming out. And there were descriptions of how they would pour aviation fuel all over a discarded area, and they would light it on fire, destroying, all of this material, giving off all these plumes of, the toxic fumes to the exposed personnel on the base. So there were people who were getting sick. There were even some deaths associated with the possibility that these people had been exposed. But as Roswell, even the judges who basically threw it all out, because what the ruling was that secrecy is more important than civil rights. Secrecy is more important than the very health and well-being of people who are involved. And so it was during that time, though, that we were paying more and more attention to Area 52, which is in Utah. And this was an area that originated as a result of all the attempted rocket launches from White Sands Proving Ground north of Holloman Air Force Base in Alamogordo, New Mexico. Whenever they were launching a recovered German V-2 rocket, well, it obviously had to have some destination, and that was a specific base, a facility in Utah, and that was Dugway. And Dugway happens to be the headquarters of the military biological military research facility. And it's where we presently believe the bodies are being kept to this day. So as things were originally sent to Wright-Patterson in Dayton, Ohio, that more and more physical evidence was transferred not to Area 51 in Nevada, but rather to Dugway in Utah. Not only do we have first-hand witnesses at Dugway, not only do we have high-ranking officers who have made that very statement that there are bodies at Dugway, but when I even asked the late Colonel Robert Friend, who was the second-last director of Project Blue Book, and Friend just passed away a couple months ago.
Yeah, I heard that.
And last time I had dinner with him in Los Angeles, and I asked him, because no matter what I asked Colonel Friend, he just was a true patriot. He just wouldn't admit anything, just deny. But I asked him, I just said, well, hypothetically, if you had bodies, you had unique specimens, they weren't from here, where would you preserve them? Where would you have them today? And he immediately responded, well, Dugway, Utah,
Yeah.
Biological Medical Research Facility, because they would have the wherewithal, the means, and as he put it, it would be the perfect hiding facility.
Wow, and one of the other things that I wanted to ask you about is kind of the elephant in the room, because you've gotten a lot of grief about it, but I totally agree with the things I've heard you say previously about it, but I still, for the benefit of my listeners, wanted to ask you about these Roswell slide, the Roswell
Sure.
slide hoax, because I think you got a lot of grief about it, and your assessment that you had experts, you believe, you talked to the experts, they said this, And a lot of people, I think, have given you too much grief over this. Can you talk about the Roswell slides and what happened with them? And
Absolutely. One of the unique advantages with working on a case like Roswell, just about every other UFO incident is very fleeting. Now you see it, now you don't. Dr. Hynek, my late scientific director, used to refer to it as the Cheshire cat effect. All you have left is the smile, so to speak. Well, with 99.99999% of UFO incidents, all you have is the eyewitness. You might have an occasional photograph or some video, and very few of them pass the scrutiny of the experts. So it's a great example of where experts generally are correct in determining whether a photograph is legitimate or not. Well, with Roswell, we have physical remains. You have wreckage, you have the remains, you have bodies, you have a survivor, you have hundreds of eyewitness testimonies, you have documents, you have photographs, you have film, and you have deathbed testimonies. I would ask you to even ask your audience, give me an example of any other UFO case that has deathbed testimony. Roswell's it. Roswell's about it. And the fact that we have dozens. Okay, so with all that in the mix, I can assure you we have had a lot of Roswell slide situations. We've had so many false flags in that we've had, no matter what one believes about the MJ-12 documents, for example, I personally believe that they are totally fabricated. They are disinformation intended to discredit the very people who became involved with them. Okay, fine. But so there's a case of documents. We've had other cases of other documents. We've had photographs. We've had film. Stephen, I can't tell you how often we have had fake material, wreckage.
Yeah, there was an alien autopsy hoax as well. That's
alien autopsy.
That's making the rounds again. Now he's saying that was a recreation. I still have the original. It's going to come back.
So there we go again. It comes back. I hope this doesn't mean that the slides are going to come back. God help us. But the point being that we have to investigate, we have to perform due diligence with all of this, with the chance, the possibility that all it's going to take is just one time that we have that breakthrough. One time that fragment, that piece of metal will check out to be exotic. Sure. Something as far as beyond as far as earthly comprehension, that we're going to have, something that finally is going to prove the very existence that we are not alone. So we had that possibility with the slides. Now, I need to emphasize we were never allowed to take the slides in our possession, to have them tested on our own, to have them investigated, researched. We were only provided scans from the owners. And we were originally asked to sign non-disclosure agreements with the owners, that we could not discuss them. We could not provide any details, any information to anyone, any of our colleagues, before the owners, the possessors of the slides, were willing to go public, okay? So all of that as a background. We then relied on as many anthropologists who we could contact, and one by one they were describing to us why the body in the slide was not human, that it didn't have the correct number of ribs, that it didn't have rotator cuffs in the shoulders, that the carpal bones in the wrists were different than human beings, that the joints were different, that the size in relationship to the cranium, the skull, was disproportionate to any human being, and on and on and on. Okay, sure. So we were relying heavily on, again, the scientists to tell us why this was either one thing or another. So then obviously we were very concerned about the placard, because either the placard, is decipherable, it's readable, or it's not. But if it is, it's going to tell us exactly what this body is, what we're dealing with. Well, we were provided with scans of the placard.
And low resolution scans, I should add. Very low resolution.
Very low resolution, and they were stretched, which we were not aware of. In fact, it gave the immediate impression that it was script, handwriting. They were handwritten. Okay? So there again, we relied on the experts, Dr. David Rudiak, who has spent more time on the Ramey memo, that telex that General Ramey is holding at the balloon press conference. Rudiak has, spent, 20 years working on the Ramey memo. Okay, so he was our go-to person regarding the placard. We also went to Dr. Donald Burleson, who also has spent years working on the Ramey memo. We also went to Studio Macbeth, which did all the 3D imagery on the Shroud of Turin. We went to the Pentagon, and we went to a specific colonel there who we have worked with in the past, and he had some of his people who worked at imagery, and as far as some of the flight control imagery, where they relied as far as on computer enhancement imagery. And so we were looking again for their opinion as far as on the placard. We worked as far as even overseas with a number of sources we had worked with in the past. So the point being, Stephen, nobody was able to read the placard. Didn't matter who, because the consensus was this is script. It's handwritten. There's just no way that you're going to be able to decipher handwriting unless you know exactly who the handwriter was, and if you had more examples from that very person. Okay, so again, we accepted the position, the unanimous position of all the scientists, all the experts that we had called on. Well, Mexico City, and then we find out, well, you guys weren't you weren't provided all the slides. There was a third slide, and it shows a museum setting, a museum background. And then you weren't shown the actual placard. The actual placard is in block text. It's easily read. So we were lied to. We were scammed from the beginning. And the people who owned the slides received a high amount of money. And it was never recovered. So then that makes us also question if the very people who staged, who put on the entire affair in Mexico City, were also in on it.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, when I heard who was running that, I had a lot of skepticism right away.
He, and I'm not mentioning his name because it's not going to come back to me that, Don, why did you say that? Well, the point being, okay, then why did you not go after the owners of the slides and recover your losses, your money? I mean, you paid them tens of thousands of dollars, and after the fact you said, well, I guess I just chalk it up to a law. Well, no. If you were just as much a victim as we were, then why didn't you sue them? Why didn't you go after them? So then we realized that they were all in on it. And
the whole event was pretty unfortunate, and it comes down to like a pay-per-view event where they made a lot of money. Everybody, these people that were running the con made a great deal of money. It's very evident about that. It's unfortunate, but that
they made money off of they made a lot of money off of the live stream. We did not make a dime. I was owed money from a previous documentary and a lecture. I had lectured in Mexico City, and it was under the agreement that I would be paid a specific honorarium. I was not paid, so I was paid in Mexico City. So I recovered that portion of it. this documentary I mentioned, they had agreed that if they could film an archaeological dig, it was the fourth one we had at the debris field site. And because we funded it on our own, the same person agreed that he would pay a portion of that project, provided we would allow them an exclusive filming of the event, which I did. And so I was also, the other part of the pay that I was provided for Mexico City. So I broke even. That's the point. I broke even. I got my money that I was owed. And the point is, they made a lot of money off of the event for putting on this carnival, for putting on this circus, and perpetrating this hoax. And ladies and gentlemen, I put out a public apology. It was a hoax. We performed due diligence because we relied on the scientists who were all involved, but they too were also scammed. They also were party, or victims, I should say, of the same hoax.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, and I honestly, I think you got a really bad rap considering all the incredible work that you did, and the fact that you're relying on these experts that are saying, "Hey, looks genuine," or whatever.
But I survived. Sure. I survived, and I went forward, and I put out a public apology, and I think I'm better for it, in that I'm more wary. I realize that science is not the last word. That I'm much more skeptical of the scientific community. And I think that's good, because I think there's a long track record of scientists who have fallen for such efforts throughout history and did not survive. They did not recover from it. And I have. Our Roswell work has continued unabated. And it's mainly because, okay, you got us on that one, but it's not going to disqualify all the witnesses, all the deathbeds, all the additional research we have legitimately conducted on the subject. And, I'm a survivor. I'm a survivor. And
you always win.
Well, and I don't like to lose.
Yeah,
exactly.
I think, like I said, when I saw this whole thing happen, I listened to a couple of, I was following it really closely, and I listened to a couple of things that you said, and I said, well, why is he getting a bad rap? Because it's not deserved. It's really not deserved. So, look.
Well, you're very kind. You're very kind, Stephen.
Yeah, I'm sorry that you went through that, because it's really not fair. It's really not fair. There's so many people out there that are pushing hoaxes, and boy, I could talk to you in so much length about some stuff, and they know it's a hoax.
Well, you mentioned
it's a hoax. They get proven it's a hoax. They're still out there selling it. You got kind of caught up in this thing. A lot of people did, including Richard Dolan, a few others, very credible people, and I was very respectful that you had that you said, hey, here's what happened. This is my explanation. I apologize, and let's move on. And I think that's great that you could do that, and that's the way it should be.
Oh, and just a few other comments. No one is ever going to find anywhere in print or on tape that I stated that this had anything to do with Roswell. No one is going to find anywhere that I made the claim that this was an alien body. No one is going to find anywhere that I ever said that this was a smoking gun. I continually used the word if it could be proven, if it could be established, if the entire provenance of the slides could be finally determined, then and only then would I be willing to accept that this was something extraordinary. I was very cautious throughout. In fact, my partner Tom Carey could describe in detail how in January, before the May event in Mexico City, I seriously talked to him about bailing. I was having more and more doubts because I felt we were not being provided with accurate information by the owners of the slides. And so he could also tell you that at the very event itself, if you were to go back and actually watch the presentation of Tom Carey and myself, he says almost, I mean, he puts on almost the entire presentation. I say very little because I'm standing there sick to my stomach. And then the next day, and Jaime Maussan, and I'll put it this way, I was in his office the very next day, and I demanded to see the third slide that we had never been shown before. And he immediately asked, why do you need to see it? And I said, just show it to me. And I knew right there and then. It was over. It was done. We had been lied to.
Yeah, it's awful that happened, but I'm glad that you're moving forward and continuing with great research and great work. You mentioned that you just work on this every day. Can you tell you tell me what is it that you've been working on lately? Because I don't think that I've heard you talk about what's been going on lately with you, and what is keeping you going, and what are you working on? There
are still high hopes that there's a piece of physical evidence out there. And I'm not talking about within government possession. Whether it be corporate or privately, that there is still a piece of that holy grail that would, again, prove this overnight. So we are constantly working on different leads within different families who are originally involved, and we just keep, staying in contact. We keep trying to, stir the pot every so often just to get reactions and see if we are correct in making such assumptions or targeting a certain individual, certain families. Operation Paperclip involved all the German scientists that were brought over to the United States after World War II. And we're finding more and more of these specific individuals who were brought into Roswell to look at the evidence, to examine the wreckage. We recount some of that in the current book on Right Path, and even since the book has come out, we're finding additional family testimony who received deathbed confirmation that yes, their fathers, their grandfathers conceded before passing that they were brought over to Roswell to examine the wreckage. So we're finding a whole new angle of involvement, that they risked bringing in the Nazi scientists to also take a look at this wreckage at Roswell in 1947, when nobody was supposed to know they were even here. That was just, one of the ultimate secrets of all time. The fact that we took all those Nazi German scientists and we brought them here.
I always found this paperclip thing to be extremely interesting, especially because they formed the backbone of what would become NASA later. We scooped them up and we said, you're going to work for us now.
Exactly.
We're going to whitewash your Nazi past and forget about you being a Nazi. We'll give you a new name. In some cases, they did that, and it's incredible.
Absolutely.
Incredible.
And now that we can also make a Roswell connection to paperclip, and it isn't just speculation on our part. It's firsthand. It's secondhand. It's from the very families who were involved, and so we're honing that more and more as we continue to track down more and more of those surviving families. And we still are in contact with the very families who were involved, the reluctant witnesses, with the hope that the surviving spouses or the children, the sons and daughters, will finally, yes, my dad did finally admit, yes, my husband did finally confess. And so we keep, again, a short list and then a secondary list as we continue to target these people. And we continue to get leads, as I mentioned at the beginning of the program, that even today, again, we were working on 2 new leads, and we followed up with phone calls, and we acquired some corroborative information of what we already knew, but it was further verification on that piece of the puzzle, so to speak. we continue even working on some Freedom of Information Act requests, not specifically on Roswell, but when we have a specific little tidbit of information regarding some involvement with some other project within the military. And if it helps us further verify that said individual was then involved with that project, and then vis-a-vis, then they would have been involved with Roswell. We can then draw the two together. So you see how it involves, like I keep saying, I use the analogy, it's like we're investigating a crime minus a crime. That it's like we have this unsolved, this cold case, now over 70 years old, and we're still trying to solve it. It's still a fluid investigation in that regard. As we discussed earlier, the Undertaker has just about taken away every final first-hand source that we've had. And I can't tell you, Stephen, how often the frustration when you finally track down the whereabouts of someone significant, someone who was truly or most likely involved, and you find out they just died a year before.
Yeah, that's a terrible loss.
Just died
terrible loss.
Months before, or in one case we called up one witness's family and they were just returning from the funeral. So it's gone forever. Whatever information they had, and that's just the ultimate. That's another thing that most people have never experienced. When you lose someone, just as far as at that stage in their lives, and to then have to accept it's gone forever. It's gone forever.
Yeah, I suppose unless they spoke to their family, you're right. It's just gone. It's definitely gone. And I think it's a huge loss, because each one of those pieces of that puzzle could be the final piece to put it all together, or, provide more proof. I guess, I wanted to ask you about where my listeners can buy your books and where they can contact you.
Well, I'll be happy to give all that information. First of all, certainly Amazon Books, certainly Barnes & Noble, any fine bookstores throughout the country. And our website is Roswell Investigator, one word, RoswellInvestigator.com. And then I also recommend that you can also get our books at the virtual store at the International UFO Museum and Research Center. So our museum in Roswell, which draws 250,000 people a year. So another reason that even post Roswell, and I don't call them Roswell slides, that was another thing that we tried to, nip in the bud very early on, because it was the skeptics who were quickly trying to create the domain of Roswell slides to make sure that they always had the final word on the situation. Roswell had nothing to do with those slides, and even less than ever as far as just a final caveat on that. And the other thing is, if anybody wants to contact me personally, my email is donald.schmitt, SCHMITT, @att.net. And I try to answer every email, every question I get.
Well, I just want to take a moment to thank you so much for taking the time to talk to me. You said you never lose. You don't like losing. This is one time when I truly hope you win.
Well, it's very much appreciated, Stephen. Let's do it again sometime in the future, and I'll guarantee that we'll have more material, more information, more to discuss. And as one final comment, it's never mattered to me being the winner, the ultimate winner, because no matter who wins, we all win. Whoever wins this, whoever succeeds in finally proving this, we all win. I just want to be at the finish line. That's all I ask.
Well, Mr. Schmitt, I, for one, hope that you get there. And I hope you win. You've done an incredible amount of work into this case, more than anyone that I know. And I'm so thankful that you could be here on our show and share your tremendous knowledge and expertise into this Roswell mystery with me and my listeners. Greetings and salutations, and thank you for being here for the 75th Roswell Anniversary Truth Seekers Special Deep Dive. If you're new to the channel, please be sure to subscribe and hit that notification bell so you too will know about future special events you can attend here. I wanted to take a moment to thank all of our kind and generous benefactors, because people all over the world send a few bucks in pledges, either through PayPal or through the super chat down there in the live chat, the money button, super stickers, we have and take Cash App pledges as well. I want to thank everybody who has signed up to be a Patreon member, because for as little as $1 a month, you can get some extra content from us here. Additionally, I'd like to thank the channel members who get a bunch of YouTube benefits as well as all the Patreon benefits for as little as $5 a month. I also wanted to mention that I have something strange for my friends. These are Roswell wreckage replicas, which I have been making here. I also wanted to mention that for today's special event, we have prizes for those of you pledging $30 or more, either through Cash App, PayPal, or Super Chat. And this is a gift that we will be sending everybody who pledges $30 or more. This is a Roswell debris replica, and it's designed to look exactly as Jesse Marcel and his son had described. This is the so-called I-beam wreckage. This is a replica, of course, and I'm happy that I'll be able to offer these to anybody pledging $30 or more to our show today. This is just a special free gift that we're going to be giving you kind and generous people for supporting our show. Well, friends, let's get back into it. Well, greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back to Truth Seekers. Tonight is another of our special events in our new series, Revisiting Roswell. I selfishly thought that I could use the show here as a passport to talk to some of the world's greatest experts on the Roswell event. So far, we've heard from Cal Korff, we've heard from Dr. Kevin Randle, and Walter Bosley, each with their own perspective and beliefs and research about just what might have crashed in 1947 in Roswell, New Mexico. Um, the two other people that I really wanted to talk to, I'm happy to say that tonight we have Mr. Tom Carey, and coming up we'll have also his writing partner, Mr. Don Schmitt, on a future event here. But without further ado, I want to bring in tonight's very special guest. He's one of my favorite authors. You guys have heard me mention these two books that he wrote with Mr. Schmitt, called Witness to Roswell and Children of Roswell, among others. But those are two of my favorite books on the event. So let's welcome him in here. There you go, Mr. Tom Carey. Good to see you.
Good evening, Stevie. It's nice to be with you this evening.
I can't tell you how happy I am having read a bunch of your books and listened to so many of your interviews that I get to have you on my show. It's a dream come true for me. Thank you so much for agreeing to do this, first of all.
Well, I hope I don't disappoint.
No,
always happy to talk about Roswell.
I don't think that's possible. So listen, people are hotly debating everything in the live chat already. One of the things in our series here that a lot of people had a problem with, including me, was Mr. Cal Korff. He wrote the book The Truth About Roswell, and he claims it was just a mogul balloon and all these stories were embellished or made up. I have a real problem with his assertion of that, mostly because I've read your two books, especially Witness to Roswell and Children of Roswell. I want you to talk about some of the firsthand witnesses that you spoke with and whether or not they were that you believe that they were telling you the truth or making up stories, as some people believe.
Well, Stephen, Don Schmitt and I have interviewed over 600 first and secondhand witnesses to Roswell. And I can tell you as a fact that most or all of the first-hand witnesses are gone now. And we're only left with second and third-hand witnesses, mostly children and grandchildren. So it's to pick out the best witnesses. It's the way we look at it is that each witness is a little piece of the puzzle. Some are bigger pieces and others are smaller pieces, but nevertheless, they all fit into the puzzle to make a picture. And with 600 first and second-hand witnesses, we believe that we have the picture complete, or nearly 99% complete. The only thing, the only piece that we're missing is an incontrovertible piece of physical evidence. And that's the only thing that's missing. Otherwise, we do have the story. Some of the most notable witnesses that we interviewed, I would say certainly Mac Brazel's son, the rancher's son, Bill Brazel, had a lot to tell us. Edwin Easley, the base provost marshal, was a key witness, and that was interviewed. He was interviewed by Kevin Randle before I actually became an official part of the team, along about 1991. And the thing about Edwin Easley, Major Edwin Easley, was that he was interviewed by Randle at a time when they were still wondering if they were really on the right track of investigating Roswell as a UFO event and not not something else. And Randle interviews Easley over the phone. And to every one of Kevin's questions, Easley answers, I can't answer that. I'm sworn to secrecy. I'm sworn to secrecy. So every question, myself, I would have given up at that point.
Yeah.
But Kevin, to his credit, everlasting credit, he says, he asks Easley, he says, well, Major Easley, I guess he's retired. He's retired as a lieutenant colonel. Doesn't matter. But he says, well, can you tell us if we're on the right track or not? And Easley pauses for a second and he says, what do you mean by that? And Kevin says, well, that we're investigating a UFO crash from 1947. So there's a long pause, and Easley says, well, let me say this, you're not going on the wrong track.
Exactly. Yeah.
So that at that point in time in the investigation, that was absolutely critical. You have a fellow who was on the base. He was the head of the MP unit there, and he was at all the crash sites. There were 3 of them involved, and he was the head. He was the provost marshal, head of the MP unit on the base, and so all of his charges were the ones that cordoned off the area, surrounded the crash area, and kept people away from it. So he was right there. And one other incident involving Easley was when he was on his deathbed. I think that's about 1992. And he's being interviewed by, I guess, Kevin Randle and Don Schmitt. I'm guessing both were there. I'm not sure. In Parkland Hospital in Dallas, Texas. That's where President Kennedy was taken after he was assassinated. When he was shot, they removed him to Parkland Hospital. So
It's going to be breaking up.
Huh?
I'm sorry. No, it's okay. You're back now. You were kind of breaking up there for a moment.
Oh, was I? So
let me try.
Easley's on his deathbed, and Randle and Schmitt had just published a book called The Truth about the UFO crash at Roswell. And this is well, no, I guess they hadn't at that time. If this is 1992, they still had the first book that they had written together called UFO Crash at Roswell, a huge bestseller. And so Easley's granddaughter comes in with the copy of UFO Crash at Roswell. She holds it up to the major. He's sitting up in his hospital bed, and he holds it up, the cover of the book, and he goes, "Oh, the creatures. So he's talking about the bodies. Yeah. So coming from Edwin Easley, you have the crash was UFO, and there were bodies. So he is a key witness, at least in my humble opinion. He was a key witness. And there were others. Walter Hout, the base public information officer, finally told everything that he knew in a sealed statement after he passed away in 2005. Let's see, Mac Brazel was already gone. General Roger Ramey was already gone. He
Some
died.
Of these people who just say that these witnesses.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was just reiterating that some of these people that wanted to tack onto the story. It doesn't make any sense to me that somebody would be on their deathbed and suddenly start talking about aliens.
Well, Stephen, I can't answer for the critics. I don't think if you're just sitting back in your living room in an easy chair and reading things, you don't have a sense from speaking with the actual witnesses. And if you interview enough of them, you get a sense of what is true and what is not true. And that only comes with experience. So I don't know what.
Yeah, and your sense was that they were all being very truthful, right? I mean, you wouldn't include them in a book and talk about them for years in their testimony if you thought they were just embellishing or making up stories, fantastical stories.
Right. We do mention a few. What would you call them? Disinformation people or
Certainly, yeah.
We do mention a few of them in our books. Most notably, a fellow by the name of Frank Kaufman, who really spun us some stories about being right in the eye of the hurricane. It was all. So even the hardest witnesses to break and tell and determine that they're not telling the truth are those who were on the scene pretty near the time, so they know the lay of the land and they just plug themselves into the story. And two come to mind right away. One is Frank Kaufman, who was a personnel clerk. He was a sergeant. He was a personnel clerk on the base at the time. And he knew pretty much everybody on the base, so he could speak with offhand experience. Oh, yeah, I knew Marcel. I knew this guy. I knew that guy. I know where that's at. And you say, oh, my God, this guy, he knows everything. Well, it took us a while, but we finally came to the conclusion he was full of it, that he was spinning a tale. He put himself into it. He never came across to me as an officer, but he said he was like a high officer. And I was in the Air Force, and I know an enlisted person from an officer, and he was not an officer. So,
yeah, sometimes you can definitely tell the difference between a guy who was a grunt and a guy who was an officer just by their mannerisms and things like that. I remember my father was in the Navy, and one time we were at some barbecue or something, and some guy was telling stories about being like a captain of a ship, and my dad was like, "There's no way on God's green earth that guy was a captain. He was enlisted man."
You can tell. You can tell. The other thing he said was the one crash site that even the Air Force agreed that was the crash site, the so-called debris field site on the Foster Ranch. Even the Air Force agreed that was the site, or the main site. Well, Kaufman said, well, that was a salted site, meaning one that was artificial. People went there and they threw things on the ground, to metal pieces, to make it appear that was a crash site. And we're thinking, what is this guy talking about? We've got witnesses that tell us that this is the site, and even the Air Force agrees that it was, and he's trying to tell us it was a phony site. And so it just, from that point on, we finally said, what was he talking about? And on his deathbed, he died of bone cancer. Don Schmitt and I went to him and said, Frank, why did you do it? Why did you do it? Tell all of these tales. He said, well, I didn't mean for it to go this far, but it got out of control. So I guess he meant that he was going to tell a little fib, and then it mushroomed and got bigger and bigger and bigger. And he had TV cameras knocking on his door. His name was known all over the place. They were offering him many dollars to be interviewed, and it just got out of control. And he also, the third thing was he took us to what he said was the so-called impact site, where the final part of the ship came to rest. And he said, this is was on the Hub Corn Ranch. And we had the TV cameras there and everything. And even Phil Klass, the great
Debunker, yeah.
Yeah, even he went there with us, and we're saying, wait a minute, there's no way you can get a fire truck in here because supposedly all these fire trucks came, and this thing was so in a rugged terrain. There's no way you could get fire trucks in there. This was a load. So plus
It
we
must
had
have been it must have been really disappointing for you to first think you had this expert witness that was plugged in and knew everything about the event because
well,
he was
uh,
there at the time, and you checked his background and went, well, this seems like a good witness, right? But it must have been disappointing for you.
well, it was disappointing to the case because we got look at this this case, look, we got a hoaxer here. They're all hoaxers. That's what happens. It was disappointing that when we realized that he was lying. Why are you feel that you have to lie? But he doesn't change the case any. I mean, take him out of the case, we still have the case.
Yeah, you still have 600 other witnesses, right? So one's
Yeah.
bad. That's
Yeah,
sort of like I've heard a lot of debunkers and negative people mention him and say, like, see, that guy lied. They all lied. Well,
that's
you've
right.
got one out of 600, and it's like that old saying, one rotten apple doesn't spoil the basket.
That's right. The naysayers like to say, "Oh my goodness, look at this guy. There's a hoaxer. They're all hoaxers." And I've heard that so many times. What can you say? So instead of 600 witnesses, we have 599. Okay, so
yeah, it doesn't really discount the rest of it.
right.
And then I wanted to also just dive into this Children of Roswell book, because again, back to this point that I'm trying to make, when people say that people just made this stuff up, I have a real problem with that because, like, I don't know about other people's parents, but my parents, especially when they were near death, wouldn't just start making up stories about alien bodies and stuff. You know what I mean? It seems just so ridiculous that somebody while near death would start telling their children these stories about alien bodies and things like that. So I found that a lot of the testimony in that book to be very compelling, because whose parents would just start talking about alien bodies right before they died, or even the ones that told their children earlier in life, like
Yeah.
you don't tell your children these fake stories. It just doesn't make sense to me.
Well, I'll tell you something, Stephen. This doesn't have to do with UFOs, but when I was a little kid, my father told me these two stories. He was from Boston, and he was born in 1901. So back in those days, not everybody had an automobile. People were still using horse-drawn carts and carriages. They were still using them. And he told me a story of being out in, I guess you would call it a buckboard, horse-drawn flatbed, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And he said it started raining frogs, little frogs. And I'm thinking, what? It's raining frogs. He says, yes. And the thing that I remember about it were the wagon wheels running over crushing their little bodies in this storm, crushing these little, I guess, baby frogs or whatever they were, the wagon wheels running over and crushing their little bones. He said that's the thing he remembered about it. And I'm thinking, wow, I've never heard of that. And he said there was one other thing. He said when he was a teenager, he was out in a rowboat with, I guess, his parents or something out in one of the, Boston is near the ocean, and then they were out in the bay, I guess. And he said this huge, he called it a sea serpent, but he said it was like a large snake with a head that looked like a horse, just slithered by the boats. I said, how big was it? He said, oh, it was huge. It was a round, huge body, but it just went like right by the boat, and it was like a snake, but it had a horse head type head. I'm thinking, wow, I don't know what he's telling me here, but this doesn't I can't, I'm only like 8, 9 years old and hearing this, and I think I've never heard of this. Well, guess what? On some of the I don't know, the Science Channel, History Channel, one of the cable channels, they do report that there are rainstorms or such squalls where little animals come down, and one of the types of animals that they cited was the little frogs, and this was on one of the cable channels.
Yeah, I know that can happen during hurricanes or something like that. Yeah, or like
Yeah, it's like
final events. Yeah,
it's like some sort of squall, and I don't understand the mechanics of it or the atmosphere.
Yeah, that's an odd occurrence for sure.
But it's been reported, and also they on one of the shows they talked about a sea monster in I don't know, Narragansett Bay or something like that up there in the Boston area, and they drew a picture of it, and it was just exactly what my father was telling me. So I'm thinking, oh my goodness. And I said, then I thought to myself, my father wouldn't lie to me. He never lied to me. So I just passed that on as far as parents telling their children things like that, especially when they're small, they wouldn't lie to them like that. Because when you're older, you can tell, oh, Dad's spinning another one here. But when you're a little kid, you don't lie to your children.
One of the other things that I wanted to get into, because you took an awful lot of flack for it, is that you're well aware that so many people have tacked on hoaxes onto the Roswell event. We've had alien autopsy, the Roswell rock, and of course the Roswell slides. And I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't.
Now you're striking home.
Yeah, but listen, I have tremendous respect for you and the way that both you and Mr. Schmitt handled it. I talked to him about this previously, but I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't ask you some questions about that.
Yes.
And one of the things I wanted to ask is when you first heard about these Roswell slides, and for those that don't know, they reported to be slides of an alien from the Roswell event, or that's what they were hyped as. Did you think that you had the smoking gun, that you were finally going to get that smoking gun?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And so this must have been even more disappointing than Frank Kaufman, right?
I was in disbelief, Stephen. We analyzed them as best we could for 3 years, and doing due diligence on them, and we went as far as we could with them, and everything pointed to that it was a slide of one of the Roswell bodies, because the slide stock, the film itself was from 1947, according to the coding, and all of the other pictures in this collection that were shown to us were from the 1940s.
Yeah, so it had to be tantalizing, right? You thought you had it. You thought you finally got the proof.
Everything else was from the 1940s. The little code on the slide, the side of the slide, without going all into it, it was from 1947, and this body on the slide looked exactly like I envisioned the Roswell bodies looked. It looked exactly like that. And everything pointed to this is one of the Roswell bodies. Now, the kicker here was at the foot of this body in the slide was a placard. It was a oblong placard with writing on it. For 3 years we sent it out. We tried nobody could read that writing, which would obviously have told us what was lying there on the slab. It would have said, okay, this is so and so and so and so. We tried for 3 years. We sent it out to various places, even the Army photo interpretation unit. They couldn't break this cursive writing. So I figured, well, that's it. We can't go any further with this. Everything pointed to this is a Roswell cadaver. Well, no sooner did we have this big affair in Mexico City when a day or two later, here comes the slide. Somebody has cracked the writing. I'm thinking, oh my God, how can that be? We tried for 3 years and couldn't do it. Here comes somebody that where it says it's the mummified body of a, I don't know, 6-year-old or 9-year-old boy.
Yeah.
I said, this
I
can't be.
remember this, and I was so disappointed. But then I had my own suspicions because Jaime Maussan was involved. And Jaime Maussan, for those that don't know, was sort of like, he had this marmoset monkey for a while. He was saying was an alien, and he was involved in. Yeah.
Jaime had nothing to do with the analysis. He just provided the venue.
Sure, but just because he was involved and he was hyping it, I thought this may be a hoax because of his involvement. So I was cautiously hopeful that this was real. But I remember, you know, how fast that this thing fell apart. They did this big pay-per-view event, right?
I thought I was dreaming. I thought I was dreaming. I said, this can't be true, because we did everything we could for 3 years to break this, and we couldn't. And here, especially when somebody, and they're right there on the foot of the body, is this mummified body of a 6-year-old or 9-year-old boy. I don't know, forget how old it was. And I'm thinking that's got to be a hoax, because we tried for 3 years. How can somebody in 2 days come up with break it?
Yeah, but apparently they had much cleaner scans or higher resolution scans.
They had a different slide, because I only saw one slide. Apparently there were more, and somehow this, I don't know who it was, got a hold of one of the other slides where someone, and I suspect who it was now, scrambled the letters to where they couldn't be, that you couldn't break them. And so we didn't know, I didn't know that there was another slide that you could unscramble the letters, because the only slide we had was this one. And I was in disbelief, but that's what happened. That's what happened. My own looking back on it now, I was captivated by what I was seeing, plus the fact that it was a 1947 photos from 1947 Kodak photo stock.
Yeah, so in other words, the film dated correctly to what was purported to be on the slide. And yes, it made sense. Like, okay, so this film stock that this slide was from is from 1947. So that's pretty tantalizing and convincing evidence that it just may be from the Roswell event.
Plus the body,
the years matched up.
The body looked exactly like I expected it to look.
Yeah.
And that just, that overtook me, because I could, looking at 1947 stock, and we went to Kodak, the fella at Kodak who was the expert on slide stock back in the 40s. He said, no, there's this is okay. There's this, I don't see any shenanigans going on here. So that was it. And so we went public with that. Within 2 days, somebody says, this is a mummified body of a boy, let's say
2 years old. Yeah.
2 years old. And I did not believe that until I actually saw, we had another fella who we've been working with, and he went online and he found that body when it was still, as they say, in situ. It was still in at the site when they discovered it, and it was the same body. So at that point, when I saw when the body, when it was still being excavated, it had the same little thing around its neck. It had the same look on its face. But the thing that was different about it, Stephen, was that, when you're at the site, it looks all dried out. A mummified body looks all dried out. Yes. And but you can see in the picture they cleaned it up somehow and made it look like it wasn't a mummy, because I've seen mummies before. And
Yeah, I'm sorry, friends. I'm having some technical issues. I was trying to share the pictures of the slides. Anybody can Google the Roswell slides, and you'll see pictures of this body. And you have to admit, if you look at the pictures, this looks like a typical what you would think a Roswell alien looked like after seeing all these drawings and witness descriptions over the years and things like that.
I've seen mummified bodies, and they all look shriveled up and desiccated, dried out. This thing didn't look dried out. It looked like it had been alive not too long before. That's what it looked like to me. So everything fell in line that it was to me anyway, a Roswell cadaver. And
and just to be clear, like you and Mr. Schmitt took a lot of flack for being involved in that, but then we've got like Richard Dolan was involved in it, and Jaime Maussan, and a lot of other prominent research people.
Well, Richard wasn't involved in the analysis, and neither was Jaime. When Richard came on board, he was at the presentation to make a speech of whatever he wanted to add credence to our show, and Jaime provided the venue, which was magnificent. It was the National Auditorium in Mexico.
Yeah, it was like a big stadium, right? Because
8,000 people. It was the National Auditorium, the biggest auditorium in Mexico. You can't beat that.
Well, between that and the pay-per-views, somebody made an awful lot of money.
Yes, and it wasn't Don Schmitt and myself.
No, that's why I wanted to make clear. Like, somebody made an awful lot of money out of that event between the pay-per-view and the tickets to see the live event, 8,000 people, and nobody's ever given any of that money back after it was proven it was a hoax. So to me, that's just consumer fraud.
Those two fellas disappeared on us, lickety split.
I could imagine. And there's been some talk. Somebody mentioned to me or claimed to me that you still, even after the revelation that it was a mummy and it was fake, refused to let it go for a while. Is that accurate, or did you?
I refused to let go until I saw the body that I was just telling you about.
Sure.
That was when I saw the body at the time it was discovered. I said, okay, that's it. So I let it go at that point. But up until that, Stephen, I thought that the translation of the placard itself was a hoax, because we tried for 3 years to translate it to learn what it said, and we couldn't do it. And it wasn't just Don Schmitt and myself. We sent out it to different parties. Even David Rudiak, who was the chief investigator on the so-called Ramey memo, we sent it to him, and he couldn't read it. So that was a big thing to us. Well, it's beyond being read, and then here comes somebody, and you could actually read the words. And I said, this can't be true, because we tried so hard for 3 years. So I held on to it until I actually saw the body when it was still still at the archaeology site. It was obviously the same body, and at that point I said, okay, this is in fact a mummy. I don't know what they did to it to clean it up. I really don't. But
well, I think I did some work on that back when that happened. Believe it or not, I have a background in computer science, and I was trying to decipher what the placard said from the screenshot that somebody put on the website, which was extremely low res. But after the event, somebody posted a much higher resolution scan or photo or whatever of the mummy and the placard, and I was almost able to do it. Somebody beat me to it, though. They were so fast. It was because there's only so many pixels, and if you get an extremely low res, it's going to be too garbled. You're not going to be able to read it. But once you get that higher res image, it's going to be quick and easy. But you didn't have the higher res. You had the low res, like, preview image instead of the higher res. There was another the higher res after the event, And there's probably a reason for that. They knew. I think they knew what that placard said.
Yes, we didn't know, but the possessors, in retrospect now, I believe the possessors scrambled the words, or they did something to the placard that on the one slide that we had, that made it impossible to read because somebody got a hold, and I don't know
Yeah,
how
there we
that
go.
happened.
So I finally got it up here so we could see. I'm sorry. I'm never in Firefox, but there's some weirdness going on with the software to run the show, and I had to use Firefox tonight. So to share the screen was difficult. So here's the picture, and yeah, the placard, once clearly visible, it says this mummy of a 2-year-old found on the front of the second story of Montezuma Castle or something like that. Yeah, so the placard is pretty clear once you have the good image, but the original image, not so much. And there was so much, people even like biologists looked at this thing and said there's not enough ribs, or there's the head and the eyes. This can't be a human. And here's a more accurate representation of what the original. You couldn't see anything on the placard at first.
Yeah, in the upper right hand, look, the upper right hand corner. That's what I was looking at. And if you notice, put up that one, yeah, on the upper right hand corner.
Let me see if I could get a better image of it.
Yeah,
maybe not.
And this was the.
There
you go. This was the clincher for me. Here's what the clincher was. We had a first-hand witness. His name was Dan Dwyer. He was a fireman for the Roswell Fire Department. He got out to the site before the military got there. And he saw the bodies on the ground, and there was one that was still alive. Okay, so there were 2 dead and 1 still alive at this crash site. And we got the story from his daughter, Frankie Rowe, because Dan Dwyer was already dead by the time we got on the case. But when he got home that night, he told his family about being out at this crash site where a flying saucer had crashed, and there were bodies, and one was still alive. And the first thing they wanted to know was, well, Dad, what did it look like? And all he said was, child of the earth, child of the earth. Well, to me, that doesn't mean, I don't know. I'm from Philadelphia. I don't know what that means. Put the thing back up. Put the picture back up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me try to do that again. With me here.
I'm going to tell you what the clincher was.
There we go.
Yeah.
Okay.
Waiting for the picture. There you go. Okay. So Dan Dwyer, they wanted to know what it looked like. And he didn't say, well, it had a big head and blah, 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 blah. He just said, child of the earth. And they said, oh, well, child of the earth to people living in New Mexico means another name for it is a potato bug, or the Jerusalem cricket. It's a little insect that has a head on it that reminds them of a newborn child. Okay. The head of this insect, the child of the earth, has a head on it that reminds them of a newborn child. Okay, so what am I talking about? Well, a newborn child has markings on its head because the bones of the skull, the parietals and the frontal bones, they haven't come together yet. So you have dark markings on the head of this newborn infants, and that's why they call this potato bug the child of the earth. Now, if you look at that picture, what do you see on the top of the head of that picture? There's dark markings. Okay, there's dark markings on the head of that cadaver, and to me, I'm saying there's nobody that could have hoped that. They wouldn't have known about it because nobody that I've ever talked to knows about what the markings on the head, and that cadaver has markings on the head. And I said, oh my goodness, that's what Dan Dwyer was talking about, the markings on the head, why they called it the child of the earth. And for me, that was the clincher.
Yeah, yeah. I listen, and when this happened, I didn't blame you or anybody else involved one bit. And it's a shame that people, were nasty about it after the event. But I think there was a lot of people that were hopeful and then disappointed. I mean, it's the nature of a good hoax that people, want to believe. They think this might be the smoking gun proof and the evidence, and then you get your bubble burst, like my bubble got burst. It was a big disappointment to me. I thought this might be it, the smoking gun. We might actually have the proof now.
It was unbelievable. It was, Stephen, based on the information we had when we went public with it, I would have had to come to the same conclusion because we could not read that placard. We tried for 3 years. We sent it to Adobe. We sent it to the U.S. Army Photo Interpretation Unit. David Rudiak, who's an expert in that, a couple other places. And I tried myself with my own photographic software. Over 3 years, I would try it a couple of times a week. Well, maybe I can break it today.
I did the same thing. I was doing the same thing. And I even went to a friend of mine who's an image analyst, like a serious image analyst. He's testified in court and things and done photo analysis and image enhancement for police and things like that. And he just sent me back a message that said, there's just not enough pixels there. You're never going to read this. But that, of course, was the original release, which was just a low res, grainy ass, terrible quality picture.
Yeah.
So once the event happened and the hoaxers got their money, I guess, then somebody uploaded that day, the day of the event, I think it happened, or the night of the event, somebody posted a really high quality picture on a blog, and then within hours, people were able to crack the code of that placard.
We were never able to. And when that was cracked, I thought that itself was a hoax until I actually saw the body that before it was removed from the archaeological site. That was it. I mean, it was the same mummy.
Yeah, and for those that don't know, just to wrap up what happened to this poor 2-year-old child, eventually museums and things in the United States went, it's really disrespectful to a human cadaver to put it on display, so we're going to bury it. And that's what they did. They gave it like a regular, they buried it with respect because it's a human being, and it's kind of disrespectful to stick it in a case and let everybody gawk at it. So they eventually, I think it was in the 50s or 60s maybe, they took it. And so this picture was taken in around the 1947 or 48. And then decades later, because of the change in thought and policy, and I think pressure from Native American groups and other things, they took the body out of the museum and they buried it. It
was originally found in either 1936 or 1939. I'm not sure which way, but it was in the 30s by a fellow by the name S.L. Palmer of San Francisco had it. Where it is today, I couldn't tell you. But
I believe it's still buried from what I know. I believe they buried it after a certain time.
Okay.
And that's where
I think it was at Montezuma's Castle or something like that in New Mexico for a while.
Yeah, but what an interesting part of the history of Roswell, just like all these other, I've often joked that if you want, it seems to me that hoaxers are sometimes very crafty because they know that there's a already believed mythology of Roswell, that there were some bodies, there was a crash. So these people that are doing hoaxes, they tack their hoax onto something people already believe, which is that bodies may have crashed at Roswell. And that lends some legitimacy to their hoax, right?
Yeah. The other thing was that I have a background in physical anthropology, so I made a number of calls to physical anthropologists because I wanted them to take a look at this and tell me what they thought it was. And every one of them, what the first thing they wanted to know was, okay, what's the background story to this? As soon as they heard Roswell, they couldn't hang up fast enough.
Yeah, they don't want their name associated with that because that could be bad for their.
They couldn't hang up fast enough. And
but there were certainly some medical and pathologists or physical anthropologists that did offer some sort of opinion.
Yes, they were
that this wasn't human. And
they were now PhDs, but former fellow graduate students along with me at the University of Toronto. So I knew them, and I knew that they were physical anthropologists. One was a primatologist, and the other was a geneticist. And they offered me opinions. The primatologist said, "Well, it's not a non-human primate. That's as far as she would go. She didn't know what it was, but she said it's not human. That's as far as she would go." And the other one we used on the show, he still believes. I mean, I'm still in touch with him. He still believes that it's from another planet because he says the bone structure of it is there's a lot different than humans, and he still believes that. But
well, maybe could it be like a human, a deformed human, like this Anaconda that Stephen Greer was pushing for so long, right?
Yeah, the one that got me was there was this one anthropologist. He has a website, and his big pitch is, if you have any anthropological mysteries, please contact me. I love anthropological mysteries.
I heard you talk about this before. Yeah.
So I called him up and said, "Oh yeah." And as soon as he heard Roswell, I'm heading over to Africa. I'm going to be back and forth between here and Africa for the next year. So I'm sorry. Goodbye.
Yeah, he didn't want to get involved. Yeah, Mr. Mystery, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but what an interesting part of the mythology, right? That this whole event happened. And I remember like everybody was tuned into this, waiting to see what would happen, if the proof would finally come out. And I remember there was talk of like finding it and, getting DNA samples, but nobody really knew where it was because all we had was the slides, and it was a big, huge story.
Yes. Yeah. Well, we didn't have a slide that you could crack that placard. That was the biggest problem. Apparently somebody got a hold of it. I don't know how they did, to be honest with you, Steve. I don't know how they got a hold of it. We didn't get it. Wasn't given to us. And you're right. Somebody made some money on it, on the video. They had a big, you could stream it live stream it on your computer.
Yeah, I think it was like $20. It was like $20. Yeah, it was like $20 to watch the live stream, and then they had it in multiple languages even for the international audience. So yeah, you're right. Somebody made a ton of money on this poor money.
It wasn't us.
Yeah. Well, let's see if we can move on now, because I have a whole bunch of questions left, and I'd like to leave some time for the live chat to ask you some questions if you don't mind. I wanted to get into, Cal and I have another big disagreement, and that is on the debris switch, because Cal's whole issue with the debris switch is that Stanton Friedman made that up. There was no debris switch. And for those unaware, those famous pictures of, of people holding the debris, and then, okay, it's just weather balloon debris. But later Marcel said that both Marcel and Dubose, both who were in the room at the time those famous pictures were taken, later said that there was a debris switch. The debris that they held up in those pictures was not the debris that they picked up from the ranch.
Right.
Can you talk a little bit about the debris switch, and what do you think of Mr. Korf's assertion or belief that the debris switch was just made up by Stanton Friedman to sell books?
No, Marcel in Friedman, well, it was Berlin, not Berliner, but Berlitz and Moore. He says it was switched. He says it was switched. His son, Jesse Jr., who we also interviewed, said it was switched. And Jesse, I never met Jesse Sr. I don't know if Don or Kevin did, but I did. I never met Jesse Sr., but his son, Jesse Jr., he held pieces of the debris in his hand, especially the I-beam with the funny writing on it.
Yeah, the hieroglyphics.
He also said, yes, you know, he was there when his father came home at 2 a.m. in the morning of July the 8th with the debris. He stopped at home with a car full of this debris that he had picked up on the Foster Ranch. And so he showed his son and his wife, I can't pronounce her last name, Via, I think they pronounce it V-O. But he showed his wife and his son this wreckage. And Jesse Jr., who was a first-hand witness to the wreckage, said he'd never seen anything like it. I mean, he was 11 years old at the time, granted, but he knew about aircraft and planes and things like that. And he said there was this one piece. It looked like an I-beam if you looked at it sideways. It had all this funny writing on it. And he saw the wreckage, and it was not tinfoil like a Ray Wind target. It was not a balloon. So you have him and his father saying the wreckage, that's not what was seen in the photographs. So I don't know what whoever's talking about that is saying.
Yeah, and one of the other things about those pictures, those famous pictures, is the so-called Ramey memo. You know, he's holding.
Yeah.
Can you tell us a little bit about that, and what are your thoughts on whether or not that memo says bodies and recovered saucer and things like that? Do you think that is really good evidence, or do you think that people are reading into that text what they want to hear?
Just before I get to that, Stephen, I want to finish with this wreckage.
Oh, certainly.
There's another investigators trying to make a big issue out of the so-called, you know what the concept of chain of custody is?
Sure.
You know, you have a murder weapon in a criminal case. What's the chain of custody? Who had access to that murder weapon by the time it got to? So they're trying to say that because Jesse Marcel stopped at his home on the way back to the base with that wreckage, well, it broke the chain of custody. Oh wow! Oh, geez, be still my heart. Back then, the concept of chain of custody is a recent legal doctrine. Jesse Marcel didn't know anything about a so-called chain of custody doctrine.
Yeah, not in 47, sure.
He wanted to show his family something that they had never seen before and will probably never see again. And besides, legally today, you would say, oh, yeah, he did break the chain of custody because he didn't come straight back to the base. He stopped at home first. Oh, so what did he do? What did he do? Change a weather balloon into a piece of a spaceship? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't make any sense. And also, you have a whole field, a whole sheep pasture full of the wreckage out there. This is only a small portion of the wreckage. You have a whole 3 crash sites full of wreckage that we do know the chain of custody. So we could take Marcel out of the picture, and we still have the Roswell case. It's absolutely silly. Who's ever making that argument? Absolutely.
Yeah. Just one more point on the debris. You know, Marcel was he was Army intelligence. He would have been familiar with weather balloons and things. So
yeah, he knew weather balloons. He knew the Ray Wind targets, especially. He knew them all. He's not going to make a mistake of confusing a Ray Wind weather target with a spaceship that traveled from another planet.
Yeah, and he famously said the material that I saw was not of this Earth. That's what he said.
That's right. He
He
said
was that
it,
impressed with it.
he said it came to Earth, but it was not from this Earth. It was from another planet, something like that.
Yeah.
So he knew when he stopped at home on his way back to the base. His son said he was already talking about it as pieces of a flying saucer. He was already talking about it even before he got back to the base.
Wow. Yeah. So then on to the Ramey memo, because a lot has been
Oh, yeah.
a lot has been said about the Ramey memo. And for
Yeah.
those that don't know, in the famous pictures that were taken of the Roswell debris, he's holding a sheet of paper, and a lot of people have claimed that they were able to decipher exactly what is on that piece of paper, and it talked about recovering alien bodies and a crashed saucer. What do you think of the validity of that as evidence, and do you think that
Well,
case will ever be cracked with better imaging software?
I can tell you firsthand. This is even before I heard of David Rudiak, who did most of the work on this, most of the best work. Stanton Friedman had gone to the Bettman archives at the I forget the where the images are stored. The University of Texas at Arlington archives. That's where the photo images are stored. And he had the photo in question photographed, and he made a CD disc out of it, DVD or CD. With images of the memo. So I called up Stan. I said, I'm good for the money. I'll send you. He was selling it for $25. I said, send it to me. The check is in the mail. So Stan sent me
I got one of those too, by the way.
So here
I have it on a shelf over here. I do. Before he died, I got to interview him about a year,
that's
2 years before he died. And one of the things we talked about off air was that high quality scan. And I said, I'm a computer science guy. Send it to me. I might be able to get something out of it. I wasn't able to do any better than Mr. What was it, Rudiak, right?
Here's what happened to me. So I had not heard of David Rudiak. I didn't know what the memo said. So I put it in my computer, and within 10 seconds, Stephen, I read the victims of the wreck you forwarded to, and then Ramey's thumb is in the picture at Fort Worth, Texas. Within 10 seconds, I read the victims of the wreck you forwarded to Fort Worth, Texas. That's no lie. And other words that I could, looking down, I read, I could read meaning of the story. I could read meaning of the story. And I could also read weather balloons would make, or weather balloons would fare. And something, and the last sentence was cruise, something cruise, work cruise, demo cruise, something about cruise. And I could also see the word something in or on the disc. The word disc was in quotation marks. So that's what I could read. And David Rudiak, who's a doctor of optometry.
Yeah, he's got a better resume than me, but I still thought I'd give it a shot. I did, and I wasn't able to do any better. But I probably did worse than him.
So David Rudiak was able to get more out of it because he worked feverishly on it, and he was able to translate more of it. And what it's talking about, it's talking about a second sight. It's talking about having Raywin demonstrations, and they did. Starting on July 10, they had the Army Air Corps the Army do these demonstrations of these weather balloons attached to a radar target to sort of prove the press release that it wasn't a spaceship but a Ray-Win weather balloon and tinfoil target. So it talks about having Ray-Win demonstration crews. That's what it was doing. And for the next couple of days, they had these demonstrations all over the country with these mobile launches of the weather balloon and the radar target. So hats off to David Rudiak. He did the most work on this. And apparently,
yeah, and I've heard critics just say, well, people are reading whatever they want, but I mean, it seems to me to be a very scientific analysis of this memo from a super high quality scan that Stanton Friedman got from the original archive, from the original negatives of the photo, a super high quality scan of the photo. So they got the most high quality image that they could, and then it was scientifically analyzed.
I tell you, when I looked at it the first time, I had no preconceptions of what it was going to say. But you have to think of the circumstances. He's holding the memo in his hand at a press conference that's going to take away, it's going to explain away UFO or flying saucer crash wreckage as a Ray-Win weather balloon target. So that he has that in his hand, and there were 7 photographs taken, 6 of them of 2 of them of Jesse Marcel, 2 of General Ramey by himself, 2 of General Ramey with his adjutant Thomas Jefferson Dubose,
yeah,
and 1 with the weather guy Irving Newton, who he called in. But between those 7 photos, you could tell what the sequence of the photos and what sequence they were taken by the memo in his hand, because the first photo in the sequence, he's just received the memo. It's only folded over once, but in that final photo that shows the wording that we're talking about, you can see it's been folded several times. So that's the final photo. He's trying to grab a look at it, what it's saying between shots, and that's what happened.
Yeah, and it's very tantalizing because some of these images, I mean, it looks like you can almost read it, and these are like pretty,
The problem, Stephen, is that if you enlarge it, you're also enlarging the grain. The photo was taken from about 15 feet away, I would say, 10 to 15 feet away, and it's a little telex or memorandum.
Yeah, old camera.
You have to keep enlarging it, and when you do that, you also enlarge the distortion in the grain. So it's pretty much all we're going to get out of it.
Well, do you think though that like maybe in 10 or 20 years, when photo image analysis software gets better, that we might be able to get more out of it, or do you think we've gotten all?
I hope so. I hope it's sooner than that.
Yeah, it just always seems so tantalizing because here we just see this image, and it looks, even in this image, which is just like a crop of the original photo, it looks like you can almost read it, right? It really does look like you can almost read it.
I've tried it for over, let's see, I forget what year I got it, but it seems like I've been trying for 20 years. Like, okay, maybe today I'll be able to see more, but it never happens.
Not
unless I get a better photo package.
Sure, and I guess moving on, I wanted to discuss the multiple crash sites because there seems to be some debate even amongst researchers that are pro the alien hypothesis. Some people believe that these additional crash sites were tacked on after the actual event, and that there was really only 1 crash site. Some people say there was a lot of people say there was 2, and I've heard some people say no, there was 3 different crash or debris sites. Can you talk a little bit about the sequence of events that led to the multiple crash sites, if you believe there was? Yes.
When I first got started on the case in 1991, the only book out at that time was the Roswell Incident by Charles Berlitz and William Moore. That That was the only book out. Stanton Friedman did the investigation with Moore. Berlitz had the big name because he had just written a book about the Bermuda Triangle, which was a big seller. So that's how they put his name on the book. But in the Roswell incident, they have the Mac Brazel story with that one debris, we call it the debris field site, up 33 miles southeast of Corona, New Mexico. That's where the ship exploded in the air and all this debris came floating down on the evening of July the 2nd, 1947. That's the first site that anybody knew about. And so Moore and Friedman, that they had heard stories about bodies, but there were no bodies at that site. It just physical wreckage. The only body site circulating at that time was a story by a soil conservation engineer by the name of Barney Barnett, who worked out of office in Socorro, New Mexico. And his story was that he was coming home from Dattle, New Mexico one day, and something caught his eye out in the desert. And so he went out to investigate, and it was a crashed flying saucer with a couple with alien bodies strewn about. And it was on the plains of San Augustine. And that was the only body story going around. So Friedman and Moore tacked that Barney Barnett story onto the Roswell story. And that site is 150 miles west of the Corona site. So when I entered the case, Randle and Schmitt had already pretty much dismissed the Socorro site, Plains of San Augustine, as having anything to do with the Roswell site, because there was only the one witness, Barney Barnett. There were no other witnesses, military or civilian, blah blah blah. Nothing to go on. Just the one story from Barney Barnett, and they had witnesses telling Randle and Schmitt of another site closer to Roswell. Well, they discovered a site through one of the children who were with Mac Brazel the morning that he discovered the debris field site. His name was Timothy D. Proctor. That there was a secondary site 2.5 miles east of the debris field site, and he was with Mac Brazel when they found it. And at that site, he told his mother, and we got the story from his mother, here's where Mac found something else. It was a low bluff, and he took his mother out there when she was on her sickbed. He thought she was on her deathbed, but he was so determined to show her this site before she passed away. Well, she didn't. She only passed away many years later, but he plopped her in his pickup truck, and out into the desert they go. And he took her to this low bluff 2.5 miles east of the debris field site. And he said, Mom, this is where Mac found something else. Now, that something else was not wreckage. It was two bodies. It was two bodies that when the ship exploded, these two aliens were thrown out, and they came to rest on this low bluff. And that's the second site. We call it the D. Proctor body site. He wouldn't take his deathbed mother out to show her another site. Well, here's where Matt found some more wreckage. I mean, there was so much wreckage in the debris field site. I mean, it just wasn't anything that he would do that. So it was two bodies. So that's the second site, 2.5 miles east of the debris field site. Well, we had a number of witnesses telling us about a third site we call the
And
impact.
if there's plane crashes, isn't there, when there's plane crashes, you can find bodies miles away from the main debris site? Or I would think so, right?
Well, it's only 2.5 miles. I mean, the thing exploded, and the thing was that the inner cabin of the ship, or an escape pod of some sort, withstood the blast. There was a capsule inside where there was the inner cabin or something was able to, it was egg shaped. It was able to withstand the blast and continued on for another 30 miles and came to rest 32 miles northwest of Roswell. Now, apparently these two creatures or aliens were not inside this capsule at the time, and were outside of it, and were blown out, and they came to rest down on this low bluff. We had another witness who told about that site and seeing the bodies. There's a second witness besides D. Proctor who actually described the bodies to us. Well, this capsule, it continues on for another 30 miles and finally comes to rest 32 miles northwest of Roswell. We call that the impact site. That's where, in addition to this egg-shaped affair was found, 2 more dead aliens were found, and 1 was still alive, was found at this third site. So those are the 3 sites.
Okay, well, that makes a little more sense to me, and it seems to be a logical thing that if there was some kind of event that caused the craft to go down, that it could come down 3 separate places, just like an airplane could come down 3 separate places. But back to the bodies, you've talked to a lot of witnesses about what happened to the bodies. Can you talk briefly about what did they do, the government, with these bodies?
Well, the dead ones, of course, were boxed up. I mean, there was a call to this mortician, Glenn Dennis. At least he told the story at the time. We have witness that he told people at the time that he had received calls from the air base, Roswell Army Airfield, as it was called. He had received calls inquiring about their availability of child-sized caskets. And Glenn, I think he said, well, we have one, but we can get more. And they actually, next door to Ballard's at the time, there was a mortuary services department, that sold things like tombstones and caskets and all that sort of stuff. And they actually went to Amarillo and picked up the caskets. So the story about caskets is true because Glenn Dennis told 2 of the witnesses that we know of, he told it to, where one was a policeman, the other was a judge. So, I mean, it's not like
yeah, those are pretty credible witnesses. Yeah, but I have heard a lot of people sort of rip apart Glenn Dennis as a witness and the nurse story and things like that. What do you think of that story?
Yes, we believe the part about
the caskets,
the phone calls and the caskets. We believe that part. The other part about him going to the base and running into a nurse friend, et cetera, et cetera. He lied to us about the name of the nurse. And we spent a good 2 years trying to find her, and we couldn't find a nurse with the name of Naomi Maria Self. And so we went to Glenn. We can't find, there's no Maria. We can't find that nurse anywhere as ever being in the Army. He said, well, I gave you a phony name. Oh God, thank you. Oh, it's just
thanks. I just wasted all this time. Yeah,
we just wasted 2 years on that, and you're telling us you lied to us. So that part of his story is, we just take that away.
Mr. Schmitt, also, you talked about chain of custody. So if we do get into the chain of custody of these bodies, so allegedly they called and asked about child-sized coffins, and then the bodies were then flown to where? Right, Patterson, right?
Well, they were taken to the base first. They were taken to the base, like everything else. Went to the base hangar, the big hangar there. It's still there. It's Building 84. It's still a working hangar, but back then it was Hangar P as in Paul 3, and that's where everything went, including the bodies. Made their first stop there before they were transferred to the base hospital. Excuse me. And then they were flown out in 2 separate flights to Wright Field, soon to be Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in Dayton, Ohio. But back then it was called Wright Field. But those were the cadavers. We don't know how long the live one, we believe the live one stayed on the base in Roswell.
Oh yeah, you got to talk about the live one, because there's been various reports that one of them was alive, and this is where we get some of these stories about the alien being interviewed or telepathically communicating with people, or they tried to like interrogate him, find out where he was from, what he was doing on Earth. Because you can imagine, if you're in the Army, especially if you're a high-ranking officer and you're concerned about a threat, they would have interviewed him and found out what the hell were you doing here on Earth, right? Is this a recon for an invasion force or something, right? Can you talk about the live one? Because this is a fascinating part of the story.
Okay. The live one was first seen, like I said, Dan Dwyer. The Roswell firemen saw the live one out at the impact site, walking around. And his family, after they learned what it looked like, they said, well, did you talk to it? Did you talk to it? And he said, yes, we talked to one another, but we didn't talk like we're talking now with our mouths. And, we didn't talk like we talk. We talked to one another in our heads, like mental telepathy. And the being sensed that Dan Dwyer was concerned about it. And so what it said to Dan Dwyer mentally was, don't worry about me. I accept my fate. My comrades are dead. My ship is destroyed. There's not anything I can do. I accept my fate. And that was all was exchanged between Dan Dwyer and the live one out at the site. Well, the military then arrives and takes everything, the bodies and the live one back to the base. So the live one, we believe, remained at the base for a period of time because we have a witness or two that saw it there, and we think it was kept for a time at the guardhouse, first at the hospital. But once it was, ambulatory, they kept it at the guardhouse, believe it or not, in military fatigues that didn't fit. So we got that story from a lawyer, a JAG.
That's interesting.
Yeah, that was from a judge advocate lawyer who was going to the guardhouse to visit another prisoner, and he looked into one of the cells, and there's this thing with a big head, no hair, and in fatigues that the fatigues were way too big for it. He said he'd never seen anything in his life like that. So we're guessing, I admit it's a speculation, that was the live one that was still being kept at the base. But eventually it wound up at Wright Field like the others, because the following spring, it's now April of 1948, it is seen by a Air Force, what do they call it? War class. They're the officers who the Air Force deemed were going to lead the Air Force into the future. The Air War College class of 1948, out of Maxwell Air Force Base in Louisiana. They were flown to Wright Field in April of 1948. They're in training, how to run bases, blah 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 blah. Administrate and other things. What do you think of this? What do you think of that? So they're led into this hangar. The class is led into this hangar one day, and so they're standing around. What are we supposed to do here? And then they wheel in a couple tables, display tables full of this wreckage, and they said, "Okay, guys, have at it. Tell us what you think of this wreckage here." And so they pick up this wreckage. Some of it is stiff as a board. They can't do. It's all very thin, like thin foil. Other wreckage you can wad up and let it go, and it just floats there. Just floats there. What the hell is this stuff? And somebody said, "Wait, we've never seen anything like this. Where did you get it?" And the facilitator says, "Well, we got it last summer from a flying saucer crash in New Mexico." That's what he told them. And some of them hadn't even heard of this.
And you have multiple witnesses to this event, right?
Yes. And so they're led into another room. If they're scratching, because some of the people hadn't heard of it. They were not all U.S. airmen. Some were from other countries, like Australia, And so they're led into another room, and it's 4 walls, but on the one wall is this large rectangular mirror. It's a two-way mirror, because if you're in the adjacent room, you look at this, you see you just see a picture or something blank. But on the one side, you can see through, like your magic decoder ring. It's the city.
Yeah.
So we get this story from a Marine Air Force night fighter pilot in World War II named Marion Magruder. He's now Lieutenant Colonel. The lowest rank, by the way, in this Air War College class is Lieutenant Colonel. It goes all the way up to General.
So there's some high-ranking officers then.
Yes. Yeah, it's not they're not enlisted men, no enlisted men, no lieutenants, no majors, no captains. You had to be a lieutenant colonel or higher. So Marion Magruder's telling his son, he's got 5 sons, their first names all begin with M. So he's telling his sons about this trip because they had just witnessed the moon landing. And the moon landing sort of was like a catharsis to a lot of these people who had been keeping the secret all these years.
Yeah.
With the moon landing, it had an effect on a number of them where they started talking about this. And Marion Magruder was one of them. So he says, "Well, we went into this room and there was this see-through mirror. So we all looked through it. I looked through it, and here was this strange being. It had about 40 pounds. It looked squiggly." He said, "How would you describe it?" It looked squiggly. That's how he described it. And it had a large head, a frail body, long arms, long spindly legs. Well, what was it doing, Dave? Well, was it just standing or no? It wasn't standing there. It wasn't doing push-ups. It wasn't sitting down. It wasn't doing the Macarena. It was just standing there. It was just standing there. And Magruder said, all of a sudden, I had a feeling of great empathy came over me between me and this creature. He says, we weren't talking to, but this great feeling of empathy came over me. And I was seeing its human-like qualities rather than its alien-like qualities. And that's all he said about it. He didn't say they talked or anything, but he just felt its human qualities of this creature. Wow. And so they said, "Well, what happened to it?" And he said, "They killed it." Well, wow. They killed it. Well, there was another witness, the son of a photographer back in 1947, the son, Jack Rodden. His father had a top secret clearance. He could take pictures on the base of whatever. And the son, Jack Jr., said he knew his father was out there at this time. He said, what about the aliens? What about the live one? Because he knew about the live one. He said, so Jack Sr. says they killed it. And so Jack Jr. said, do you mean they killed the story? They killed the alien? They killed what? And he just said they killed it. Well, it's not that they lined it up. If you saw the movie, the St. Valentine's Day Massacre, it's not like they lined it up.
They didn't put him in an electric chair or something.
It wasn't that at all. It was that, like you said, they wanted to learn it. It only stands to reason that they wanted to learn as much as they could from it. And certainly they were no doubt they were talking mentally to it. They were trying to learn as much as they could. They were doing various tests on it. How does it cope with this or that, or whatever? And during one of the tests, it died, and that's how it died. We don't know what year that was, but there's several stories that it lived until 1952. There were stories that it liked strawberry ice cream. Well, that's impossible.
I remember that from UFO Live. Yeah, that old special.
That's impossible because its mouth just opened into an orifice, a cavity. There was no digestive system. The mouth just was like a little cavity. That's all.
Yeah, I've heard it described that way. One of the interesting things is if you've got a live alien, I mean, you got to figure out like what is its source of nutrition, what does it need as far as atmospheric conditions for its health, and it could be anything. It could be all different.
Apparently, it could survive in our air, because there's no testimony about a breathing device of any sort. But we don't know how it got its nutrition. We do not know that. But it did. It's not from strawberry ice cream.
Yeah, I thought that was kind of ridiculous in that UFO Live special. I remember that and thinking, well, that's a weird sort of tidbit to add, right? So I guess there goes the story of the live alien, which is, to me, I've heard all these different and read these different eyewitness testimonies to this live alien. It's pretty interesting. But what do you think? So the dead bodies go to Wright-Patterson. Do you have any insight into what happened to them? Were they autopsied? Were they taken apart, or what did they do with the dead bodies?
We have multiple witnesses, both civilian and military, that of course it was autopsy. The dead ones were autopsied. Apparently, one or two of them were not in such great shape, but there were 4 dead ones originally, and plus the live one, and whenever that died. But they were autopsied, and originally they were kept in what they call the ice house. It was right next to. You've heard about Hangar 18, right?
Yeah, it was really Building 18, but yeah.
Yeah, well, Hangar 18 was really Hangar 23, but because there were like 8 or 9 buildings that they called it the Building 18 complex. There were like 7, 8, 9 buildings, all called 18A through 18G, 18A, 18B, 18C, up to G. But there was only one hangar in this complex, and it was Hangar 23. Well, everybody just referred to it because it was right in the middle of this complex as Hangar 18. And that's where, during World War II, all of the back engineering and testing, aircraft testing, took place. So it was
foreign technology, right?
So it was only natural that that's where the wreckage would come to try to.
Yeah, there's nothing more foreign than alien technology. So
yes,
it does make sense.
It was really foreign.
For those that don't know, Mr. Carey and Don Schmitt also wrote an amazing book, one of my favorites, UFO Secrets Inside Wright-Patterson, Eyewitness Accounts from the Real Area 51, which, there's so many stories about Wright-Patterson having these tunnels underground and having these secret facilities to study foreign technology, and that's where people say the aliens are kept and that the wreckage went. And it was studied. They attempted to back engineer some of it. What do you think of these various stories of people who claim to have Roswell debris? Because those stories never seem to pan out under scientific scrutiny. Once the stuff is tested, it's like, well, it's aluminum. It's nothing out of this world.
Well, so far as I know, there's never been any pieces of wreckage that have come forward that have passed muster. Some years ago, the UFO Museum in Roswell, dedicated to the Roswell incident, offered $1 million to anyone who could produce an incontrovertible piece of physical wreckage from the Roswell crash. And some tried, but one turned out to be a piece of Japanese jewelry. Another turned out to be a little medallion that was actually sold in the gift shop of the museum.
Oh boy! Well, you can't blame them for trying. That's a million reasons to come up with some alien wreckage, right?
But
because some of these things are resurfacing again. We've had Art's parts, and I'm not even going to mention her, but there's a researcher that pushed those for years, and then scientists that she hired to do the analysis said, no, it's normal earthly metals. She didn't like that, so she hired new guys that would say that there was something weird about the metals, and then she sells them to TTSA, and now they're pushing them as possibly alien materials, but we never get to the proof of these people making these claims, and that's disappointing.
Yes, it is. It's actually the most disappointing thing about the case, because there were so many little pieces of wreckage. And the ranchers always, whatever crashes out in the desert, the ranchers and their children always get to it first, to pick up first, to see if anybody's hurt, but then to pick up little pieces of the wreckage. And we suspect that that's what happened here, because the ranchers and their children got to the site first. And we've heard about so-and-so having a piece. In fact, some people admitted to having a piece, but over the years, it became lost somewhere. And
see, this is the tantalizing part. Like, you could have had the proof and you lost it in your attic or something, right? Or your garage, and you can't find it, or you moved and threw it out. That's the tantalizing part to me.
Yes.
Listen, I don't want to keep you too much longer, but if you don't mind, I'm sure that we have some questions in our live chat. If you don't mind, somebody asked, or do you believe that any of the, it was Courtney Shane asked, do you believe that any of the pictures of aliens floating around on the internet are genuine or related to the Roswell event, or are they all phony? Do you believe any of them are the real McCoy?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't believe, I've never seen a picture of a Roswell alien that I consider that was genuine. So I would say right now there are none that are out there that are genuine.
Yeah, and people are always sending me pictures and swearing like, no, this one's real. And then if you do a Google image search, you find out like somebody just sent me one on Twitter or replied on Twitter, and then it turned out to be from a movie, and somebody cropped out, you know what I mean? Like they just cropped the alien and put it in, and then we've got people claiming, oh, here's a picture of a gray alien taken on the moon, and that one turned out, I busted them. It turned out to be from a 2005 video game cover of a video game, Area 51, where you run around shooting aliens, and the alien was on the cover of the video game. And people put that behind a paywall, and we're charging people $3 to see the picture. They never seem to pan out, right?
I've never seen a verifiable piece of wreckage or a verifiable, genuine photograph, although we are looking for both. And here's the thing about the wreckage, Stephen, is that the wreckage, some of them have been put forth by other investigators, and they say, oh, here's a piece, we're going to send it out for analysis. Well, that's the last you hear about it. You never hear what the analysis was. And so that's one of the problems. We're looking for actually a piece of the memory metal. That's what we're looking for, because you don't have to send that out You can see
yeah, if it reacts like people have described, you're going to know right away that that's something out of this world.
Yes. So
Yeah.
that's our holy grail. We call it our holy grail of Roswell, is the piece of the memory metal. And we know there are some pieces out there, but so far the people have not come forth with them. It's a shame. So there's another fella. Here's another one, and this fella's been on several cable shows. He goes out to the debris field site with a Geiger counter, and he's been finding these little pieces, and they're aluminum. They're aluminum, and so he's had them tested on several shows, and they always come back 99.99997 aluminum. And well, I don't know. That's what you get so far. That's what you get so far. We do know that most of the pieces were palm sized. They were palm sized. There were some larger pieces, but the overwhelming majority of the debris, because this explosion just shattered the ship, except for that inner cabin. And the other thing about it, Stephen, there was no moving part on it. We got that from a witness, a military witness who was in the hangar, who saw all the wreckage. There was no moving part on it. So,
yeah, that's pretty. I've heard that various descriptions too. Like there was no rivets, there was nothing that you could, no
right.
power source, engine, anything that you could identify as earthly technology or methodology for building aircraft.
So how did it get from there to here? How did they do it without a moving part? And that's we've had some testimony recently about, because our mandate is to decide the case, whether was it mundane or was it extraterrestrial. That's been our mandate, and we don't do a whole lot of thinking about where did they come from, why are they here. That's for other people to figure out. So, but
well, yeah, that would get into just pure speculation. I often thought that it was anthropological. Like if we find some primitive, if we humans find some primitive tribe that's been untouched by technology, we're going to go out and study them because it may tell us something.
But the thing is, I was leading up to that. I have been doing
our own knowledge of the human species.
I have been doing some thinking about this. How do they get from there to here if there's no moving part? And obviously, it's not from our own solar system. They're not from our own solar system. Mm-hmm. So they're from another solar system, most likely in the Milky Way galaxy, right? Even though there's 100 million galaxies in the universe, they're most likely from the Milky Way. But even there, the distances are so astronomically long that you can't get from there to here using motors or things that we currently have. So how did they do it? So they must have somehow bent space to where it's only a short leap, because the long distances in the universe, you just can't do it. So they must have somehow solved the space-time continuum, right? So we have, in researching our last book, and called, what is that called? It's called Roswell, the Ultimate Cold Case Closed. And we are working. Every time I think it's closed, we're working on another book. We're working on two more. There's one going to come out this year, and one going to come out next year. But thinking about how they were able to get here from there, we had the testimony of one scientist. He was a naval scientist, a commander named George Hoover, who worked with Werner von Braun in the rocket program. And they were also part of the Roswell analysis, the whole Roswell picture. And according to Hoover, when he was interviewed, he said Roswell was a case of visitors from somewhere else. Now, what did he mean by that? He said, well, they're not so much extraterrestrial as they were extra-temporal, i.e. time travelers.
Time travel. Yeah, I've heard that theory, or interdimensional.
And he said they were potentially us from a future Earth. Now, coming from Uncle Harry over a couple of drinks, I'm just going to take that. It's going to go in one ear and out the other, But coming from a fellow who worked with Werner von Braun and all the other scientists on the rocket program and the Roswell case itself, to say that, you have to give that some consideration.
It's pretty credible. Here's a great question from the audience. Philip Blair asks, what do you think of Dr. Jacques Vallée's work to have materials from other crash sites tested at private laboratories in Silicon Valley? Have you followed that? And what do you think of Mr. Vallée?
I have not followed that, but I'm saying make sure you get it back. Because things have a habit, if it turns out to be something, you never see them again. So I think it's a good idea. The name Jacques Vallée is known worldwide. I've never met him, but he has some interesting theories. If he has some material that he wants tested, go for it. And but make sure you get it back, and let's hear what the results are.
Yeah. Well, he's got some tantalizing sort of results about. They're always talking about isotopic ratios, which means that metal couldn't have come from our solar system. But then, to me, a lot of that stuff could be metal parts of meteorites,
right?
Because they're just showing you this metal blob that doesn't, We
got to have the memory metal, because you don't need it. You don't need to send that away to get tested. You can put it through its paces. We don't have anything like that. We've got something they tried to create like it, but it's nowhere near as good as the original.
Okay, Paul Cargo asks, are there actual video recordings of any lieutenant colonels stating they saw live aliens and UAP wreckage while in training? Well, they're quoted in your books, though, right? I don't know that there's video recordings or audio recordings.
No, we're not aware of any live recordings of whether they recorded their observations. I don't know, but the live recordings were never mentioned, so we have to assume that there weren't any. Certainly not any that we could have access to.
I want to make sure that I take a moment just to plug your books. If you just put Tom Carey's name into Amazon, you'll get treated to a whole bunch of amazing books. And I got to say that the first one that I read was Witness to Roswell, and then I instantly went and ordered more, because every one of them seems to me to be well researched. And I got to say that I disagree with Cal Corp's assertion that all these people that you and Schmitt talked to for 30 years, for decades, all just made this stuff up. It doesn't seem, it just doesn't seem likely to me, especially the military people. My father was in the military, and he was just like a no-nonsense kind of guy. All his military friends, they just weren't bullshitters. That's the plainest way to put it. Yeah. So we've had these very high-ranking military officials basically admit that there was an alien crash landing and there was bodies and more. So I'm back to the side of the alien hypothesis.
We have too many witnesses. You have to to think that way. You have to think that back in 1947, they all got together and said, okay, look, decades from now, people are going to come calling, and let's get our stories. Let's really cook up some stories. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
I agree with you. And Mortimer James asked, we touched on this briefly, but what do you think of the pieces? They were called Art's Parts that Art Bell got and Linda Moulton Howe was pushing as alien pieces of wreckage.
That's one of the things I'm talking about. The Art's Parts. I saw them. I mean, I didn't handle them. I saw pictures of them, and I'm thinking, what the hell is this? That doesn't look like anything to me.
Could be anything, yeah.
Yeah, and so I assume they got them tested, but I have no idea what the results of the tests are. And this is what I'm talking about.
It's kind of like a back and forth, though, because the first person that tested them said, these are ordinary earthly metals. Here's the lab reports. And Linda Moulton Howe didn't like that report, so she hired new guys that would go out on a limb and say that they were more than earthly materials. And then she sells them to TTSA, who is now claiming that they have alien wreckage or may have alien wreckage. But we never get the lab result. It's very easy to put them in a spectrometer. It's very easy. Put a piece in a spectrometer. It'll tell you what the elemental makeup of the material is, what the isotopic ratios are. If it's aluminum, titanium, whatever it is, the spectrometer will tell you. It doesn't take 20 years to test the material.
Right.
You know? And we have all this talk about metamaterials. Metamaterials are not alien. They're just a very specialized, newer form of new kind of material.
Right.
You know? So I have a real problem with people that go and try to make money or documentaries or television shows claiming they have this alien material, but we never get the lab results. Never. Right. We never get them. Well, so I wanted to say, to make sure that I say, you can search Tom Carey on Amazon and all of your books. And you said you're working on a new book, right?
Yes, it's called Touched by Roswell. It's about famous people, the rich and famous, actors and actresses and rich, famous people that somewhere in their life and Roswell crossed.
Do you have the story of Jackie Gleason? Did you know that story?
Yeah, that's one of them.
Oh, that's one of my favorite stories because I not only have I heard that in media, but I heard that from somebody that sort of worked with or for him, who told me that Jackie Gleason, to his death, was convinced that he saw an alien body.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a great story.
With Richard Nixon, yes.
Yeah.
It's like, it's famous people who in some way their lives crossed with the Roswell incident. And
interesting.
We're working on it right now. It should be out mid-year this year.
Well, good for you. And I one more question, and we'll try to wrap it up here. I'm not sure how to ask this, so I'll just say, has Tom Carey ever had a conversation with former Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid?
No, but I've read Reid's comments about UFOs. He has worked. I guess he got Bigelow Aerospace involved, and thanks to Harry Reid, I believe the U.S. Defense Department, as we speak, is supposed to have a report.
Yeah, within the next 120 days. It was 180. We're down to about 120 days. I can't wait to read that.
Yes. And here's the thing about that is, how do you know what they tell you is going to be the truth?
Yeah, because we have this Roswell case closed report that is just filled with inaccuracies and garbage information and ridiculous explanations, like, oh, those bodies were anthropomorphic dummies that were dropped 10 years after the Roswell event, and people just, time dilation or something. They forgot when they saw those things. Yeah, I don't trust anything. I have two rules now. It used to be that my rule was I never trust anything the government tells me without doing my own due diligence and research. And now I've added to that, I don't trust anything the mainstream media tells me without doing my own due diligence and research into those things. So listen, I'm going to ask you this because this is important. And then I'm going to solo you for this because I want you to spend just a few minutes, and you've been studying this thing longer than most people, almost longer than I've been alive, right? So I want to know really what is your bottom line? What is your take after talking to all these witnesses? What actually happened at Roswell? You've studied this thing longer than most people. I want to hear you give us your best case. What really crashed at Roswell?
Well, it's of course it's based on witness testimony, observing the witnesses and weighing what they say, and there's no doubt in my mind that on the evening of July the 2nd, near midnight, a craft of unknown origin blew up during a thunder and lightning storm in Central High, New Mexico, scattering debris across a sheep pasture. There were 5 occupants. 4 of them met their fate. 1 was still alive. They were recovered first to the Roswell Army Airfield. A headline went out that they had recovered a flying saucer. The headline was changed within hours to that it was a weather balloon. But it was, in fact, they were right the first time. A flying saucer crashed. We don't know where it was from. We know how many occupants there were. It was ultimately taken to Wright Field in Dayton, Ohio. That's where it was analyzed. That's where the bodies went. That's where the live one went. They did tests on the live one. Certainly, they did autopsies of the dead ones. They were kept there for years. And we believe, based on testimony, that the stuff was moved in the early 1980s to Area 51 in Nevada, kept there for a number of years. And according to witness testimony, we believe the 5 Roswell aliens are now residing in Dugway, Utah. And the wreckage, the physical wreckage now is in private hands. By that, I don't mean Uncle Harry or Aunt Lucy. I mean in private companies that do business with the federal government. That's where the wreckage is residing today. They're still testing it. And the reason that it's in private hands is that they don't have to answer freedom of information requests. Like, if you're a government agency, you're subject to FOIA requests. Well, private companies are not. So, yes, it was. Now, in my mind, I'm starting to lean towards extra temporal or extra dimensional as opposed to extraterrestrial. I'm straddling a fence on that right now. So, because of the quality of the testimony regarding the potential time travelers, and so that's where I'm at. Yes, it was of unknown origin. It was either extraterrestrial or extratemporal. It was covered up. It's still covered up. I don't know what's going to take place with this 180, this report that's due out now in 100, I guess it's mid-June, end of June, what that's going to say, whether it's going to address Roswell at all, because there were human rights violations perpetrated upon civilians to cover that up, they certainly would not be happy to talk about. But we know that death threats were issued to cover it up, and a lot of bad stuff went on. But that's what I believe. And whether it will ever come out, I don't know. But I can tell you this, but I can't give you the answer. I know where the wreckage is today. I know where the bodies are. But we're not going to release that information until that book. We have a issue. Our book Witness to Roswell was our best seller. So in 2022 will be 75 years, believe it or not, since the event. So in 2022, we're coming out with the 75th anniversary issue of Witness to Roswell. We're going to have new information in there, and certainly we will have the information as to where we know that the wreckage is, where it's at, where the bodies are, and what tests they're doing on the wreckage. So that's what I believe.
Wow, it's been such a pleasure to talk to you, having read so many of your books. I want to thank you so much. I'm sorry we went a little over time. I think, I could talk to you for another 3 hours, but I'm going to have to let you go. I hope that you'll come back. We might have a few more people, including Mr. Schmitt. I thought it'd be best just to interview you guys separately, because I know you're a team, but I thought you'd each have your own sort of perspective about things, and I'd rather interview you separately. So we're going to have him and maybe a few other people. I did want to ask you, just briefly before you go, though, Walter Bosley, has a pretty interesting idea, but it's mostly speculation.
I never heard that name before. I don't know who he is.
Okay, well, his take on the Roswell event was that it wasn't alien, and that it was sort of like a rocket test flights, early space rocket test flights. What do you think of that theory?
Are we almost done?
Yeah, we're done. Okay.
All right. I'm sorry. What is that based on? What is that based on?
I think just on Project Paperclip and some of the early tests with the V2s.
Oh, no. I'm sorry. If the Germans had UFOs, flying saucers, we'd be speaking German now. And
yeah, I agree with you.
I'm sorry. That is so ridiculous. I'm sorry.
Okay, well, we're free to disagree here. I appreciate your perspective. I'm going to let you go, and then I'm going to wrap up the show. I want to thank you so much. It's really been an honor and a privilege.
My mother said if I can't speak nice of somebody.
My mom said the same thing. Don't say anything at all. Exactly. All right, well, I'm going to toss you out of here now. I appreciate your time very much. Everybody, listen, if you want to hear more, if you want to read more, go to Amazon. Just put in Tom Carey or Don Schmitt into the search box, and you'll find a whole bunch of great books. Every book that I've gotten from him, I thoroughly enjoyed. I want to get some more. So thanks very much for your time, Mr. Carey.
My pleasure, Stephen. You have a great evening.
Okay, great. Thanks, Mr. Carey. Bye-bye. All right. Well, there you go, friends. We are continuing in this Revisiting Roswell, and what an amazing journey it has been. I want to thank our guest tonight, Mr. Tom Carey, who you guys have heard me mention these books time and time again. Witness to Roswell. If you only get two, get Witness to Roswell and Children of Roswell, followed very quickly by the real Area 51, which tells the whole story of Ray Patterson and all of the stories of top secret and alien technology that may have been taken to Ray Patterson. These are just great books. I want to thank each and every one of you for joining us. And Mr. Carey, if you're standing by, I'm going to play a bumper out, and I'll be with you in just one moment. So, friends, I'm always happy when there's an audience. I can't tell you how happy I am. Listen, I'm taking this journey, and you guys get to take it with me. And that's the great part of our show here. We get to experience this journey together. I'm glad that I could take you guys with me. I'm glad that we could take this journey together.
Greetings and salutations, and thank you for being here for the 75th Roswell Anniversary Truth Seekers Special Deep Dive. If you're new to the channel, please be sure to subscribe and hit that notification bell so you too will know about future special events you can attend here. I wanted to take a moment to thank all of our kind and generous benefactors, because people all over the world send a few bucks in pledges, either through PayPal or through the super chat down there in the live chat, the money button, super stickers, we have and take Cash App pledges as well. I want to thank everybody who has signed up to be a Patreon member, because for as little as $1 a month, you can get some extra content from us here. Additionally, I'd like to thank the channel members who get a bunch of YouTube benefits as well as all the Patreon benefits for as little as $5 a month. I also wanted to mention that I have something strange for my friends. These are Roswell wreckage replicas, which I have been making here. I also wanted to mention that for today's special event, we have prizes for those of you pledging $30 or more, either through Cash App, PayPal, or Super Chat. And this is a gift that we will be sending everybody who pledges $30 or more. This is a Roswell debris replica, and it's designed to look exactly as Jesse Marcel and his son had described. This is the so-called I-beam wreckage. This is a replica, of course, and I'm happy that I'll be able to offer these to anybody pledging $30 or more to our show today. This is just a special free gift that we're going to be giving you kind and generous people for supporting our show. Well, friends, let's get back into it. Greetings and salutations, friends. I want to welcome everyone to what should be an exciting evening. Tonight is a Truth Seekers special event. We had a special event revisiting Roswell some time ago with author, lecturer, researcher Cal Korff. And I thought it only fair and right, really, to hear the other side of the story. During his appearance, Mr. Korff made a lot of
statements concerning our tonight's guest, which is Dr. Kevin Randle, author, lecturer, researcher, who has written several books on Roswell. I've heard it said that he's written more books about UFOs than anyone. I'm not quite sure. We're going to try to drill down on that. It might be him. It might be Nick Redford is catching up to him, though. And, you know, he has his own very, I think, well-researched take on what it is that actually crash landed in Roswell in 1947. So, friends, without further ado, I'm going to welcome tonight's very special guest, Dr. Kevin Randle. How you doing, Mr. Randle?
I'm doing fine.
Oh, you told me to call you Kevin, actually.
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Actually, I told you to call me Colonel, but that's a whole nother argument.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so I have an entire list of questions, right? But I thought it would be best if we just talk about the elephant in the room first, because it makes me a little uncomfortable. Another guest came on my show, and he said that your PhD is fake, that you're not a real doctor, and I've heard him post this stuff. So I just want you to know, you know, we try to bring people the truth here. I looked into your educational background and found it to be valid. 2 of your degrees came from online learning universities, but they're actually accredited by the United States and real degrees that they award people. And these accredited degrees would be accepted for a government job, a corporate job, or any other employment situation as a real and valid degree. So I'm not sure what his beef or issue with you is over these degrees, but can you tell us a little bit about your education just to clear the air as far as that goes?
Well, certainly. My undergraduate degree is from the University of Iowa, a fully accredited university. You can find it in a list of colleges anywhere you want to look. I went to the American Military University, which I think caters to military personnel. And as a military officer, to move into field rank, you almost have to have a master's degree. And I pursued a master's degree with the American Military University, which is a fully accredited university and is now in a conglomerate of different universities, and it's fully accredited, and it's acceptable to the United States government and the United States Army. I also
and literally tens of thousands of military officers have gone there, gotten advanced degrees, master's degrees. That's what I found when I looked into them. So
absolutely correct.
I don't know what the issue with that one is either. If the government accepts it and the military accepts it, you know.
And I found it was really the hardest degree that I had gotten, given the work that you had to do. We had proctored examinations, for example. You had to come up with somebody in the local area, since it's distance learning, who they would accept as a proctor. I had a former principal from one of the elementary schools here in the city as the proctor, and they found him completely acceptable to take the test, did all the work. California Course University is another online school, and when I was looking for degree programs, I went through a lot of different books and websites looking for something that would work for me. And I found one that if you had to be fluent in 2 foreign languages. I'm lucky I'm fluent in English. And things like that. I mean, there are degrees, so to speak, of the degrees. Clearly, getting an online degree from an accredited university is not the same as going to Stanford or MIT and getting a PhD from them. I mean, there's very prestigious degrees.
But isn't it a good option for a lot of people? It's half the cost, or less. You know, it's more convenient.
And it allows you. You don't have to go to the bricks and mortar campus. You can continue in your work, whatever you happen to be doing, and get the degree that way. I did have to write a dissertation. I did have to go to the university to defend that dissertation, which I did.
Yeah, and when to get a master's degree, even at an online accredited university, you'd have to write a master's thesis as well, right?
Well, at the American Military University, they had you had a massive final examination you had to take.
Okay.
And they sent you. We'll be looking at this area and this area and this area. Study for it in these areas, but they didn't ask you questions in all the areas, so you had to study everything so that you would be prepared to take
that sounds like a nightmare. Yeah.
Yeah, that was.
So I listen, I don't understand what the controversy or the problem is.
I have never suggested that it was any kind of a prestigious degree. I mean, it's a legitimate PhD. It's accepted. It was accepted by the United States Army. I think when I was in Iraq, there were 2 of us in the entire brigade that had PhDs. The other one was the brigade commander.
And just so I'm clear, if you get a PhD, it comes with the title doctor, right? So
absolutely, it's a
there's
doctor.
no problem with calling you Dr. Kevin Randle. Then he had an issue with that as well. Like, you're not a real doctor. I mean, maybe not a medical doctor, but you have a PhD. Therefore, it comes with getting a PhD comes with the title doctor. You could get a PhD
the only
in
time
philosophy
I actually
or theology, and you're still a doctor. You're a doctor of theology or a doctor of philosophy, not a medical doctor.
Or a doctor of education, Jill Biden.
Yeah.
The big controversy about her degree being a doctor.
Here we have a comment from the live chat. Cal trashed his degree in way to what? Trash his credibility. Don't know, feels low blow, Cal. So, I think most people would agree with me. I'm sorry, I disagree with Mr. Korf. I don't care if it's an online credit. If it's credited and the government accepts it, it's a real degree. You may not like that he didn't go to a brick and mortar, actual physical school, but thousands of people do this. There's so many people that do this now. I'm thinking about doing it.
Well, the thing really, he had attacked me from another point of view, and somebody had written to me and says, Cal says you didn't get the degrees. We'd like to check with the university. We checked, and they said you have to sign this document so that we can release your information to them about your degree. And I said, sure, I have no problem with that. And the thing I find interesting is when you challenge somebody who is fudging their resume, they will say, I'm not going to dignify that with a response. I always respond.
Yeah, you've got a good answer, and and you also will allow people to get copies of whatever they want, including your military records, which I find refreshing because there's too many people in UFO land claiming military service that it doesn't add up, When you check, you find out they were never even in the Air Force or something,
Or the Army.
Yes.
Or both.
And you've got extensive military experience. In fact, you went back, you enlisted again, right, to go into the Iraq wars.
Well, I enlisted in the Army right out of high school because they had a program that took high school graduates and sent them to flight school, helicopter flight school. And so that's what I did. And 13 months after signing up for the Army, I found my butt in Vietnam. And for those who are interested, I tell some stories like I blew a helicopter up on a landmine. Blew it up on a landmine, and people, look at me askance. If you go, I've got a blog called, it's www.vietnamgroundzero.blogspot.com. Vietnam Ground Zero, all one word. And what I'm doing is putting up the information about my experiences in Vietnam, because we've just, to backtrack, I'm getting ahead of myself. Bob Cornett and I wanted to be writers when we were in college. We were in college together. One of the things we wanted to do was write science fiction books. And we would go to the science fiction conventions to meet editors. And we met an agent there, and she signed us up. And she called me at work one day about the Green Berets in Vietnam. I said, yeah, sure. She'd called and says, can you write books about nurses in hospitals? I would have said, yeah, sure, I can do that.
Yeah, what do you need, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And so Bob and I wrote some 30 books called Vietnam Ground Zero. Well, an English company is reissuing the books. I think the first 7 have come out since July. And so I put up a blog to kind of promote that. And I thought, well, what I'll do is I'll just put up my Vietnam experiences on this blog so that people can see that, yes, I am a real, honest to God Vietnam veteran. So when I say I blow up a helicopter on a landmine, if you go to the blog, there's a story about I blew up a helicopter on a landmine. And you scroll on down, and there's a link to the 187th Assault Helicopter Company. It takes you to their website, and the unit history. You go to 69, which is 1969, and I hesitate to say that because that gives away my advanced age. But you scroll on down to May 16th, and it says Chief Warrant Officer Kevin Randle does this thing, and I think it's aircraft 617, finds the only mined rice paddy in South Vietnam, and then it describes some of the damage done to the helicopter. So you can now go to a source that I do not control and see that I did in fact blow up a helicopter on a landmine. The only thing inaccurate about that, it says Chief Warrant Officer Kevin Randle. And at the time I did it, I wasn't a Chief Warrant Officer. I didn't get that promotion for another 2 months. But so I've done those sorts of things. I've been very scrupulous on talking about my educational background and my military background, because I know people check these things out. And I know Stan Friedman checked me out one time, and he never said another word about it because he got the documentation and I was who I said I was. Mm-hmm. I had been a warrant officer in the Army. I was spent a year in Vietnam. I spent 4 years on active duty with the Army. I got out of the Army. I went to college, took Air Force ROTC because as a warrant officer, you could do that. And was commissioned in the Air Force, spent some time in the Air Force, worked as a general's aide for while his aide was on leave. And the general liked me because he had been a B-17 pilot in World War II, and I had been an Army helicopter pilot in Vietnam. So he when I was ready to leave that unit, he said, well, on the reserve side, we've got 2 slots available as my aide and as the intelligence officer. Well, I stupidly picked the wrong one and went for intelligence officer. If I'd been smart and knew what I was doing, I would have picked general's aide, because you learn a lot more that way. So I know Stan was upset because I was talking about being an intelligence officer. I was serving in the reserve, and I've served on active duty as an intelligence officer. And I'm sure he checked that out, but he never said a word about it.
And maybe it's the number of fraudsters out there that claim these things, and meanwhile, here's a real and genuine military officer that really was an intelligence officer that really has these educational credentials. And it's kind of hard for some people to believe that there is genuine people, Well,
I think part of the problem was when I got back from Iraq, the man whose name I do not want to speak, Cal, sent me this letter or this email about, we were colleagues and brother officers and blah, blah, blah. And he's in some organization that nobody can find, some mythical organization, and said he was a captain and I was a captain and all of this stuff. And I'm thinking, I don't want to talk to you. And I think that kind of annoyed him. And then I got promoted to major. So suddenly he was no longer a captain. He got promoted to colonel. So
I've not heard that kind of stuff. So
and then the funny thing was, he talks about, well, my organization is super secret. I'm thinking, then why are you blabbing about it all over the internet, you boob? And then the second thing that got to me was you couldn't find any reference to it on the internet. Well, if you want to look up the organization from which I've been commissioned, the United States Army, you can find it all over the internet. But you can find documentation. There's a picture, well, again, on my blog, the Vietnam Ground Zero blog, there's a picture of me in flight school. We're the whole platoon sitting there, and I'm in the second row, and I think I'm second from the left. And so I put that picture up on the blog. It's not a very good picture, and you'll be hard to identify me, but you can see it. There's a picture of me up in dressed in my jungle fatigues in Vietnam, complete with my .38 caliber revolver with the peace symbol on it. So
that's pretty funny. And until I heard him say something like this, I've never heard anybody. I've heard you on so many different, podcasts and documentaries and television shows, and I've never heard anybody say anything negative about your education or about your military service being suspect. So I think we've covered that, and we can move on to Roswell. I guess the first big question that I had is why the interest in UFOs in general, but then why did you become what I would call laser focused on investigating Roswell as one of the early civilian investigators?
The interest comes from my mother. She was a big science fiction fan, and science fiction is about alien visitation and alien civilizations and space travel and all of that. And when we start talking about UFOs, you're talking about alien civilizations, space travel, and all that sort of thing. So it just kind of flowed together. In fact, one of the first movies I ever saw my mother took me to was Earth versus the Flying Saucers. And that kind of sparked the interest. So it carried on from that point on. I was at a science fiction convention in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and there were 3 of us that were going to debate UFOs with 2 guys from the Center for UFO Studies. I was on the con side, and Don Schmitt and another fellow was coming up from the Center of UFO Studies, and we were going to debate it. On my side was Frederick Pohl, and I think George R.R. Martin was the 3rd guy before he became George R.R. Martin. and Game of Thrones.
Wow, interesting.
Well, I actually was in his house in Dubuque once before he was George R.R. Martin, when he lived in Dubuque, Iowa. But when Don showed up, the second guy couldn't make it. And I thought, well, this is not fair, 3-1, and it's a debate. So I switched sides, because you can't, in a debate.
That's interesting how that happened. So there's how you became friends with Mr. Schmitt, I suppose. Right?
Absolutely. And I was putting together a book that was based on the magazine articles I'd written in the 1970s called the UFO Casebook. And there was a bunch of stuff there. And I interviewed a couple of people who were in the UFO field to flesh out the book. So Don got a hold of me, and he said that they were going to investigate the Roswell case. I didn't know that much about it. I knew a little bit about it, but I didn't know that much about it. And they wanted, the Center for UFO Studies thought I would be a good person to partner with because of my military background. And a lot of the witnesses would have a military background, and I would understand things that the civilians may not understand. And one of the best examples of that, I think in the Roswell incident, Bill Moore and Charles Berlitz, they say that Colonel DuBose was General Ramey's aide. And I said, no, Brigadier General doesn't have a full colonel as an aide. And it found out that DuBose was actually the chief of staff, a much more important position than the aide. A 4-star general like the chief of staff may have a full colonel for an aide, but Brigadier General, no, not so much. But that's the kind of thing I would know that the civilians wouldn't know. So we trotted on down to Roswell, and both of us kind of thought that we would solve this thing in a matter of hours.
Oh, well, yeah, I can imagine though. Yeah, you think you're going to get to it, right?
Yeah, we got that. We were going to go down. We're going to talk to Frank Joyce, who was the reporter at KGFL in 1947. We got to Albuquerque. He lived in Albuquerque at the time. And he didn't want to meet with us because he was ill. I thought, well, that figures. Then we went to a meeting with a group of New Age people, I think is the best way to put it. They were way out there, way in the woo-woo end of it.
The woo people.
I thought, well, this is absolutely useless. And then we went down to Roswell. We were going to meet Cliff Stone, and he didn't want to meet us at his house, and I don't know why, because his street address is in the telephone book. But he met us at the Burger King, and he shows up in uniform, and I thought, well, that's kind of weird. But then we go to his house. We get to his house, and we're in the living room, and he said, well, just a minute, I have to go outside. And he goes outside, and he comes back, and he's carrying a document with a top secret cover sheet on it. And I'm thinking to myself, if you've got a top secret document there, you're going to jail because you're not authorized to be transporting them in your car and leaving them in there, and you have to keep them. You have to keep them in a vault. You cannot keep them in just a regular safe. They've got to be in a vault, top secret documents. So I know he was a little bit weird, but he did put us on to a couple of people, like Ralph Hike, who provided a number of interesting leads for us. The final day, we go to meet Bill Brazel. Here's the guy, Bill Brazel. And he meets us in Carrizozo, New Mexico. We meet him at the Outpost Cafe or Bar and Grill or whatever the hell it was. And there's pictures of Don and Bill Brazel and me standing in front of the Outpost, by the way. And Brazel had said to his wife, and he told us this later, that if he liked us, he would help us. And if he didn't like us, he'd just blow us off. Well, he apparently liked us because he was going to help us. So we spent an hour and a half with him interviewing him. And as we were going back to Albuquerque, I said to Don, we've got to come back. Everything had blown up except for Bill Brazel. And Bill Brazel comes across as very credible. And he's the guy that handled debris. His father was the guy that found it. This is the guy we want to talk to, and we need to come back. Interestingly, we published great chunks of that interview, transcript of that interview, in our book, The UFO Crash at Roswell. Stan Friedman, without credit or attribution, published it in his book as well. Yeah, nice job, Stan.
I think, wasn't it very, can I ask you another question that I think is important? Wasn't it a lot more competitive between the people that were researching and writing the Roswell books? Because I've heard a lot of stories that seems like you guys were going at it, trying to get to it and get your books on the market before this guy's, and yeah.
No, I think what happened, we had the Roswell came out in 1980. Nothing else had been done. Stan got diverted into the MJ-12 nonsense. So he was chasing that. And in fact, the center had talked to Stan about it. and asked him about additional witnesses. That's those people you need to talk to, and he was all on board for it. So after we got down to Albuquerque, I think it was in February of 1989, and we're driving back to the airport in Albuquerque so we could fly home. And I mentioned to Don, we could do a book on this, but we've got to come back because there's more information to be got. And so we'd come back a number of times. And then Unsolved Mysteries did their thing in September of 1989 about Roswell, and I was one of the participants in that, as was Stan.
And just so you know, Mr. Randle, Kevin, I'm allowed to call you Kevin now. The first time I ever saw you was on the 1989 Unsolved Mysteries. My father watched every single one, and I remember sitting and watching that one with my father. So that's why I was so happy, because the first time I ever saw you was on Unsolved Mysteries in 1989, watching it with my dad, and now you're on my show, which is just a little bit amazing to me.
Well, let's go one step further. So I'm in Iraq, and these two sergeants come up to me one day and said, "Do you have a brother?" And I said, "No, why?" They said, "Well, we were watching this program, and there was a guy with the same last name that looked an awful lot like you, talking about UFOs." And I said, "Program probably from 10 years ago." So realized it was me on the program. That was the first one that I had ever done. I'd done radio programs prior to that and things like that. But that was the first time I ever appeared on TV. And then later on, after we finished the book, there really wasn't a race to get the books out. What happened was Stan came to Don and me, and what I remember is talking to him in the parking lot of this restaurant, and we must have been inside at some point, but I just remember us talking about it, and he proposed to us, "Well, you should put my name on your book, my name would go third, and you should give me a quarter of the money." And I'm thinking, why? What have you done for us?
Oh, no.
All you have done is throw roadblocks in front of us as we tried to move through the investigation, as we got into it. And we brought him, he got more interested in it because he realized there was a lot to be done there. So we put out our book, and then he was, "Well, mine's going to be a hardback." And I'm thinking, so a book's a book. And then my father says to me one day, "When are you going to write a real book?" And I said, "What do you mean by a real book?" And he said, "One with, hardback." I'm thinking, I thought I'd been writing real books.
It's not real unless it's a hardcover, Kevin.
Yeah, well, but then we got The Truth About UFO Crash at Roswell in hardback, so there we go. We had a hardback, so everybody was happy.
I'm pretty sure I have that book and the hardback edition too. It's on the shelf right over here.
Stan got this bug that I think it came out of the investigation back in 1980. They didn't have any stories of alien bodies. They had Jesse Marcel, they had Walter Hott, they had Bill Brazel, but they're not talking about alien creatures. They're not talking about bodies. And then Vern Maltese, I think it was, met Stan at a lecture. And he says, "My uncle, Barney Barnett, saw a crash craft in the bodies over on the plains of San Agustin, which is this prehistoric lake. It's a dried up lake bed in New Mexico, just west of Socorro." And so Stan started talking to him, and then either Bill Moore, I think it was Bill Moore, called Fleck Danley, which was Barnett's boss in 1947. Barnett had died before anybody talked to him. And so we're getting the story from other people who had talked to him. And Fleck Danley seemed to think that Barney Barnett had told him about seeing the crash flying saucer in 1947. I talked to Fleck Danley, and I thought, I could get him to confirm that he was with Crazy Horse at the Little Bighorn if I wanted to. It wasn't that sharp, and it has to do with his age, not that he was dumb or anything. I mean, it was his age. I think he was in his 80s when I talked to him, so it just wasn't a reliable source. Carl Flock and I did a story on Barnett in 2000, must have been 2003. It came out in the International UFO Reporter, where we investigated the Barnett tale. We found a diary. Actually, I found the diary. Ruth Barnett's niece, Alice Knight. Somehow I got in touch with her and was talking to her about what she remembered Barney had told them. And she called me one day and says, I found a diary kept by Ruth for 1947. Apparently it's the only year that she did that. And it was one of those daily reminder books, and she kept it religiously through the whole year of 1947. So we're going through this thing. There's nothing there. I take it to Albuquerque. She loans it to me. I take it to Albuquerque and meet Stan and Don Schmitt at a copying center. And I walk in the door, and Stan doesn't say hello or anything. He says, "Did you get it?" "Yeah, I got it. Here it is. Bigger than snot." So he stood at the machine and made copies for all of us. But there's absolutely nothing in there to suggest Barney Barnett was involved in any kind of observation of a UFO. Now, Vern Maltese and his wife, whose name escapes me at the moment, were at a Thanksgiving dinner with Barney in 1947. And it's key, it was 1947. So we have the diary entry. And Vern said he seemed to remember that Barney Barnett talking about this thing at that Thanksgiving dinner. Alice Knight was there as well. There's nothing in the diary about that either. Well, we had dinner, and Barney told us this amazing story about seeing a crash flying saucer. If he had been so frightened that he didn't share the information with his wife in July, now he feels safe to talk in November. Why doesn't she mention this in the diary? We would have loved to have something like that, a document from 1947 where they're actually talking about it. Carl and I thought that probably what happened is that the story that Barney Barnett was telling actually had more to do with the Aztec crash than it did with anything else. And they probably began telling the story sometime after 1950. So we don't think that he was on the plains of San Agustin in 1947. I don't believe the story, given that all testimony about the plains of San Agustin crash comes back to Barney Barnett. We found a number of scientists who were involved in research on the plains of San Agustin. There's a number of old prehistoric habitations there, campsites and whatnot. And I hesitate to mention the one that's called Bat Cave because it's got bats in it.
The Bat Cave. Oh no!
It's on the eastern side of the lake, but it faces to the west. And a guy named Herbert Dick was doing archaeological research at that place in July of 1947. And in fact, we were able to put him there in that cave on July 1st because of the documentation we got from Harvard University. So he's on the plains of San Agustin when Gerald Anderson is talking about how he had been involved in this thing when he was a 5-year-old kid, and his parents were out. He was with his father and his uncle looking for moss agate on the plains of San Agustin, which, by the way, doesn't exist there. I know this because I checked with a number of mineralogists in New Mexico. So he's talking about this huge battalion-sized Well, you could have stood in Bat Cave and seen this thing going on across the lake. But Herbert Dick said, no, nothing like that happened. He didn't see anything like that. And he said, I'm not a big fan of the military, and if I knew anything, I'd tell you. I mentioned to the Stan, and Stan says, well, we don't know how deep he was in the cave, and we don't know which way it's facing. And I said, yeah, but we do. They're looking for human habitation in the cave, so they're not very deep into it because they got to stay up front where they can get the light, and it's facing the right direction.
Just for those that are unaware, so the original Roswell story is a crash, and Stan's book comes out and talks about this second crash site. And is it your position then that the second crash site with the bodies and all these tacked on stories is not credible part of the actual real story?
The second crash site on the plains of San Agustin, we don't believe is part of the credible 1947 Roswell story. There is a second crash site closer to Roswell where bodies were recovered, according to a number of people that we talked to, including Chester Lytle, who was a scientist of some renown and helped develop the atomic trigger for the atomic bomb and was working on hydrofoils and things like that, was a good friend of Butch Blanchard. And Butch Blanchard being the commander of the 509th Bomb Group. I sometimes forget that people aren't as enmeshed in the minutiae.
Yeah.
But Butch Blanchard was the commanding officer of the 509th Bomb Group at the time, and he was responsible for all the recovery operations. And Lytle told, and I don't know why he didn't tell Don and me, but he told Robert Hastings that he had been in Alaska with Blanchard, and while he was there, his wife went into labor in Chicago, and he had to get home. And so they got an airplane, because now Blanchard was a general, and he could say, I'd like an airplane to go to Chicago. And I say, yes, sir. When would you like to leave? So they're on this trip to Chicago on the airplane, and Blanchard tells him that there had been 4 bodies recovered. Granted, Chester Lytle didn't see the bodies, but he's getting the information from Butch Blanchard, who should have known. And we talked to a couple of other people who said they had seen the bodies as well. But the point is, we were able to, and I shouldn't say we at this point, because I think it was mainly work by Tom Carey and Don Schmitt that actually located the specific site where the bodies were found, closer to Roswell, although we'd had hints of it before that. Bill Rickett, who was the NCOIC, which is the non-commissioned officer in charge of the counterintelligence operation in Roswell in 1947, talked to us about going out to a crash site where there was much closer to Roswell than the Brazel site up near Corona. So when we look at it, I am not a fan of the Plains of San Augustine crash, because everything really traces back to Barney Barnett. You don't have additional witnesses. It's Barney Barnett, and that's it. You're done. But when we talk about these other sites and things closer to Roswell, then we pick up many, many more witnesses who had seen things, like Melvin Brown, for example, who was part of the guard detail. Thomas Gonzalez, who was part of it, talking about what they had seen. Gonzalez, in fact, spent, I guess, years carving little wooden figures of the alien creatures. And I think if you go to my blog, kevinrandle.blogspot.com, I think there's pictures of what he's carved up there. And if there's not, there should be. So we have much better evidence for Roswell, and we have very little for over on the Plains of San Augustine. But I think when they started, the only story about bodies, alien bodies, was that was the Barney Barnett tale, and so they ran with that. And I mean, Don and I did the same thing in one respect. We talked to a guy named Frank Kaufman, who was talking about being involved in the recovery of the craft and the bodies and things like that, and what the bodies look like and all of these things. And it turned out that Frank Kaufman wasn't telling the truth. He was, as that other person said, a liar. But the other person, determined that Frank Kaufman was a liar because he just didn't believe the Roswell involved an alien spacecraft, and ergo anybody that suggested otherwise must be a liar. We actually proved that the guy was a liar. So
and I was gonna ask you about that. Like, I've heard some criticism leveled against you for what I feel is the right thing to do, because there has been some things in a few of your books that you put forth as factual at one time and later sort of pulled back from and said, it turns out that this person's information was not very credible, and I no longer agree with that. But isn't that a healthier position to take? To just admit that you were wrong sometimes than to double down on stuff you know is not factual after the fact, you know?
If we're looking for the truth, if we're seeking the truth, so to speak, then you have to do that. And what we did, we had the information, we believed it to be true. We were told by other people, you could believe what this guy said, Frank Kaufman said. We had a picture of him in the 1947 yearbook receiving a medal from one of the senior officers at the Roswell Army Airfield. Frank is in civilian clothing, but and the medal, and I can't really tell from the picture because it's in black and white, I think it's a World War II Victory Medal, which is no big deal. Anybody who served during the time of World War II got the World War II Victory Medal when the war was over. So it wasn't a big deal. So I don't know why they were presenting it to him in that kind of an arena, but we have a picture of him. So clearly he was involved with the Roswell Army Airfield in July of 1947. So he could have been what he claimed to be. He showed us his military separation documents, which showed he had been a master sergeant and had been trained in intelligence. He showed us other documents he had that put him on a list of people that were granted access to specific and things like that. So we had this documentation, which didn't mean that we didn't keep looking and asking things. After Frank died, and this was after he died, Mark Chesney, Mark Rodiger, and Don Schmitt were in Roswell, and Juanita Kaufman, Frank's wife, asked them to go to some of his papers because she wanted to make sure that there were no outstanding contracts that he was obligated to fulfill. dealing with the appearances on TV or like this. And as they're going through his desk, they found 2 old-fashioned typewriters. They found a stack of paper from World War II. They found his original discharge papers, which showed he'd been a staff sergeant and been trained in administration. Well, then Mark did some additional work, and talking to some people who were at Roswell in 1947, learned exactly what he was doing. So we learned that Frank Kaufman was not a credible source. Well, rather than trying to bolster his credibility, I insisted. They didn't want to release the information right away out of their compassion for Juanita Kaufman, because I mean, now we're going to call her husband a liar.
And he just passed away. Yeah.
And he just passed away, and I that was their compassionate attitude. I think it was 18 months later, I was involved in a documentary, and they asked me about Kaufman at that point, and I said, yeah, we don't find this story credible anymore, and here's why. And then Mark Rodiker and I did the article for the International UFO Reporter, where we presented the documentation and the other evidence that showed that Frank Kaufman had not been completely candid with us. Yeah, he had been a sergeant during World War II, but he'd been a staff sergeant, not a master sergeant. He had no training in intelligence. And so, the only thing you can do is say, wow, we blew it on that one. But at that point, I started vetting people much more religiously and rigidly than I had before. I was doing a book, Crash, When UFOs Fall from the Sky. And what I wanted to do, I was going to include the Del Rio UFO crash from December 6, 1950 in it. A guy named Robert Willingham was the source on that. Retired Air Force colonel, he said, ex-Air Force fighter pilot. And so I did my due diligence. I wrote to St. Louis, where they keep the military records of those who are retired or have left military service, and got his records back. And it showed that he had been a low-ranking enlisted man. He was technically a veteran of World War II. He'd entered the Army in December of 1945. The war wasn't officially declared over until the middle of 1946, although the shooting stopped in August of 1945. So he's technically a veteran of World War II, but he had been an E4, no flight training or anything like that. I looked at something else. As a military pilot, I know this. When we finished flight school, we were told we could stay an extra day it would have been at Fort Rucker. And the FAA would give us a written examination, 50 questions on FAA regulations. We'd have a class about it, and then we'd take the test type thing. And then we would be granted a commercial pilot's license. And
that's a good deal for one day, right?
Yeah, we've been gone from home for 13 months. We're about to go to Vietnam. It was adios, muchacho, I'm on my way home. We didn't do that. But then once I got back from Vietnam, and once I was at the University of Iowa, and I was on summer vacation, we were going up to Lake Okoboji for the summer, I stopped at the FAA office in Des Moines, Iowa, and took the test and got my commercial pilot's license. You had to document, you had to bring a DD-4 Form 214 and your flight record so they could verify your flight records. You got like 1,200 hours of combat flight time. So the 200-hour requirement for flight experience.
You blew that out of the water.
When we
right?
When we graduated from high school, I think I had 210 hours of flight time. So I met that criterion. There was some poor guy in there taking his private pilot's license, test for private license. He had maps out and he's charting courses and all of this stuff. I blow in, I take a 50-question test, I blow out, and then I've got a commercial pilot's license. Well, this guy Willingham didn't have a commercial pilot's license. He had a private pilot's license. I could figure out no reason why a military pilot would get a private pilot's license, unless, of course, he wasn't a military pilot.
Wow, so that's interesting. But see, like I said, I for one found it like a good thing when you came out later and said this person's story is no longer credible. Another big controversy on my list of questions here, and this is very hotly debated amongst believers and skeptics, or really of everybody about Roswell, and that is the debris switch. Because I've got two people in that room where they took the famous photos of the so-called Roswell debris. that later said they switched the debris out. Kalkorff claims that the debris switch was an invention of Stanton Friedman, that there was no debris switch. That was what they found, what they took the pictures of. But these two military gentlemen there, Marcel and
Colonel
DuBose, later said, and I have like the written quotes of what they said, is that was not the same debris that they picked up from the ranch.
Well, if you look at the pictures in the Roswell incident book, they've been cropped. And you look at the pictures and it says this is debris that they found there. Well, that's simply untrue, because when you see the full picture, clearly it's a weather balloon and a radar target that's been seriously degraded. So that's absolutely right. That the pictures show stuff. But Marcel said that's not the stuff I brought from Roswell. And DuBose said the debris was switched. Now, the interesting thing is, I think that person whose name I don't want to mention, Kalkorff,
oh boy,
said that when Stan found the full pictures, he talked to Marcel about it, and they came up with this idea that the debris was switched to keep the story going. Okay, let's say that's true. Let's say that happened. What's the motivation for DuBose to say it? Yeah. There's no. He's not looking to be on TV. He's not looking to write a book. He's not looking for any kind of fame or glory. We went to him to talk to him about it, and he brought it up about the debris being switched. So we've got two people who are absolutely. That's a colorized version of it. Which
actually, I want to thank one of my viewers here called Spooky, who went and colorized the original photos, which I think really
but
make
look at
it look more realistic that this was crazy. Now, here's my problem with the debris switch. The people that don't believe there was a debris switch is this. These are intelligence officers for the 509th Bomb Group, the only bomb group in the United States that handles nuclear weapons. They have access to the greatest technology in the United States. They see these weather balloons and experiments all the time at the base. I think they would know what a weather balloon is, a crashed weather balloon is. And the other thing I would like to ask you, because my father was a military man like you, if your commanding officer were to order you, you're going to stand there when these photographers come in and keep your mouth shut, and they're going to take these pictures. Don't say a word. You're going to do that, right? You're just going to do what you're told.
There's no motivation for Marcel when those pictures are taken to stand up and say, no, this isn't the stuff I brought. The general's sitting right there told him, you don't say anything about what's going on and just pose for the picture. So that's what happened. I have the story from J. Bond Johnson, the guy that took the pictures that we're showing here, those pictures. J. Bond Johnson, I talked to him 4 or 5 times, and his story radically changes. That's the real. He finally says that's the real debris that they brought from Roswell. No, it's not. But it's because he learned that if what he photographed was the weather balloon, and in the picture of General Ramey, you can see the balloon back there. The black mass behind Ramey is the degraded weather balloon. He realized that if all he took of pictures was of this debris, this from a Ray-1 target, then his pictures aren't as important as if it was the real stuff. The pictures are important because it puts the people in Fort Worth on July 8th, 1947, talking about this specific thing. And this is the one of the pictures of Ramey. He's holding the memo that we all have been trying to read for a decade.
Yeah, I was that's on my list of questions as well. Here's the picture of the famous, and I have an even better. I have a close-up somewhere.
It's the other picture of Ramey and DuBose, I think, is the one where he's got the memo as we see it, as we try to
yeah, let me find. I have some other photos here of that, I believe. Yeah, but what do you think of these people who claim that they've decoded what's on the memo, and it talks about bodies and crash recovery and things of that nature? Do you think that it's credible that people are actually getting what was really on that piece of paper through digital technology now?
I've looked at that thing literally for decades. I've been involved in two attempts to read it at the University of Texas at Arlington.
And thanks again to Spooky. This is why it's tantalizing. You can almost, you think it looks like you could read that from this angle. It looks like it's readable. And when you get to a blow up of just that, I've got an 8x10 blow up, and you can actually read some of the words. You can see Fort Worth, Texas. You can see weather balloons in that memo. But the way it's folded and the way it's bent, it obscures some of it. There's a line at the very top, and I think David Rudiak has decoded it as saying victims of the wreck. Others have brought up other things. One of the people that I was involved with trying to scan the thing thought the word instead of victims was viewing of the wreck. Well, that changes the context of the memo completely and totally. The other thing is J. Bond Johnson at first said that he brought the document into Ramey's office, and it's the teletype from the Fort Worth Star-Telegram. And he handed it to Ramey, and so Ramey's holding that in the picture. Well, if it's a teletype from the newspaper, then it's not that important. Johnson later changed his story and said, no, I didn't bring that in there. It was on his desk, and I handed it to him so he'd have something in his hand. And I'm thinking, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. But the last time we did that, and it was February of this year, I was down there with a number of people. And what was the History's Greatest Mysteries on the History Channel? They did the 3-part Roswell segment, and I was there. A guy named Gene Cooper brought in his equipment, and he now scanning the negative almost down to the molecular level. And
so he did a new super high quality scan of the actual negative.
It took him hours to do it. I mean, it would take a picture and take a picture and take a picture as it moved across the whole thing, taking the picture, and eventually it gets down to almost the molecular level. And then what he does is he puts it all back together in layers that tries to clarify it. And when he got it all done and we looked at it on the screen, I'm thinking, oh my God, it doesn't say viewing, it doesn't say victims. There's a different word up there now. But that's the problem. You can almost see what you want to see. I know Tom Carey said the moment he saw he flashed the thing up on the screen. He was the state section director in Pennsylvania, and they had a meeting at his house, and he had a slide with it, and he threw it up on the wall, and he looked at it. He said it jumped out in view of victims of the wreck. I can look at that, and I can see viewing of the wreck. I can see victims of the wreck. I can see where it's so messed up you really can't tell. And you're getting down, when you get down to the molecular level, then you get all that other trash from a regular old negative. We don't have that problem with the digital cameras today that we have with that negative. And a number of people said, well, if the photographer had just been just a foot closer, and had angled it just a little bit differently, we'd probably be able to read it. I think we're at the point now on the Ramey memo, we're not going to get a good read until they can use artificial intelligence to put the thing together and see what it says. Some kind of computer access in that fashion to see if we can figure out what it says. It may be to the point we're never going to be able to read it.
So basically, that whole thing is very tantalizing, but inconclusive.
Absolutely. I know David Rudiak swears that it says victims of the wreck, and I know people say that, and I can see it when I look at it, and I can see it saying other stuff. I think that where we are is that's just inconclusive. We just can't really tell.
Well, that's very disappointing. And I wanted to ask you about one other witness, and that is the mortician witness, because he tells a really compelling story about, his nurse friend saw the bodies and was in on the autopsy, but then we can't find the woman, or people did find the woman, and this is, what is his name? Glenn Dennis, right?
Glenn Dennis, yes.
Yes. What
it's really a compelling story. Too bad it's not true.
Continuing to disappoint me, Kevin. Like, I want to believe that guy's story. I really do, because that would be a smoking gun. Like, he saw it, this girl saw the bodies, but then she mysteriously vanished and died, and
And we met with him, I think in 1990, and he sits down for an interview and he tells us the story of the nurse, that she was called in, and he tells about how he went out to He'd gotten a call for child-sized cactuses. Caskets.
Yeah, caskets. Yeah.
Caskets that can be hermetically sealed. And we're thinking, why do they have to be child-sized? You know, that's a detail we really don't need. I mean, a hermetically sealed casket would have done just fine. You don't need a child-sized one. But he said, well, that got him to thinking there was some kind of accident out at the base. So he goes out to the base and he gets out of his car, whatever. And as he's walking in, looks in the back of the ambulance and he sees some debris in there and something that's got kind of the top of a canoe on it, like the front of a canoe. And he goes in there and she tells him, you got to get out of here. You're going to get in trouble. And this mean captain comes up and yells at him and tells him to leave and says that, and Dennis says, well, I'm a civilian. You can't do anything to me. And I'm thinking, well, that's a stupid thing to say because you're on a military base. You want to see how fast they can throw you?
Yeah, they can do all kinds of things to you while you're on their
Because you're on a
base.
military base, but do that as it may. The captain says, you'll be surprised what I can do. And the NCO says, you'll be picking your bones out of the sand. And he says, this NCO is an African-American fellow. And I'm thinking 1947, I'm not sure they'd put up with that kind of talk from an NCO like that. But so he leaves and then she meets him and tells him about seeing the bodies and all of this stuff. And so we're talking to him and I said, well, we need the name. And he said, well, I'll tell you the name, but don't tell anybody. You know, make your search for it, but don't tell anybody. Her name is Naomi Self. I'm thinking, okay. So months later, I'm talking to Glenn Dennis about something on the phone and he berating me for not finding Naomi Self. He says, I gave you the name. Why can't you find her? And I said, you know, we've been looking for a number of people, and there's a guy named, well, I'll just pick one out of the air, George Schultz. We've been looking for him. I said, I talked to a guy by that name today. He was a major in the Army Air Forces, but it's not the right guy. And Dennis says, oh, I know him. He lives over in Alamogordo, or Las Cruces, over in Las Cruces. And lo and behold, that's the right guy. But the point of the story is Glenn Dennis is yelling at me because I have not found his nurse. I've just now found this other guy by accident, but I haven't found his nurse. A guy named Victor Goljubek took an interest in the nurse. I tried to get the daily reports from the Army. Back in 1947, every unit had to fill out a daily report. So every squadron on the base, every unit on the base would fill out a daily report and tell you who was sick, who was on sick call, who was on leave, who had joined the unit, who'd left the unit, so they could account to everybody. Everybody's names appear in these lists. And we found a number of people's serial numbers on those so we could get their records and find out exactly what we needed to know. And Naomi Self never appeared there. But I got the medical units. I requested the medical units, but I got the HHC, the headquarters, and so it didn't help. And I mentioned that to Goljubek. Well, he managed to get the morning reports from the beginning of 1947 through 1948. So he had a whole stack of them. Her name never appears. So Vic confronts Dennis with this and says, no nurse. Well, he went through a lot of other things to do. He found a listing of all Army nurses, 125,000 women who'd been Army nurses. Naomi Self didn't appear, didn't appear on this list.
Wow. You got to admire his dedication to go that far.
Absolutely. He went and found all the names of all the nurses working in the civilian hospitals in Roswell to see if maybe she had been a civilian nurse. No. So Vic confronts him with this, and Glenn Dennis says, well, I told him I'd give him a name, but it wouldn't be the right name. Her name wasn't Naomi Self. So he's now set us back to ground zero. But I remember exactly what he told us. Don't tell anybody what the name was. Then he proceeded to tell everybody under the sun what her name was, including Philip Klass. So that kind of soured me on Glenn Dennis. And then we found some other things out, that he wasn't a mortician in Roswell in 1947. He was an embalmer, which means he worked in the mortuary, but he wasn't the mortician. And he was having this affair with this nurse, sort of an affair. His wife was pregnant in 1947. We thought, well, that's pretty crappy. He said she was killed in an airplane accident in Europe. She'd been transferred to Europe, and she was killed in an airplane accident with 5 other nurses. I went through the New York Times from July of 1947 to like 1953. There's a big index. Now you can do it online and do it in seconds. It took me hours, but they would break down the the various news stories, including aircraft accidents. And I went through their indexes for literally years and could not find an accident that killed 5 Army nurses at one time. Don Berliner went through the Stars and Stripes. The Stars and Stripes is a newspaper that's printed overseas for the military personnel stationed overseas. The big advantage of the Stars and Stripes yes, I crashed. For those of you who can read body language, I scratched my nose. It itched. I'm sorry. It didn't mean I was telling you a lie. It meant my nose itched. For those of you who can read
there's a very conspiratorial crowd here, Kevin.
Yeah,
so
my nose itches. I'm sorry. That's what the problem is. Anyhow, we saw Stars and Stripes in Iraq, and I was always looking for it because Calvin and Hobbes was one of the comics they printed.
Oh yeah, I grew up with that. Sure.
Yeah. So, but everything we tried to check out with Glenn Dennis didn't check out. We couldn't find the nurse. We couldn't find it by the name. He lied to us about this. He lied to us about that. The nurse didn't get killed in an aircraft accident, all of that sort of thing. So no, I don't think Glenn Dennis was telling the truth. Tom Carey believes Glenn Dennis is telling the truth, and I think Don kind of leans toward Glenn Dennis being somewhat reliable, but he may have gotten the story from somebody else, meaning one of the people who worked at the Ballard Funeral Home in Roswell at the time, as did Glenn Dennis, was the guy who actually got the phone calls. But the nurse didn't exist. I think Tom now in their latest book, and I don't know what I see that message.
Secret nose cabal message, yeah.
Names a different nurse who worked in a clinic in Roswell in 1940 as being the real nurse. But if you're dealing with something like that, you're not going to bring a civilian nurse in there. You're going to deal with the people that are on the base, and you can control who they are and what they say. So I'm sorry, I just don't believe the Glenn Dennis story. I don't believe the Barney Barnett story. I do not believe the Gerald Anderson story. I do not believe the Frank Kaufman story. On the other hand, I certainly believe the Edwin Easley story. Edwin Easley was the base provost marshal in 1947. Base provost marshal is the same as the chief of police. He was in charge of two companies, actually a company and a squadron. He was in charge of the MP company and the 390th Air Service Squadron, I think it was, which is also specialist. And the MPs patrolled the town. The Air Specialist Squadron was involved with security on the base. So he was in charge of that, and he told me in a discussion, he was always very careful what he would say to me because he was worried about the oath he had taken back in 1947. He didn't want to violate the oath he'd taken. So he was careful what he said. He would say, I can't talk to you about that. I'm sorry, I can't talk to you about that. And I'm on the phone with him one day, and I said, are we following the right path? He said, what do you mean? And I said, we think it was extraterrestrial. And he said, well, let me put it this way. It's not the wrong path. So there's a guy, primary staff member, senior officer at Roswell in 1947. I'm the only person that ever talked to him. And he told me it was the right path and it was extraterrestrial. He told family members as he was dying of cancer about the creatures. Oh, the creatures. When that guy's name, I don't want to mention, Cal Korff, attacks me.
But you keep mentioning him. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I know, because I want people to know what the hell I'm talking about. I don't know what's going on.
Sure.
When Cal Korff talked about him in his book, he actually confused the testimony of 3 different people when he was trying to denigrate the story told by the information from Edwin Easley. Curry Holden, one other fellow, and of course Edwin Easley. I think it was Cavett, Holden, and Easley. He confused the testimonies given by those 3 people and created one massive conglomeration that was filled with wholly inaccurate information. So when he says, well, we've discredited Edwin Easley, he hasn't done that. He's discredited himself in that fashion. And I mean, I can go on like this. I'll tell you another story because it's kind of funny. Korff was reading from my book. He used to do the scandals of Kevin Randle on YouTube. I don't know if you can find them anymore or not. And he's reading from the book. I think the UFO crash at Roswell. And Jesse Marcel comes to his son, and the son says, "What is it?" And Jesse Sr. says, "Well, it's a flying saucer." And Korf says, no, didn't use the term flying saucer in 1947. They were calling them flying discs. I'm thinking if you look at the Roswell Daily Record for July 8th, 1947, it says RAAF, Roswell Army Airfield, finds flying saucer in Roswell region. I mean, it's in the newspaper, for crying out loud, on the very day. The next day it says General Ramey empties Roswell saucer. So they used the term. So he's there saying they didn't use the term flying saucer. And I on my blog, the Kevin Randle, you type in Cal Korf's name and you'll come up to a number of stories where he and I argue about stuff. But one of them I did was, here are the newspapers from July of 1947 with the term flying saucer, and it used 4 examples. So, he did a lot of stuff like that in the book and says, well, I discredited this and I discredited that. No, you didn't. You think in your own brain you did, but you certainly did not.
And I was also wanted to ask you on the subject of bodies, is there other less known people that you've interviewed that talked about bodies or autopsies or where the bodies were taken that you're aware of that you did find credible insofar as the story
there's
of
Melvin
bodies?
Brown. There's Melvin Brown, who was an NCO. He was a cook at Roswell, but if you've been in the military, you know that when you suddenly have, well, everybody goes through basic training. And in basic training, you learn a number of things like how to stand guard duty. And,
yeah, a lot of that, I'm sure. Yeah.
Yeah. So when you got a lot of people you need to deploy into some kind of an area for whatever reason, you grab everybody you can find and send them out there.
Mm-hmm.
I saw that note. Cal would lose because I'm actually trained in the use of firearms.
Hey, just so you know, everybody's already asking me if you guys are going to be on the show together. And here's what I'll say about that. If you guys will agree to it, I'll do it. But I think my only task would be to keep time, because I don't think that, that kind of debate would be great. But I think you guys would just talk over each other. And so I guess I could just referee and, keep a timer.
Here's
you
the
have
problem.
5 minutes. You have 5 minutes,
Here's the problem with that. Back a decade and a half ago, Rob McConnell at the X-Zone Broadcast Network would have Cal Korf on his show once a week. And I learned through second or third hand people said, Cal Korf is challenging you to a debate. And he's saying that you refuse to debate him about Roswell on this show. I said, I've never heard about it. So I got in contact with Rob McConnell and we set up a debate. We were going to do a debate. It was going to be a 3-hour debate. I would have an hour, Korf would have an hour, and then the two of us would be on for the last hour talking about it. And I'm making notes of what I want to say, and I've got notes here, and I'm pulling all the information out, so I've got it at my hand, so I don't have to say, oh, the name escapes me at the moment.
Sure. Yeah.
I have all that at my fingertips. And my wife keeps saying, what are you and Rob going to talk about for 3 hours? She doesn't believe Korf's going to show up. And we get down, we're within hours of the debate starting, 4 or 5 hours of the debate starting. And I get a note from Rob McConnell, Cal is pulled out. He's now off on some super secret terrorist mission and he can't participate in the debate. He didn't show up.
Oh, and actually, he's monitoring things from the Facebook live chat. He says now he's lying about the debate. It was canceled because of death threats. I offered to do it again, and that offer still stands.
Well, there we go. I see Cal is now. That's completely untrue, Cal, and you know it.
Well, I'll give you both guys, you both have an open door here, and listen, I just want to say that I like and respect both of you guys for different reasons. So, I don't like to see you disagree so strongly with each other, especially for so many years, but if you want to get it over and done with, we can have a nice talk here, and I'll just moderate the time. And
I thought it was over and done with years ago, and then I find out he's on your program calling me a liar, So I just thought, let's talk about these things. He calls all the witnesses liars. He hasn't talked to them. Sure, some of them are liars. I agree. I've exposed him myself. Sure. Jesse Marcel, and I hesitate to say it, but Jesse Marcel Sr. had a tendency to embellish things. And I think part of it came out of the Bob Pratt interview that was done in 1978 with Marcel, the first really long form interview. We've got the transcript from it, but the transcript notes are very difficult to read because it's like one 8-page paragraph with little insertions here and there. Mm-hmm. And there's one place where if you insert a comma, you change the meaning of the sentence completely. Marcel was talking about how on his third mission in the South Pacific, his airplane was shot down and they had to bail out. And Pratt says, everybody survive. And the answer written in there is all but one crashed into the mountain. And so you're saying, well, then Marcel and one other guy survived. He's not saying he was a lone survivor, but Marcel and one other guy survived. But if you put a comma in there, and you survive,
changes the whole context. Yeah.
You know, one guy crashed in the mountain and died, so it changes the contact. Marcel said that he had 5 air medals, which. And
Marcel stated it could not have been from this world.
Yes, he did. By the way, it's Marcel with 1 L, but who's
okay? Sure.
But you know, if you go and you read Linda Carley's book about her interview, it's For the Sake of My Country, her interview about
Tony Braglia.
4 hours. Tony Braglia, yes.
Yeah, we can get to that next if you don't mind.
Her 4 hours interview with Marcel. And there's one point where he begins to talk about how he had performed an operation on a guy because his surgeon wasn't available and they did it over the radio. And his wife interrupts and says, "Oh, not that story again." Like she didn't even know.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah.
But he said he had 5 air medals. We could only document 2. And to kind of put it in perspective, I have 41. But in Vietnam, we got an air medal for every 25 hours of combat assault flight time and 1 for every 50 hours. And then once in a while, we got air medals for valor. I got 2 air medals for valor as well. So I got the first Oakley cluster like 3 times. So I've got 41 total air medals. So you know, him having 5.
Your dress uniform must look great, though. You got that whole.
Well, you only wear 1, and then the air medal, you've got a little 41 on it and a V for the valor thing.
Oh, cool.
So, when I was in ROTC, we had a dining out, so we're in dress uniforms, and we can wear our medals if we have any. So I'm one of the people, a Vietnam veteran, to have this. And my friend Bob Cornett, who I mentioned earlier, there was a guy at the head table, and he's looking down at his medal, and he's looking at mine, and he's looking at me, and he's trying to figure out how this ROTC cadet could have all these medals. But I'd been to Vietnam, so that was how I did it.
Yeah, you did things a little backwards. ROTC after you were already flying.
Well, no, I was a ward officer first, and as a ward officer, then you go to ROTC and you get commissioned. But I only had to go for 2 years, and I didn't have to take the stupid summer camp thing. And so I graduated. After we graduated, I was commissioned in the Air Force as a 2nd lieutenant. So
sure. And then somebody asked about this Tony Bragalia.
Tony is a nice guy. He's a bit over the top. He's very tenacious in his research. Yeah, I like Tony. He's a good guy. He works very hard. I think he's a tad bit credulous. He accepts some things that he and I argue about. Well, we can look at the Roswell slides thing. And again, you go to my blog and you just type in Roswell.
Sure. And by the way, I just wanted to mention that I remember the Roswell slides, and I remember saying, "This is not going to end well." And I caught a quote from you saying exactly that. This is not going to end well. And a lot of credible people got tied up in that. Richard Dolan and Don Schmitt and many others got tied up. Yeah, the Roswell slides were another Jaime Maussan fake alien garbage.
Well, no, it didn't really start with Jaime Maussan. It started with Don Schmitt and Tom Carey.
Okay.
And they got onto that, and then Tony got involved in it, and very tenacious in his research. I said to Tom, it was like months before the thing came out, and I've got a couple of books on science fiction movies and things like that. And I went through there looking to see if there was anything like that that would have appeared in a science fiction movie in the 1940s, and there really wasn't. In the 1940s, if you had an alien, they basically were human dressed in silly costumes.
Yeah, the Greys didn't come till later. Yeah.
And I said to Tom, I said, the only thing I could think of, I said, do you think it could be a mummy? And he said, no, we've looked at no mummies. And I'm thinking, you're looking for a specific mummy, and they couldn't find it. And then within 48 hours of the presentation in Mexico City, they put up a better scan than we were working with on the mummy, and it was found. The mummy was found.
Yeah, it all fell apart pretty fast. I remember how
the mummy was found. The picture was taken in Mesa Verde, the museum at Mesa Verde, and then the mummy had been moved after that to Montezuma's castle. And I think the mummy eventually was returned to the tribe.
Yeah, it was interred. Actually, it was buried at some point.
The one thing I want to say about Tony is he was so upset by the exploitation of this poor unfortunate child that had died 800 years earlier, that he made a sizable donation to the tribe as a way of apologizing for being involved in the desecration of the poor unfortunate child. And I'm thinking, it's a poor kid. It's just a horrible, horrible thing. Tom wanted to believe so badly that even after it blew up, he just would not let go. Don had called me and said, "What can I do?" And I said, "Admit it immediately."
Yeah, and I want to say, to his credit, I interviewed him once and talked about this with him, and I thought, people really went after him. People were pissed, and to his credit, he said, "Here's what happened. Here's why I was taken in. As soon as I got the truth, I reversed my position, and I'm sorry it happened. I'm moving forward with research. These things happen,
I think it took. Well, Don's first reaction was that it was the skeptics were creating this problem with reading the placard. Finally was decoded, and it was a scan that had been put up on the internet by Richard Dolan, as a matter of fact. After the presentation in Mexico City, they put a scan up on the internet, a much better scan, and within hours, a number of people had read what it said. So they knew it wasn't was not an alien creature, that it had been recovered in, I think it was 1897 at Mesa Verde. And it was in a museum around the Mesa Verde area. I forget the name of the museum at the time. But you could, when they compared other pictures from that museum, you could see the pattern, the tile pattern on the floor. And when you saw the full picture, you could see other displays, other exhibits, as well as the placards. So it became very clear what had happened there. But to Tony's credit, the moment he found out what it was, he renounced it immediately. Sizable nation,
right? Yeah.
So he tends to be, shall we say, overly enthusiastic on some things, but he does.
I suffer from confirmation bias myself. Like I want to believe in the alien hypothesis. So there are stories that I hear that I just want to believe, but then I have to be, a little more discerning sometimes when I get the whole story and let it go. There's another excellent question here for you, Kevin. Was the weather balloon explanation and demonstration a PR stunt to try to divert attention?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. There was nothing, the mogul stuff going on in New Mexico, and Charles Moore told me at one point, it really wasn't Project Mogul down here. It was the New York University constant level balloon experiment. And he said, we didn't even know the name of Project Mogul down here when we were doing it. And I'm thinking, Dr. Curry's diary that was written in 1947 actually uses the Mogul name 3 times. So I think you did know it. But it was a way of diverting attention. They suddenly say, well, it's just this weather balloon thing. And everybody's looking at the weather balloon. In 1947, they said, okay. And they went away. They couldn't find Marcel because he's in Fort Worth. They couldn't find Brazel because he's at the ranch, and they don't have phones, and he didn't have a way of contacting him. Sheriff wouldn't talk to him. Sheriff Wilcox was saying, I'm working with the boys out at the base there. Call them if you want information. The story just died. Well, we had a flying saucer, but here it is. It's a weather balloon. Let's go home. And in 19...
And it stayed that way till the late 70s, really, right? It just
you go back.
died.
Well, actually, not quite, because in 1966, Frank Edwards did a book called Flying Saucers Serious Business, and he has a small, quick paragraph. I think it's called Picking Up the Pieces. I think it's chapter 4, and he talks about the Roswell case in the first part of that. He gets practically everything wrong, other than it was Roswell, New Mexico. The Air Force explained it away as a weather balloon with a tin, he says, with a pie tin attached to it, but it wasn't a pie tin. It was a radio and radar reflector. But that was 1966. And so it did leak out periodically, little bits and pieces of it. Ted Blocher did a thing where he collected a lot of the newspaper articles from 1947. And there is a segment that deals with Roswell as it being a hoax, being a weather balloon. And so it did remain pretty much that way. Everybody ignored it until Jesse Marcel came out and started talking about it in 1978. And then it ran from we ran with it from there. But then you get to 1995 and the Air Force comes out with their explanation. And they said, you know, back in 1947, it wasn't a weather balloon. We lied about it then. We've done this extensive investigation. And we've discovered it was a weather balloon. We just give it another name and say it was highly classified. What was going on in New Mexico was not classified. The purpose, what they wanted to do was create a constant level balloon and place it in what they postulated was an acoustical level in the atmosphere. And they postulated there's an acoustical level, I get about 200 fathoms down in the oceans, where sound travels amazing distances. And they wanted to put this constant level balloon in this acoustical level so they could listen for Soviet detonations of atomic weapons. I don't think they ever did it. I think spy planes came in and kind of ruined the idea for a balloon. But that's what they were doing. Then they the day after, no, it's July 10th in the Alamogordo News, there's a picture of one of these arrays laid out on the ground and talking about what they were doing in New Mexico and how this array was possibly responsible for the debris found by Mac Brazel.
And just to be clear, all these people that were military people would have been familiar with a weather balloon and a radar reflector, right? I mean,
well, not everybody, but some of them would have been. And what I understand is on Operation Crossroad, which was the atomic testing being done at the Bikini Atoll in 1946, the 509th was responsible for the logistical support. And part of the logistical support was to take Ray-Wind targets and neoprene weather balloons to there. So people would have been familiar with them. I mean, it's a weather balloon. But Brazel, the thing that's interesting is you have the July 9th newspaper, which is their interview with Brazel, and they're talking about how Brazel said, well, it was, sticks and rubber and twine and this sort of thing. And the skeptic sees on that and says, well, strange debris for a interstellar craft. And I'm thinking, yeah, pretty much, pretty strange. But then they always ignore the paragraph toward the end of the story where Brazel says, I found weather balloons on weather observation devices on 2 other occasions. This was nothing like those, except Project Mogul was exactly like those. That's what it was made up of. He would have recognized the balloon. Marcel didn't recognize it. Cavett, who was the counterintelligence officer there, told Colonel Richard Weaver, who did the investigation for the Air Force in the 1990s. Colonel Weaver, a nice fellow, talked to him a number of times, had him on my radio show. If you want to listen to Colonel Weaver's interview, go to my blog and type in Colonel Weaver, and you can listen to the 2-hour interview with Colonel Weaver about this. And I think you'll find some interesting things. He still maintains it's Project Mogul. I don't think it was. I don't think there's a terrestrial explanation for it. But the weather balloon explanation was the cover story, and it just simply does not work. There is nothing that explains the Roswell debris currently in terrestrial terms. Something may be found later on. I don't know what it would be, but something may come up and say, yep, that's what it was. We're all done now.
Yeah, my favorite part of that Air Force report, and it's Roswell case closed, really, is the explanation they come up with for the bodies was anthropomorphic dummies that were dropped 10 years or so after the 47 Roswell event, that they say people misinterpreted it, and somehow they don't know the difference between 1947 and 1953 when these dummies were dropped in these high altitude experiments.
Well, the anthropomorphic dummies looked exactly like what they were. And they were big, robust things. There's a picture in the report with a guy standing with them, and they're like 6 feet tall. And you talk to
you talk to
who said they saw the bodies. They're much smaller than that. They're not these big, robust things. They're much smaller than that. And it simply doesn't work at all. The other thing is the guys in the New York University guys had gone to Roswell to elicit their help in tracking their balloons, and the Roswell guys probably pissed them off by saying they were basically too busy with real work to be worried about what a bunch of college boys wanted to do. The balloons had cards on them. If you find this, let us know, and we'll pay you $5. Which in 1947, $5.
That was a lot of money, right? Yeah,
nice piece of change. That sort of thing. There was one that came down out toward they called the bottoms of lakes. They're east of Roswell. One of their balloons came down there. They had military equipment from Alamogordo, and they drove out and recovered their balloon, and they realized they were getting low on gas, and they stopped in Roswell with this balloon in back of their weapons carrier, which is an open bay type thing, to gas up so they could get over to Alamogordo. So the people would have seen the balloons. And the other thing the Air Force did, which wasn't quite fair. Well, there's a couple of things they did. One of them was Sally Tadolini, who handled some of the debris that Bill Brazel had found. In her affidavit, she talks about how some of it being something like stiff leather, I think it was. But in the next paragraph, she kind of identifies it more, and it takes it out of the realm of terrestrial materials. They leave that paragraph out so that you get the idea it was stiff leather types material. And I thought that was kind of underhanded things to do. On the other hand, to give Colonel Weaver his due, he published all of Carey's field notes and his diaries about the explanation. So you could go through there and you could see where it says flight number 4, the culprit of this didn't fly. It was canceled. They could not fly at night. They could not fly the balloons in the daytime because these long arrays were a hazard to aerial navigation. So they did not allow them to launch them in the dark or if it was cloudy out. And so flight number 4, which they say is the culprit, never flew. There's no documentation for it. They said they flew a cluster of balloons later in the day, but that's not a mogul array. And so their explanation falls on that. And that's the thing I've never understood about the skeptics. They quote the July 9th newspaper article with the Brazel saying that, it was rubber and rubber balloon and all of this stuff. They quote that as if it's gospel, ignoring the other quote where he says, well, it was nothing like I'd found before. And so we get to the Carey's diary, the guy in charge of the operation at Alamogordo saying, the flight was canceled. Well, we're just going to ignore that, and we'll postulate that this cluster of balloons they flew later in the day is what fell. But it simply doesn't work.
Yeah, I've never liked either weather balloon, mogul balloon. I just don't see a bunch of people getting, and the amount of people that have been involved in this. And then also, I wanted to take a moment for you to ask you about some of these deathbed confessions of people that have told stories of aliens and bodies and what really happened there as they were dying or nearing the end of their lives. Don Schmitt's got that book, Children of Roswell, which I found fascinating because I just don't see a bunch of people nearing death suddenly deciding that they're going to start making up stories about aliens. What do you think of some of the deathbed confessions and things?
First of all, technically they're not deathbed confessions, because deathbed confessions refers to confessing to a crime.
Sure. It's a bad term, but near death confession.
But I understand what you're saying, and I can understand a guy, and I is back at the turn of the last century. There were 15 guys traveling with various carnivals around the United States, claiming they were the real Jesse James. Well, 14 of them had to be lying.
Yeah.
And the 15th was too, but that's other argument. So people put themselves into this, and there was a lot of publicity about the Roswell case after the first little wave of it in 1980 when the Roswell incident book came out, or 1978 when Jesse Marcel told his story. And then it built after 1989 when we all started getting involved in the investigations and there was a lot more information coming out. And I can understand people who were there in Roswell in 1947 plugging themselves into the story. But when you're extremely ill and you're about to die, I almost said about to croak, which would have been really, really obnoxious.
People croak?
But, yeah, when they're about to croak, to come up with this kind of a cockamamie story just doesn't make a lot of sense. 10 years before you're going to die, I mean, you're not going to realize you're going to die in 10 years, but I mean, telling the story to your family at some gathering, plugging yourself into it. Yeah, I got it. And what bothers me is, and one of the reasons I believe Frank Kaufman and some of these other people is because you didn't think people would be making up their military careers. And then I read a book called Stolen Valor, and it's about all these people who claim to be Vietnam veterans who maybe were in the Army but didn't get to Vietnam, or weren't even in the military, claiming that they were Vietnam veterans for they could wrap themselves in the glory, which is why I put up the blog with the pictures and the documentation. So I really was a Vietnam veteran, really am a Vietnam veteran, I should say. And David Rudiak and I got into a big fight over this because there was a survey was taken. They said it was part of a census survey, and I'm not sure exactly how this works out because it was 1995 as opposed to the regular census. But they asked, are you a Vietnam veteran? And 13 million people said yes.
Yeah, there wasn't that many Vietnam veterans, right? There was like 4 or 5 million.
They claimed there were, I think, 2.8 million. 2.8 million served in Vietnam. Now they're claiming
actually served.
Yeah, now they're saying like there's 880,000. And I'm thinking, wow, where did everybody go? But David Rudiak just couldn't believe that people would lie about that. And this book, Stolen Valor, just details all these guys telling their stories. And the best one is there were 8 guys involved in a support group talking about their horrific experiences in combat. And the therapist couldn't seem to make an inroads because every time he'd say something or make a comment, he said, well, you can't understand that you were never in combat. And
yeah, neither were you. Yeah.
Well, but the thing is, there was a Green Beret captain who after he finished his service, took a master's degree in psychology or social work or something. So he was working there. I mean, he legitimate hero, Silver Star, I think 2 or 3 tours in Vietnam, all of that stuff. I mean, legitimate guy and could prove it. So he goes down to talk to these guys about it, and they're just absolutely hostile. And he comes to find out none of them had ever been in Vietnam. They were all 8 of them were making it up.
Jeez, it's terrible. And Stolen Valor is a huge problem in the field of UFOs. I did a big investigation into someone called Charles Hall, who you may have heard about, who claimed to work on a secret base with tall white aliens. And we went to the ends of the earth to try to verify his military claims.
You're not talking about the Rendlesham Forest guy, right?
No, I'm talking about Charles
because I thought
Hall.
You said Colonel.
Yeah. And it turns out they're easy to disprove, but he claimed that he was in the Air Force and he was a weather observer, and he even has scans in his book of like documents, but they all the documents are fake. So he was never in the Air Force. He was never in the class that he claimed he went to become a weather observer for the Air Force. And so to me, if the story starts with, I was in the Air Force and then I saw aliens, well, if you can pick apart the beginning of the story, that you were never in the actual Air Force, the stories fall apart. It's a big problem. And we have all these super soldiers, that claim they were in the Army and then they got recruited into the secret space thing. And yeah, there's so many frauds out there.
I was always going to put on my uniform, go to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base and have with a GoPro camera and say,
can I have the access to the blue room? Yeah.
I just came from in there and I saw all the bodies. What the hell's the problem?
Yeah, that leads me to another one of my questions. Now, I realize you're going to have to speculate on this, but you have spent so many hours researching, interviewing people, and you have a military background. I want to ask you, if an alien spacecraft really crash landed and bodies were recovered, where do you think they ended up? Because I think they all went to Wright-Patterson.
You'd be wrong.
Really?
Actually, I don't have to speculate about where they went because General Exxon told us where they went. General Exxon was assigned to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in July of 1947. He was a lieutenant colonel at the time. He was attending the Air Institute of Technology, which was a master's degree program for officers in the Air Force or Army Air Forces. And he was at the base when these things happened. And he told us, Don and me, and we have it on tape. So he said that the bodies did go into Wright-Patterson, but one of them went to Lowry Air Force Base or Lowry Army Airfield, if that's what it was called in 1947, because that's where the Army's mortuary service was. And one was sent there so they could work on finding the best way to preserve the bodies, because you've got now a unique biological sample and you're probably not going to get any more. So you want to preserve it as best you can. So he told us that they went to Wright Field. Then one of them went to Lowry, and somebody else suggested one of them had gone to MacDill. I think because there's a big aeromedical center there. Now at this point, we get into the speculation because people have told us a lot of wild stuff. There's supposedly an island in the Pacific that's run by the military, and that's where all the stuff is stored because you can't get to it easily. You've got to know where the island is, and they'll see you coming, type thing. It's not like trying to sneak up on Area 51. So I simply just don't know at this point. But for what we were told, Kaufman told us a different story. That some of them went to Wright Field and some of them went to Washington, D.C. But we can't believe anything Kaufman told us, so we ignore that. Go with what General Exxon said. I think that's a more reliable source.
Yeah, and another point I wanted to ask about it is exactly that. There have been some extremely high-ranking military officers involved in one form or another in the Roswell event that have made some pretty startling admissions. And doesn't that lend credibility to the alien hypothesis when you've got somebody like a general being willing to put their reputation and their military career on the line to say these things?
Well, you have to remember that somebody whose name I won't mention claimed that we had misrepresented the General Exxon testimony. But Greg Sandow had looked at all of this and suggested that we were very, very careful and very meticulous in how we explained what General Exxon's role was, and that he didn't see anything firsthand other than flying over the one of the crash sites some months later. But when you have somebody like that, or you have General DuBose who was involved in it, or you have colonels, a number of colonels as opposed to lieutenant colonels. I kind of thumb my nose at lieutenant colonels since I managed to reach that rank myself. So I don't find it very impressive anymore. Used to be really impressive if you were lieutenant colonel, but now since I made it, it's not so much.
Yeah, congratulations, Colonel.
Well, the funny thing was when I was being presented the Bronze Star Medal for my service in Iraq, from a United States Senator, by the way, I was going out to the National Guard Armory, and I'm in my lieutenant colonel suit, and there was a young soldier running around out there, and I had him come over, and I wanted to know which room we were going to be in, and this guy's just petrified. And I said, what the hell's the problem here? And then I realized, I'm in my lieutenant colonel suit. He probably doesn't talk to me.
Yeah, you scared him. It's like some private or something, right?
Thank you. I appreciate your attempt to help. I finally found the room, but that's a whole you've got every member of Colonel Blanchard's staff that we interviewed, with one exception, said that it was extraterrestrial. Patrick Saunders, on both a UFO crash at Roswell and the truth about the UFO crash at Roswell, on the flyleaves to the paperbacks, wrote notes to friends and things. And one of them, the flyleaf says damage control, and it talks about how they changed the serial numbers of people and they moved the money around and they buried the paper trail. And he wrote on the top of that something to the effect, this is the truth, and I never told anybody anything. And he signed his name to it. Here's a retired colonel admitting it on paper, it's one of the best bits of documentation we have. Unfortunately, it's after the book was published, so you could argue contamination if you wanted to do so. But every member of Colonel Blanchard's staff, I think with the exception of Colonel Barrowclaw, no, was it Payne Jennings? It was one of the two. I think it was Barrowclaw, had written a note to Kent Jeffrey saying that he appreciated Kent Jeffrey saying, well, there was nothing to it, and now maybe all these people stop bothering me and tell me that sort of thing. But everybody we could talk to, and that includes, Jesse Marcel, Patrick Saunders, the operation.
I have a list and a list of quotes from all from high-ranking military officials, and to me, just sitting through like 3 pages of quotes from some of these high-ranking military officers, my experience with military officers was my father, and he was just like a no-nonsense. He just wasn't a bullshitter. Not to say that if you're in the military, you can't be a bullshitter, but I just find it pretty credible that so many people have said that it was alien or extraterrestrial. And again, I know this one you're going to have to speculate on. I understand perhaps why they covered it up. First of all, we don't even know, this could be a recon mission and an invasion might be taking place next week. They didn't know why were these beings here, what was their purpose, and also with the incredible panic that the War of the Worlds sort of thing radio show created. They thought that everybody would go nuts, maybe. But why do you believe if they did cover it up, they continue to cover it up? Why not just? Can't we handle it now? We know about exoplanets. We know about other star systems.
It has nothing to do with that. It's national security.
Okay.
And you have to look at the Belt, Montana UFO sightings in 1967. And this is the point where one of the missile flights was shut down completely and totally. So they couldn't be launched by an outside force. It's not supposed to be able to happen. And if you in one of the books, I talk about this specifically. Oh, let me say one thing because you brought that up. Brad Steiger and I used to argue about who'd written the most UFO books. I thought it was him. He thought it was me. And we worried about Nick Redfern catching up to us.
I think he might have passed you guys by now.
Well, I don't think he has yet, but I think if he hasn't, he's getting awful darn close.
Yeah, and how many just books have you written in total?
Books,
a couple hundred?
125.
Jesus, wow, you're a busy guy.
That counts science fiction. That counts the action adventure. That counts the Vietnam Ground Zero.
Yeah,
books.
I never knew until recently that you wrote a bunch of science fiction novels, and I happen to love science fiction novels. So I'm gonna get started on your catalog. I think I'll let you know what I think.
We had a makeshift book signing in the PX in Baghdad because. A couple of friends and I were at the PX, and we were looking at the books, and they had four of my science fiction novels in there, and so we pulled them off the shelves, and we're talking to people, and people were buying the books. So all four of so full of them that day. That was a big deal. I made $1.25. No, anyway. So yeah, I've done 125 books, and I have more coming out, but to get back to your original question, which was it's national security, Belt, Montana, and the Condon Committee knew about the sightings in Belt, Montana. They're in the Blue Book files, I believe, and it's classified as unidentified. They don't know what was seen there, but there were other sightings going on the missile fields, and these missile fields around Malmstrom Air Force Base, they're like could be 100 miles from the base. They're scattered all over the prairie in Montana. And there was a reported sighting of a UFO, and then all the missiles went offline. And the Condon Committee sent in their guy who had a security clearance so he could see classified material. And the UFO officer, Lieutenant Colonel Lewis Chase, who is the RB-47 pilot, which is another sighting, was there. And he's talking to him, and they're talking about Belt, Montana. And then the guy asks about the missiles going offline. And Chase says, I can't tell you about that. It's classified, and it's a national security issue. So when you look at the Condon Committee, they said, well, there's no national security issues involved. Well, that's a blatant lie because they knew it was national security calls because they had a UFO sighting at a base where they couldn't get the information because of national security. But I think that's the bugaboo. And if you think about it now, if it came out that there was a way to disable our missiles from outside the launch control facility and the silos themselves, you could disable an entire flight at one time. That would be valuable information for
the Russians, the Chinese, anybody.
For our enemies to have. And so you don't want them to find out that it can be done, because if you know something is possible, you start looking for ways to do it. If you think it's impossible, oftentimes you say, well, it's impossible, I'm not even going to try. But if you know it can be done, then you can look for ways to do it. So I think it's a national security issue. And I think that's the bugaboo that continues on today. It's national security that requires them to hide some of this information and pretend like there's nothing to it.
Yeah, I just think that like the knowledge that there's other species of intelligent life out there in the universe, it seems to me to be almost a crime to keep that from people. You know, it just seems too important of a revelation. Do you think that we'll eventually get to some revelations, or do you think the government will never disclose what really happened?
I sincerely believe the government will never disclose it, but it's not entirely in their hands. If there is alien visitation and the aliens decide to land at Times Square, then the cat's out of the bag pretty much. And that was the thing about Roswell. If it had happened somewhere else, they may not have been able to hide it. But it happened in a very
out in the middle of the desert with a small town nearby a military base. And,
military base, and the town's livelihood is based on the military base. It's no longer there, but and it's right after World War II. So when the government says, you got to keep this quiet, don't talk about it, people did that. There was something called Japanese balloon bombs. I don't know if you're familiar with those or not. It was
the Japanese. Some people think that battle of what was that UFO sighting in California, the Battle of Los Angeles, might have been one of those balloons.
No, they didn't start launching until long after that. But
okay.
In late 1944, I think it was, they were creating these balloons that would cross the Atlantic. They found the jet stream, and they would launch the balloons into the jet stream and attach bombs to them. And there was a mechanism so that it would cycle through a number of times. And then if it got to the point, it would drop its incendiary bombs. And what they wanted to do was try to start fires in our forests or start fires in factories and things like that. 6 people were actually killed by a balloon bomb in Oregon. It's the only fatalities on the North American continent due to enemy action during World War II. But they got as far as Michigan, I think it was. And a woman in Iowa, a reporter in Iowa, had found one or knew about one. The farmer had reported it to her, and she knew what it was, and she was going to write a story for it. And the FBI showed up. And said,
they didn't want the public to know and panic the public.
Well, they didn't want it in newspapers because they didn't want the Japanese to know that the balloon bombs were having some success. They weren't having a lot.
They would ramp up their efforts then, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So they wanted to keep it quiet for very, very logical reason. Once the war was over, I think the day after the war was officially declared over, she wrote her story about the balloon bombs that had fallen on Iowa. But so there are national security implications. And in 1947, if you asked the people, please don't talk about this. We need a chance to figure out what's going on. I think they would have said, yeah, that's good. We'll take care of it. And I think the stories of people being threatened may be somewhat hyperbolic. And I say that I think that the military people could be reminded, if you're exposed to classified material, you are not authorized to release that information to other people. Regardless of where you got that information, you cannot release it to other people, and you will go to jail for 20 years. And I think they may have, I think the stories have grown into the death threats. I think civilians were threatened with jail and that sort of thing. And I think some of them have now confabulated it to being death threats, that sort of thing. But I think in 1947, it made good sense. And then when you plug in the national security implications, especially after something like Belt, Montana, then you understand why they were reluctant to, why they're still reluctant to release all the information. I think it's the national security implications. But I think the only way we're really going to find out is if the aliens arrive and make themselves known.
Yeah, I've often thought that if there was another mass sighting event like the Phoenix Lights, but maybe taken up a few notches, it would be really difficult for them to cover up a real big mass sighting. And that may be how some form of disclosure comes our way.
I've talked to several skeptics about this, what they would take. And some of them said, well, we've got to see the craft from the bodies, period, end of discussion. But those who are somewhat less rigid in their thinking, their attitude is, well, how it doesn't even have to be a mass sighting, but people, independent people at 3 or 4 different locations photographing the same object, whether it's just photographs or movie footage. And in today's world, I can't understand why you wouldn't have movie footage, cell phones, of these sorts of things. And if you've got people independently recording a sighting, 3 or 4 or 5 of them at separate locations, now you can triangulate. Now you can gather all kinds of data from it, and it becomes very difficult to determine or to say, no, this is some mundane thing that was misinterpreted. But you've got to have multiple witnesses, and you've got to have independent corroboration for them, or independent. They have to be independent of one another, and that may happen if everybody would stop looking at their cell phones and look up in the sky once in a while.
Yeah, I know. I have 2 children, and I have a real problem with them and screen time. Like, I have to, say, that's not the real world. Put that down. We're going to do some activities. Or I wanted to give you an opportunity. Yeah, I wanted to give you an opportunity here. I'm going to share my screen and show people. I don't know what your latest book is, but this is the latest book of yours that I've actually read, and this is Roswell in the 21st Century. Which I highly recommend, but you have some other book.
This is Project
Blue Book. Yeah, somebody put the link to that in the live chat earlier.
And,
so that's all about Project Blue Book. That's interesting. But are all your books on Amazon? Like, if somebody wanted to hear more from you or read your books?
Yes.
You just search Kevin Randle, right?
Yeah, and most of them you can get them as ebooks. The Vietnam Ground Zero books, as I said, are coming up. And if you go to vietnamgroundzero.blogspot.com, there's a link on the side there that you can link to the books and see what's. Well, there you go.
Yeah,
Somebody. I was going to say Encounter in the Desert. That's about the Socorro sighting. I noticed these are books published by real publishers. UFOs in the Deep State will be out in May. That one's not out yet.
Yes, this title has not yet been released. Okay, wow, yeah.
Look at all these science fiction novel. Remember the Alamo.
The Best of Roswell. Oh no, that's somebody else. Alien Mysteries, Conspiracies, and Cover-Ups. Yeah, I could stay busy reading your books for quite a long time.
There's another science fiction novel. Remember Gettysburg.
Somebody mentioned in the Audible. Project Blue Book exposes also an audiobook, which I love audiobooks. So,
but Bob Cornett and I did
and here's your Amazon link. Somebody see, we got a good live chat. They're helping you sell some books. Kevin.
Yeah, thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Yeah, and if you have a little bit more time, I thought we could ask the live chat for any questions for you, because this is a rare opportunity to get all the people here. We've got 50 watching live. If you have any questions for Mr. Randle, please put them in all caps. I heard somebody mention, if you could just talk briefly, because you and I agree on one part of Roswell, the book, Colonel Corso's The Day After Roswell. I did not find it credible at all. After looking into him, you don't find it credible either. I have a background in computer science and electronics, and so for somebody to suggest that the transistor wasn't already well on its way to being invented before the Roswell event, and just some of the things that he talks about in there, that he gives zero credit to human researchers. The laser came from Roswell, computer chips, the transistor, fiber optics. But if you look into the actual development of all these technologies, they were well on their way before Roswell, or at least there was some start or foundation for them to come.
If you, you haven't run convoys, but I have been involved in convoys crossing state lines, for example. When we were deploying to Iraq, we had to go to Fort Riley, Kansas, and we had to cross state lines, and we had automatic weapons. So it's very, very difficult to do that. I mean, we're authorized automatic weapons, but we had them, and we had to coordinate with an awful lot. And when we stopped, when we stopped, we had our own guards on those trucks. We didn't bring anybody else in. So when Corso talks about how they were trucking the bodies to right field, I'm thinking, why? They got airplanes. You don't need.
Why would you put them in a truck? That doesn't make sense.
We can fly them on airplanes, guys. And stopped at Fort Riley, and he says that they unloaded the trucks and took the boxes all into a building to guard, and then they've got the local people guarding it, and the local people are going through the boxes, and they came across one with the body in it, and the sergeant calls Major Corso at the time, and I'm thinking, not 1947, you're not going to be buddy with the NCOs that way. In 1947, things have changed now, and in the relations. Well, in aviation units, it really wasn't that great dichotomy between the officers and the enlisted men, because you always worked so closely together, and you relied on one another to survive. But it just didn't make sense. And I'm thinking, if I'm responsible for the convoy, when we get to Fort Riley to remain overnight, because the Army has regulations on how you do these things. My people are guarding the trucks, period, end of discussion. And I know that when we convoyed from Doha, Kuwait to Baghdad, when we remained overnight, we ran our own guard. There were guys from the local establishment, the local military organism, the local base, guarding the perimeter, but we were also guarding the interior. And I remember I was on the 2:00 in the morning shift with the battalion commander. Because we were, of course, were doing our part for the guard duty as well. We weren't required to do it, but we thought, it's the best thing to do.
It doesn't make sense, right? If you had something so top secret, why would you let locals guard it? You've got your own personnel to do that, right?
And then they're going through it. They
start digging through top secret boxes.
Why don't you get a camera? Come here and take some photographs, you yo-yos. So I mean, there was a lot of stuff. He claimed to have been the commander at White Sands Missile Range. There was never a commander under the rank of colonel, with the exception of the first guy, and one guy who was temporary commander when the general who was in charge had a heart attack and died. Everybody who had been in command at White Sands had been a general officer. And he said a lot of things like that. He had the introduction to his book. I've actually got one of the books with the introduction by Strom Thurmond in it.
And he had to pull that. Yeah. Famous. So a senator writes the foreword to his book, not realizing that it's a book about UFOs, and then he gets pissed when he figures that out and wants it taken out, and they have to reprint the books.
Absolutely. So, we look at all of that sort of thing. Corso just wasn't credible. Well, there's a picture in the book of a UFO over the hills. And those of us who've been around the field more than 10 minutes know that the picture's a hoax. It was published in 1966, and Look magazine did a UFO or flying saucer special, and that was one of the pictures in there. The guy who took the picture said, "Yeah, I was young. I was 20 years old. It was a Ford hubcap. We threw it in the air. We took a photograph." And that's in Corso's book. He doesn't even know it's fake.
That doesn't lend well to his credibility. Here's a quick question. Bob Lazar, credible or fake? I know what I believe.
Well, I don't find his story particularly credible.
There we go. We agree on that.
My friend George Knapp is mad at me for that, but that's the way it goes.
I got into it with George Knapp over the end of a documentary. I did some of my own research and found out that had nothing to do with Element 115 or flying saucer stories. It had to do with a routine murder investigation. Apparently, Mr. Lazar was selling, is it thallium or thorium? I always forget what the element was called, but he sold somebody either thallium or thorium, and then the guy murdered his wife with it in another state. So they came there to find the thallium, and the sales records had nothing to do with flying saucers or any of that stuff. And so I took that to George Knapp, and boy, he was not happy with me and told me that I don't know shit about research or murders or whatever. So, but it is what it is,
That's kind of the problem too. If you were to ask me about Kecksburg 10 years ago, I'd say, yeah, that's good. And now I just don't know. I don't think so. I think there's alternative explanations for it, and it's again cluttered like the Roswell field, with people coming forward saying, "Yeah, I was there. I saw this. I saw that. The other thing."
Yeah, I'm in Pennsylvania, and I actually drove out there, and to see the crash site, and I was pretty underwhelmed.
Well, I know Stan Gordon did an awful lot of work, and
yeah, he was on my show twice previously.
And he's a nice guy.
Good guy, nice guy. Yeah, but I don't know. I think that was most likely it's just too coincidental to me that a Russian satellite went down right around that time. The same time.
Yeah, there's some problems with that story. But, we have to look at all of that sort of thing, and I get really tired. And I've said it before, of these people falling back on their military credentials. And you brought up Corso, for example. Well, I was a colonel in the Army. No, he wasn't. He was a lieutenant colonal.
Yeah, big difference.
Well, it's not,
a colonel and a lieutenant colonel is a big difference, isn't there?
Well, I've always looked at it this way. If you are commissioned as a second lieutenant, there's about a 95% chance you'll be promoted to first lieutenant. You either have to get out, get killed, or really screw up. And the step from first lieutenant to captain isn't that big. The step from captain to major is a little bit larger because you're moving from company grade to field grade and more responsibility. So fewer people are selected for major. And you move from major to lieutenant colonel. That's another step, but not a real big step from major to lieutenant colonel. But when you get to colonel, that's a big step, because now you're on the cusp of general officer, and then go to brigadier general, of course, is another large step. But I always looked at it that way. And so, and Corso got caught on that. And I had a similar situation happen to me when the UFO casebook came out. The publisher put U.S. Air Force retired, because I'd signed something with USAFR, which was United States Air Force Reserve, and he thought it was retired. So the book comes out and it says retired on it. And some guy wrote this big expose on me. You're much too young. And I had joined the Army. I joined the Army when I was 18. And at the time this came out, I was 38. And so I wrote back and said, well, actually, I am old enough to be retired, but that was a mistake the editor made, not me. It should have been reserve, not retired. And so I copped to it. And I think the same thing happened with Corso. They just got to use calling him colonel and didn't realize it was lieutenant colonel. So when the book came out, he says, yeah, I was retired. I was promoted to colonel when I retired. No evidence that happened at all. So, I mean, the cover of the book.
And that's not very common for somebody to get promoted after they retire, is it?
Well, no, as you retire, sometimes there are brevet promotions as kind of a reward for your service, especially in the reserves and the National Guard.
So maybe you could get a higher retirement monthly payment, but because right? They want to do you a favor on the way out.
The time and grade for promotions differed radically from the reserve to the active forces. And you look at a lot of officers' ranks, and you'll see there'll be a brigadier general, and their permanent grade will be major. And so once you retire, if you've served on active duty in that higher grade, then you retire at the higher grade. Or if you get into trouble, you revert to your permanent grade. I always kind of laughed about that because the Air Force had done away with ward officers. And when I went into ROTC, they listed my grade as ward officer because I'd been a ward officer in the Army. And I always thought it was kind of funny that technically could have made me the last ward officer in the Air Force, but I got commissioned. It didn't happen. So had I been in the Air Force and got out, I would have, I could have been the last Air Force ward officer.
Here's another good question is, but I think you've kind of already answered this. What is your hope for the future in reference to government disclosure?
As I said, I don't think it's going to happen. I think we have to wait for some other force to do it. There's no motivation for the government to do it. And I think in today's environment, especially with what's going on, they're too busy doing other stuff. Some of it not very important, some of it not very useful, but they're busy doing this other stuff when they should be worrying about some of the problems we have, like COVID-19. But there's no motivation for them to disclose anything at this point.
Yeah, I don't think that they'll ever do it unless they're forced. Their hand is forced.
It has to be forced by something.
And absolutely. Another great question is, what individual story is the most interesting to you, Kevin, and why? And I think he means like UFO story.
Well, the Roswell is extremely interesting because of all the people involved. I think the level land UFO sightings are very, very important because you had so many people involved, and you've got the UFO interacting with the environment, stalling the car engines and putting out the headlights. And there is an awful lot of information about that I've uncovered in the last couple of years that hasn't come out yet, including what the sheriff in Levelland, how deep he was involved in some of the things that were going on. But I think that's a very important case because you have the multiple witnesses, you have the UFO interacting with the environment, and you can see the nonsensical investigation conducted by the Air Force saying, well, it was ball lightning. Ball lightning is very small and very short-lived, and you don't get massive displays of them all over an area over a period of 2 hours. So the ball lightning explanation simply doesn't work.
It's about as good an explanation as swamp gas. Yeah.
And we talk about swamp gas in Project Blue Book Exposed.
Yeah, and could you talk for just a moment, since we're on the subject of Blue Book, about the second Blue Book, the one, there's the public Blue Book, and then didn't they have a separate program for any of the cases which might affect national security that was not public at all?
We kind of discussed that the national security implications come into play, but General Bolander said in 1969 that cases that were affected by national security or impacted national security were not part of the Blue Book system. So we know there was a secondary investigation going on. We later discovered there was another one called Moondust. Mm-hmm. And Moondust was a project to recover returning space debris of foreign manufacture or unknown origin. And
we want to get our hands on the Russian stuff if we could, just to see what they.
Yeah, but unknown origin also suggests extraterrestrial. And we know there was a UFO component because when the State Department inadvertently released a bunch of documents to, I think, Robert Todd, Moondust was mentioned in there, and there was a UFO component to it. I found 4 cases in the Project Blue Book files labeled Moondust.
Yeah, that's interesting. And you've got the documents. And another excellent question. Ask Kevin about Jacobson's book. Annie Jacobson has this book about Area 51, and the last chapter has got some crazy story about Mengele and Stalin got together and somehow manufactured these fake alien bodies in this strange craft to fly it over the United States and panic us. Do you think there's any credibility to her claims?
No.
There you go. Quick answer.
That's the thing. Present some documentation. Present some proof. If you're going to claim to be a military officer, present us with some actual documentation that we can verify. And it goes back to people like Willingham. He presented the documentation, but we couldn't verify it. When we went to the sources, they said, no, this stuff is not real. So, I mean, that's the point. If you want to check my background, send the documentation to St. Louis and ask them for my military records. Ask them for the Army ones, because if you get the Air Force ones, I think it's only got me as a first lieutenant on there, and you need to get the Army records to pick up some of that stuff.
Yeah. Well, listen, this has been one of my favorite shows so far. It's just been fascinating and a dream come true. I still am thinking about sitting in my living room with my father, who liked sort of aviation, and hearing about Roswell for the first time with you on Unsolved Mysteries. And now you're here in my show, which is amazing to me. I want to thank you. So here's what I'm going to do, Kevin. I'm going to play us out. If you just want to stand by for a moment, I would appreciate that. Okay, while I play us out with a bumper. So I want to thank each and every one of you for joining us. This has been just, I could talk to you for 5 more hours. I don't want to keep you that long. Maybe we can have you come back. That would be awesome.
Absolutely.
That would be awesome. Okay.
And we won't mention that guy.
Or maybe you could come back with them. I don't know. We'll see. All right, friends. I want to thank each and every one of you for joining us for our very special event, Revisiting Roswell with Dr. Kevin Randle. Thanks, friends.